Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Colossus of Rhodes, and afterward we're going to do a bit standing yoga. And if you participate in the standing yoga, that is at your own risk. The Colossus of Rhodes. So it's first not Colossus but Colossus. Or Rhodes. Rhodes, the chief island of Dodecanese and 12 miles, 90 kilometers from the coast of Turkey, has had a long and varied a history as almost any island in the Mediterranean. Now I understand what it was said, but I don't understand the grammar. Let's do it again. Rhodes, the chief island of the Dodecanese and 12 miles from the coast of Turkey, has had a long and varied a history as almost any island in the Mediterranean. I haven't read the book, but that's the grammar going like that. Okay, where is the Dodecanese Sea? That seems to be a sea, somewhere near Greek, at the coast of Turkey. And where is Rhodes? And it is 12 miles far from the Turkey coast. A Greek island now, as it was in ancient times, Rhodes also experienced rule by the Romans, Persians, Arabs, Venetians, Genoese, the crusading knights of St. John, and the Turks. So during the history, in the last 2,000-3,000 years, there were one time on Rhodes, on that island off the coast of Turkey, or Greek, the Romans, the Persians, the Arabs, the Venetians, the Genoese, and the crusading knights of St. John and the Turks. Much of this, I'm going to give you no graphic. Okay, I think it's okay. Much of this checkered past is revealed in the rich architectural heritage of the city of Rhodes. Okay, Rhodes is a city. That city is on the island Rhodes in the Sea of Dodecanese, somewhere around Turkey and Greek, in the Mediterranean Sea. And that there was sometimes this or that government, like the Romans, Persians, Arabs, Venetians, Genoese, crusading knights and Turks, is seen in the different types of architectural style and the heritage of the buildings which are still standing. But only a simple pillar in the harbour marks the presumed site of Rhodes' most famous monument, the Colossus. So of this Colossus, but I don't think it had looked like that if it existed, is a pillar, maybe that one. And that is all we have, and the rest has to be imagined. Okay, there's today only in the harbour a pillar standing, and that pillar could be a part of the famous Colossus. In 312 BC, Rhodes decided to join King Ptolemy of Egypt in his war against Antigonus of Macedon and greatly contributed to Ptolemy's success. Is Rhodes now a city, an island, or a person? There was 312. So 2,300 years ago, and where did Rhodes, the island, the people of the country, joined the king Ptolemy, who was the king of Egypt, in the war against Antigonus of Macedon. And they contributed to the success of the Egyptian king Ptolemy against the Macedonian king Antigonus. Smarting for revenge, the Macedonians returned to punish Rhodes a few years after and besieged the city with a vast force of men and ships. Okay, now I want to say at this point a disclaimer. I right now don't know if what is written here is what the story is, what people say it is, or if they have scientific facts underlying these stories. I don't know, maybe we're going to tell it later. Now, the Macedonians, they wanted revenge. The Rhodes people had supported the Egyptian king against the Macedons, and they came now and besieged Rhodes. Though they were greatly outnumbered, the Rhodians managed to beat back the Macedonian attacks for a whole year until Ptolemy of Egypt finally sailed to their rescue. So, Rhodes was besieged for 1 year, and after that 1 year, when the Egyptian king Ptolemy of Egypt, whom they had supported in the war against Macedonians, who were now besieging them, came and supported them. Among the defenders of Rhodes had been a sculptor, Charles of Lindus. To commemorate their deliverance from the Macedonians, the jubilant Rhodes commissioned Charles to create a huge bronze sculpture in honor of the island's patron deity, the sun god Helios or Apollo. Okay, the island's Rhodes, they had a sun god that was either Helios or Apollo, and they now went to this Charles of Lindus and said to him, make us a great bronze statue in honor to Helios and Apollo, who are the ones who have helped our island to resist the attacking Macedonians. As an additional memorial to the Great Siege, the Colossus was to be cast entirely from metal taken from the war engines abandoned by the Macedonians. Okay, we wanted to commemorate that we had won the thing, and now we want to take the war machines, so the ships and the metal and their armor, and the idea was to make out of that big Colossus. The task took Charles 12 years, from 292 until 280 before Christ. According to one story, when the statue was all complete, Charles found that he had made a mistake in his calculations. Okay, we're going to talk now a bit about something seriously about self-harm, and he didn't want to live on that. If this is true, it amounted to history's greatest piece of self-criticism. So we're going to say here now, that person was really not happy that he had forgot something. What did he even forgot? He had made a mistake in his calculations, and that is one of history's greatest moments when something like that happened, that someone was so critical with their own artwork. It amounted to history's greatest piece of self-criticism. The Colossus was hailed as the most perfect representation of a human form ever achieved, and was immediately declared to be one of the wonders of the world. I didn't really pay attention to the sense. The Colossus was hailed as the most perfect representation of a human form ever achieved. So the Colossus had the form of a human. Now we don't have a picture, but we have this illustration, and it has the form of a male human. And people say that is, or had then said that it is one of the best depicting of a human ever. And also immediately declared one of the wonders of the world. The Colossus is thought to have been 105 feet high, these are 30 meters, and to have weighed about 300 tons. Okay, the thing was maybe 30 meters high and weighed 400 tons. It stood near the harbor, but exactly where is not known. According to some accounts, ships sailed between its legs, and a large mirror set in its chest was so brilliant that it could be seen by ships leaving Egypt. Maybe you could calculate with the Earth, if it would be possible. Okay, the story tells that the thing was standing like a vat in the harbor, and that ships would drive through it there, and somewhere in the chest there was a big mirror, and the mirror could be seen to Egypt. It would be 400 kilometers, and the thing's just 30 meters high. We could maybe calculate it one day. We first have to know where Rhodes exactly is. But the Colossus was to be the most... Okay, where was it? According to some accounts, a ship sailed between its legs, and a large mirror set in its chest, it's not seen here, was so brilliant that it could be seen by ships leaving Egypt. But the Colossus was to be the most short-lived of the ancient world's wonders. Only 56 years after it was put up, an earthquake brought the Colossus crashing down on to the harbor rocks, where it lay broken into many pieces. So, it stood for 56 years, but then there was an earthquake and the thing collapsed into many pieces. The pieces were still there in the 1st century, but there still were no photographs. So they lay before around 400 years around. When the Roman historian Pliny described them, okay, Pliny described them, and he did that apparently in English, in modern English. No, I think it's a translation. Few men can clasp the thumb in their arms, and the fingers are larger than most statues. Where the limbs are broken asunder, vast caverns are seen yawning in the interior. Okay, let's do it again. So there was the Roman historian Pliny, and he one time, 2000 years ago, went to Rhodes, and they saw all these broken pieces of this thing which had collapsed 300 years earlier. And then he said about these pieces lying around there, few men can clasp the thumb in their arms, and the fingers are larger than most statues. Where the limbs are broken asunder, vast caverns are seen yawning in the interior. So he says that we can clasp the thumb in the arms, that the thumbs were so big that we could barely clasp around, I think, what does that mean? And the fingers are larger than most statues. Most statues seem to be human height, around 180. And already the fingers, one finger is larger than normally a person. Now we could calculate it. The thing was 40 meters high, and the fingers were vast caverns are seen yawning in the interior. I don't really understand it. What is the interior? When the anchored Arabs captured Rhodes in the 7th century after Dominion, so 700 years after Pliny was there, 300 years after the thing stood, the mighty statue remains suffered the final indignity of being sold, and 9 trips each by 100 camels were needed to carry the pieces away. Okay, we're saying 900 camels had to carry it. Now, 900 camels. Do we have some pieces? They seem to lie there around for 1,000 years. They didn't seem to go away. So if there are 900 camels just putting away, what can a camel carry? 50? But how long? I said 50 kilograms. There has to be still something there. And it would be possible to date it back if that thing is 2,300 years old. If all these pieces belong together, are from the same material. If it would be possible to get the material from what it is. So I think that legend, all the historical facts, are able to prove or strongly to disprove. Now, the Colossus of Rhodes, right? The harbour of Rhodes, the main town on the Aegean island of the same name, was the site of a huge monument known as the Colossus in the 3rd century before Christ. Below, the great Colossus of Rhodes, according to some accounts, once stood astride the entrance to the island's port, so high that ships could sail between its legs. Okay, but was it on the right side? The harbour at Rhodes, the main town on the Aegean island of the same name. Okay, Rhodes is the city, and also the name of the island. And that is the main town of Aegean. I don't have time to make a note of this. And there was this huge monument. Now I'm going to show you fast a picture from today from Rhodes. The only thing missing is the statue of Rhodes, so the thing proclaimed to be there. And where we have the Rhodes statue, the Colossus of Rhodes. Rhodes. Okay, I don't know what we're going to do. Maybe we come back and do a second part. Maybe we're going to learn what we have learned here for a presentation and shoot in a video, and then that I'm going to present what we learned here. So maybe we're going to come back to a second part, to the Colossus of Rhodes. I have the idea we're going to do something about the Rhodes, the island, or the Aegean Sea, or to the bending of the Earth, so we can find that one thing out, if the Earth bends 20 meters. Whatever. Maybe not the Colossus of Rhodes, but I thank you very much, and until the next time, to the next part, to learning history. Now we're going to do now the standing yoga in 2 minutes. So if you're here if you were here just for the Colossus of Rhodes, you can go to the next part, maybe again the Colossus of Rhodes or something else. We will do now the standing yoga. If you participate, register your arms. Legs are standing together, we're breathing in, we're doing the eagle swings and lift the arms up. And out, bring them again down. Breathe in and lift the arms up. And out and bring them down. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Make it into space between the feet. And breathe out, sinking down into the chair. Breathe in, come up again. Breathe out, open the arms to the side. Breathe in the arms up. And out the arms down. Breathe in and bring the arms up. And out the arms to the side. Again, in the arms up. And out the arms down. Going down to the chair. Breathe in, come up again. And breathe out, we're coming up on the tiptoes. Breathe in. And out, we're sinking down. Breathe again in and come up. And breathe out and come down. And again in and up. And out, close the feet, and we're going down. Around the penguin, breathe in, lift the right arm up to the sky. Breathe out, bend the left knee, look over the right shoulder to the right hand. Breathe in, bring the arm again in. And out and down. Breathe in, lift the left arm up to the sky. Breathe out, bend the right knee, Look over left shoulder to left. Breathe in and come down again. Out and down. Breathe in, come halfway up. And out and down. Again, in halfway up. Straight back. And out again down. Breathe in, bring the arms up. The up-diving swan. Close the hands and slowly lower the hands down. Do the heart center. Now 2 minutes over. Thank you very much and until next time. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Colossus of Rhodes. While doing wrist training. We're going to do a wrist training in the second part of the video, and if you participate in wrist training, it is at your own risk. Okay, where is part 2? We already had it, and now we want to go over it and learn, actually, the way you can present it and make a presentation about the Colossus, not Colossus of Rhodes. Now, again, a little disclaimer, I don't know how much of it is what people are saying about it, and how much is proven about it. Rhodes, the chief island of Dodecanese and 12 miles from the coast of Turkey, has had a long and a varied history. I get the sense, has had as long and varied a history as almost any island in the Mediterranean. Okay, the sentence makes sense. So Rhodes has had as long and varied a history as almost any island in the Mediterranean Sea. Okay, now I know also where Rhodes is. Now I'm going to take another the world map. Oh, there's another thing. According to some accounts, ships sailed between its legs, and a large mirror set in its chest was so brilliant that it could be seen by ships leaving Egypt. By the ships. Now we are a bit wondering about that, if it makes sense. Well, because I'm going to take now a little map of the Mediterranean Sea. Now, and if you look at that, when there's here Turkey, and we're saying 12 kilometers, or was it miles, north of Turkey, that must be pretty much here. And here's Egypt. That is long. I doubt that someone can see that far because of the bow of the earth. Now, but there's one thing. Maybe we're going to see the shine of the light if it is a very bright mirror. Now, here's a little thing. A mirror with the sun works only at daylight, so we cannot see just the reflection. Just like a light which can be seen further. And the other idea I had was that it was maybe seeable from a tower in Egypt, from the Tower of Alexandria was, I think, one. But they said from ships, and these masts of ships were not so high. Now the whole thing is, does it even make sense with the curve of the Earth? I don't know. Back to the Colossus of Rhodes, because we want to use the information here. That is the chief island of the Dodecanese. The Dodecanese is but now the sea of a bunch of islands. 12 miles from the coast of Turkey. So Rhodes is an island, 12 miles, 12 kilometers, 12 miles, 90 kilometers, 20 kilometers. Rhodes is an island 20 kilometers off the coast of Turkey. And in the year 312 did the king Ptolemy of Egypt a war with the Antiguos of Macedon. Okay, Rhodes and the people of Rhodes supported in the year 312 the Egyptian king Ptolemy against Antigonus of Macedon. Antigonus of Macedon, and that contributed to the win of the Egyptian king Ptolemy. But the Macedonians then attacked Rhodes, and for 1 year they besieged it. But then Ptolemy, the Egyptian king, helped them, and they won against them. There was now a person, Charles of Lindus, and he was commissioned to create a huge bronze statue in the honor of the patron deity Helios, or Apollo. I think Helios was the Roman, Apollo the Greek. Why were you naming them both? Okay. And he built it from 292 until 280. There's a story where he wasn't happy with it, but we're not going to tell it because, according to one story, it was already when seen as one of the bird wonders. It is thought to have been 30 meters high and 300 tons heavy. Now here said that it was sold in 9 trips by 100 camels, so 1,000 camels that transported that 300-ton thing. Now if you're going to say that these tons are 1,000 kilogram tons, and we're having 1,000, that means 300 kilogram per camel. Okay, we didn't find all maybe. When they found it 1,000 years later. Okay. If they did not find all of the 300 tons, then it must be lying there. Or maybe people have taken it away. 300-ton bronze, is that a realistic number? It doesn't have to be all from bronze. Maybe some things are from wood. But 300 tons bronze. And it was standing in the harbor in a way, or it is said. Now, when it's written here, according to some accounts, a ship sailed between its legs. That is the place where the statue is standing. That is basically the center of the existence of a Colossus of Rhodes. If we don't know if the thing was standing over the harbor that way, do we even know if the thing existed? We don't even know how and where it stood. But the Colossus was, but maybe we know it all, but the Colossus was to be the most short-lived of the ancient world wonders. Only 56 years after it was put up, so we could calculate it. It would have been 224 before Christ. We're not going to say it, we are not that specific. We're going to do something funny in the video. We're going to quote Pliny, the Roman historian, who described it. Few men can clasp the thumb in their arms, and the fingers are larger than most statues. Where the limbs are broken asunder, vast caverns are seen yawning in the interior. In the 1st century after Domini, also so 300 years after it had collapsed, the Colossus, there was when the Roman historian Pliny, and he described probably the pieces, the shattered pieces, as few men can clasp the thumb in their arms, and the fingers are larger than most statues. Where the limbs are broken asunder, vast caverns are seen yawning in the interior. So these are the facts. These facts do we want to say in the presentation. The most hardest part will be the quote of Pliny. Okay, if you hear for the next part where we're going to learn better what we have here now. 312 was the king, was Rhodes helping the Egyptian king Ptolemy against Antiochus of Macedon. But when the Macedonians were angry and besieged for 1 year, then help from the Egyptian king Ptolemy came and they won. And to commemorate that deliverance from the Macedonians, they commissioned someone called Charles of Lindus. Charles of Lindus to make a statue, and he did it for 12 years. Did he build on it from 290 to 280 out of bronze, 300 tons heavy, 30 meters high, and maybe even seen, maybe a mirror placed in its chest seen up to Egypt. Maybe I'm going to say it. But then 56 years later it collapsed, but even the shrapnels, what do they call it, the shattered pieces were so impressive that the Roman historian Pliny 300 years later said, Few men can clasp the thumb in their arms, and the fingers are larger than most statues. When the limbs are broken asunder, vast caverns are seen yawning in the interior. So, if you're here to learn it in a presentable manner, then you can go directly to the next part. We will do now the wrist training. If you participate in the wrist training, but this is your own risk. And we are starting with the first exercise, that is that one. We're doing the spotlight. We're bringing the fists down and again up. We're having 3 rules. And the first rule is that we're stopping immediately as soon as there's pain. The second rule is that we're going only as fast as we can go with a little bit of effort, again up. And now the flashlight, fists and to the inside, to the outside. And the third rule is that we're not overdoing it. If you feel like taking a break, do it. And the next exercise, the pancake flipper, flat hands and the overlegger. And the closing. And last time. And now we're doing the magician, flat hands, and we're bringing them to the inside, to the outside, to the inside, the last time to the outside, and to the inside. And now we're doing the frog anxious to a fever, one arm next to us, the hand formed to a fist, bring the fist down in flexion, and press a bit against it. And pull from the outside. Press a bit from the top. And from the bottom. And over the arm, the fist down and press a bit against it. And pull from the outside of it. And press on top. And the last time from the bottom. And last exercise for 4 days in your self-hands director. Both hands fists, open them and close them. And last time, open and close. And we're going with moderate pressure over the middle part of the lower arm. There is the extensor digit toe muscle. And just 2 more times. Now the other side. And that was the wrist training. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Colossus of Rhodes. While doing in the second half of the video after that squat training. And if you participate in the squat training, that is at your own risk. Now we are already in part 3 or so of the Colossus of Rhodes. Now, and I think we are very short before making a presentation. I know most of the things. Now it started a bit complex. I didn't look it up where Rhodes is. I tried it, but I couldn't find on the map of the Mediterranean Sea where Rhodes is. But we know that it is in the Aegean Sea. And the Aegean Sea, that is on the eastern part of Greece, and it is 12 miles from the coast of Turkey. Maybe not going to mention so much to the position. The Dodecanese, I think these are the islands, Dodecanese Islands. We are just going to say it is in the Aegean Sea, is a Greek island in the Aegean Sea, between Greece and Turkey. And the other thing I stumbled across, that it has a population of 120,000 today. You can see their ship. That picture, and I don't mean that one, I mean that one. You can see it from here. That one. Okay, it's an island in the Aegean Sea, and in the year 312 did King Ptolemy of Egypt attack or led his war against Antiochus of Macedonia, and the Rhodes people joined them and helped them. Macedonians weren't happy about it. They won, the Rhodes and the Egyptian king Ptolemy. But when the Macedonians a few years later were angry, they came back and besieged the city of Rhodes. And then finally, after 1 year, the Egyptian king Ptolemy, whom they had previously helped against the Macedonians, helped them against the Macedonians, and they won. To commemorate that thing, the sculptor Charles of Lindus, Char of Lindus, that book is written by Lionel Gregson. Wonders of the World. Lionel Gregson. I'm going to say that at the end of the presentation. Char of Lindus. I have no idea how to pronounce it. Charles of Lindus was then commissioned to make a statue, and he did it out of bronze. Where's the thing with bronze written? To create a huge bronze sculpture. As an additional memorial to the Great Siege, the Colossus was to be cast entirely from metal taken from the war engines abandoned by the Macedonians. Whatever. It was made to commemorate that war. And the thing was done of Helios and Apollo. Now it would be helpful to know Helios or Apollo closer. Is that Apollo? Or should that be Apollo? And the sentence would be easier to understand. To make a large bronze statue in honor of Helios or Apollo. Do we want to say that like that? And it was when built from 292 until 280. And it was 32 meters high and 300 tons weighing. And it maybe had between its legs, the ships were sailing into the harbor or out. And it had maybe a mirror in its chest, which was maybe seeable until Egypt. But then, 56 years later, in the year 224, the war was in 312. These are too many numbers. 312, 292, 280, 224. There was an earthquake and the thing fell down. But even these shattered pieces were so astonishing that the Roman historian Pliny said about 300 years later, few men can clasp the thumb with her arms, and the fingers are larger than most statues. Where the limbs are broken asunder, vast caverns are yawning in the interior. Just in the interior. Now the question is, are we ready to make a presentation? Let's try it. That has been according to the book Wonders of the World by Lionel Gregson. I'm going to start the second camera, and on that I'm trying to do now a presentation of the Colossus of Rhodes. But without the book, so that's why you have to learn so much. I need a book. I'm going to start with the second camera now. The Colossus of Rhodes. It was in the Aegean Sea on the island Rhodes. It's between Greece and Turkey. And there is that statue. Just if it would be possible, where is that statue about which we are talking now? Okay, I can start again. Colossus of Rhodes. Greek is in Europe at the Mediterranean Sea, and then there's Turkey, and in the middle there's an island that is called Rhodes. And on that island Rhodes there's the city Rhodes, and in the harbor of the city Rhodes, on the island Rhodes in the Aegean Sea, there was the statue with the name the Colossus of Rhodes in the harbor. It was 32 meters high and weighed 400 tons. And it is said that between the two legs of the statue, ships could sail in and out of the harbor. And it's also said that inside of the chest there was a mirror which could be seen up to Egypt. And there was in the year 312 before Christ a war between the Egyptian king Ptolemy against the Macedonian. And then the people of Rhodes helped the Egyptian king against the Macedonian, and they won. But a few years later the Macedonians were angry, were mad at the people of Rhodes and besieged them. After a year then, the Egyptian king Ptolemy helped them, and they won. And to commemorate that thing, the sculptor Charles was commissioned to make a large bronze statue, and he did with them. And then in the year 280, after 12 years of building, it was there standing. But it didn't stay, it stood there for so long time. 56 years later, in the year 244, there was an earthquake and the thing fell down. But even 300-400 years later, there was the Roman historian Pliny, and it was still so impressive that 400 years later, he said about it, few men can clasp the thumb with their arms, and the fingers are as large as most statues. And then he said also, I don't know it. Where the limbs are broken asunder. I was already talking about larger than most statues. Larger than most statues. We would have time for one more take before we're doing whatever we're even doing. Squat training. Well, you know what? We're going to do squat training. We'll come back for another part. I'm going to pause the camera. Yes, I'm going to pause it. And we will do now the squat training. If you're here for another try of a presentation, you can go directly to the next video. We will do now here the squat training. If you participate in the squat training, that is at your own risk. We're rolling a little up, we're bringing one leg up, and we're putting the foot down, the muscle, and we're bringing the other leg up, and we're pointing the foot down. And we're doing some squats. Legs wide apart, and we're going down, and we're coming up again. We're doing 10. So that's the second one, and that's the third one. Already the fourth one. I'm doing 5. That's 6. And the 7th, 8, and the 9, and the 10th one. And now we're doing 3 exercises, 3 isometric exercises. The first one is the 6-pack squat squeeze. We're going down into quarter squat, and we're pressing against the top of the leg. Now we're pressing on the other side. Now we're going down into half squat, and we're pressing in the middle of the leg. And we're pressing on the other side. Now we're going down into 3/4 squat, and we're pressing close to the knee. And we're pressing on the other side. And now we're doing the fast giraffe of water pump. We're staying in 3/4 squat, we're pressing against the knee, and we're going towards the knee. We're pressing against the abdomen, and we're going towards it. Again, pressing and going. Pressing, going. And 2 times more. Now we're doing the last exercise, the propeller. Down into full squat, arms at the side. We're going over to one side and pressing against the leg and looking up to the hand, and we're having a little bend in the elbow. Going into the middle, to the other side, press against the leg, a little bend in the elbow, and look up to the hand. Down in the middle, and going up. That was the squat training. Now a bit of stretching. Doing the crane, we're taking the ankle, we're making a straight back, and we're bringing the knee down to the floor. And taking the other leg as the ankle, straight back, and the knee down to the floor. Now we're here onto the ground, and pull the toes in, Bring the foot to the right and pull the toes in. Foot to the left and pull the toes in. And into the middle and pull the toes in and move the whole leg from left to right a bit. And the other leg onto the ground and pull the toes in. Bring the foot to the right and pull the toes in. To the left and pull the toes in. And down the middle and move the whole leg from left to right. And we could do the trunk igniter. Breathe in. And out. In. Out. And now we're feeling across the leg. And out. That was a squat training. Thank you very much. And until next time. I'm trying to learn history today, the Colossus of Rhodes. And after we have done that, we're going to do a bit of standing yoga in the second half of the video. And if you participate in the standing yoga, that is at your own risk. Now we already had it for 5-6 parts. And now we are trying to do again the presentation about what we learned. And there were 2-3 things a bit unclear. It is the sentences. Where the limbs, and I have to say first the limbs. And then it's easy. Where the limbs are broken asunder. Where the limbs are broken asunder. Vast caverns are yawning in the interior. I want to say always into the interior. In the interior. Where the broken limbs. Now it's also, I have to think of limbs. Where the limbs are broken asunder. Vast caverns are yawning in the interior. And the other thing was, it was Antigonus of Macedon. I don't want to say just Macedonians, but Antigonus. And the person was Charles of Lindus. And the book is made by Grigson, Lionel Grigson. Wonders of the World, Lionel Grigson. It is Antigonus, and Charles Lindus. Antigonus of Macedon. The Macedonians, and that is Antigonus Macedon, 312 was it, 292 before Christ, or election 280 finished. It was Charles of Lindus and Pliny. Pliny was their own history. Let's try it. I think I have a camera already. Yes, I have. Lionel Grigson, Antigonus. Okay, let's try it. The Colossus of Rhodes. So there's the Mediterranean Sea, and then there's Greek, and on one side there's the Ionian Sea, and on the other side there's the Aegean Sea, and in the sea there are a bunch of islands, and one of these islands is the island Rhodes. And on this island Rhodes there's a city called Rhodes, and that city has a harbor on that island. And in that harbor, in the year 280, there was a big statue, the Colossus of Rhodes. Now in the year 312, so a couple of years earlier, there was the Egyptian king Ptolemy leading war against Antigonus of Macedon. And he got the help from the people of Rhodes. And they won. The people of Rhodes, together with the king of Egypt, Ptolemy, against Antigonus of Macedon. A few years passed, and the Macedonians were angry at the people of Rhodes, and they besieged them. And after 1 year of besiegement, the king Ptolemy of Egypt came and helped them, and they won also that battle. And now in commemoration of that win, and to honor Helios and Apollo, they commissioned Charles of Lindus to build a large bronze statue, which he did from 292 until 280. And that statue, that Colossus of Rhodes, was then 32 meters high and weighed 300 tons. And it's said that it was standing in the harbor like that the ships are sailing through its legs. And it's also said that it had a mirror in its chest, which could be seen unto Egypt. Now, 56 years later, there was a big earthquake and the Colossus fell down. But even 400 years later, in the 1st century, there was Pliny, a Roman historian, and he saw it, the shattered pieces, and he said about them, few men can clasp the thumb with their arms, and the fingers are larger than most statues. Where the limbs are broken asunder, vast caverns are yawning in the interior. And this is according to the Wonder of the World book by Lionel Grigson on the pages 14 and 15. Lionel Graxi. Was it Lionel? Lionel. Did I say Graxi? It's Grixen. Okay, but that was the last part so far to the Colossus of Rhodes. Maybe we're going to come back and make for another one. But that was the last one to learning history of the Colossus of Rhodes. If you were here for that, you can go directly to the next video. We will do now the standing yoga. If you participate, I'm going to stop the camera. If you participate in the standing yoga, that is at your own risk. We're starting with the eagle swings, the breathing in and lifting the arms up. And we're breathing out, letting them down again. And breathing in, lift the arms up. And breathe out, let the arms down. Add another time, breathe in and lift the arms up. And out the arms down. Now breathe in, lift the arms up. And open them to the side. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And out, open to the other side. And breathe in, up. Now we're going to do the Markor. Breathe in. And out, we're leaning back and opening the chest to the sky. Now breathe in and out across the arms and intertwine the fingers. Breathe in and reach high. And breathe out in front. Hollow the back. And again, we're breathing in, lifting the arms up. And out, we bring the arms down and opening the chest to the sky. Breathe in, lift the arms up across the arms and intertwine the fingers. Reach high. And breathe out, reach in front and hollow the back. Breathe again in, lift the arms up. And out, let the arms down. Now make an inch space between the toes. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Come up on the tiptoes. And breathe out and we're sinking down into the chair. And breathe in, we come again up. And breathe out, we're sinking again down. Again in and up. And breathe out, let the arms down and the hands down. We're doing the sambo. The legs a bit apart. And we are breathing in, lifting the arms up. And we're breathing out, letting the arms down. And we're sinking down. Now breathe in and pretend to push something heavy up. And out again down. Again in and pretend to push something heavy up. And out again down. We'll come with one foot onto the top. And down again. And with the other one. And down again. Up with both. And breathe in and we're coming up again. And out again down. And then out. Down. And then we're coming up. Out, letting the arms down and out the heels. Let's do the horse. It's a little intermediate exercise. Not the horse, the stalk. We are lifting one leg up. And we're taking just the knee from the outside, the opening. Hand to the back, and we look at back. Now, if you want, you can do now the ambitious stalk. Take the outside of the foot, stretch the leg out, arm again back. And foot again in. Right. Now with the other leg, knee up. Take the knee from the outside and look back with the arm up. And now if you like, you can try to do the ambitious stalk. Take the foot at the outside, stretch it out, take the arm back and look back. Now the feet staying together, breathing in, lifting the arms up. And breathe out, we're doing a down diving dolphin, the arms are sides down and bringing them down. Now we're doing the marmot. Breathe in, bend the right knee. And breathe out and stretch the left leg. Breathe in and change. And breathe out and stretch the right leg. Breathe in and change. And out and stretch the left leg. Breathe in and change. And out and stretch the right leg. Get in and both legs straight. And out. Now we're doing the penguin. Breathe in and lift the left arm up to the sky. And breathe out, bend the left knee, lifting the right up. And look over the right shoulder to the right. And breathe in, bring the arm down. And out and down, both legs straight. Now breathe in and lifting the left arm up to the sky. And breathe out, bend the right knee, look over the left shoulder to the left hand. Breathe in and bring the hand again in. And out and down, both legs straight. We're doing the pelican. Make a hand with space between the toes. Shift the weight to the heels. Breathe in and go down. And out and up again. Again, in and down. And out and up. And last time in and down. And out and up. Now we're doing the trebuchet's counter make. Take hold on the hands, on the elbows, and gently swing from side to side. Both hands again down, close the feet. And they're coming halfway up with straight back, the monkey half lift. Breathe out again down. Breathe again in, halfway up, monkey half lift. And out and down. And the up diving swan. Bring your arms up. And out over sides down, vegan swings. I'm doing now. We lift the arms up. And breathe out your arms again down. And breathe in, lift the arms up. And out the arms back. A crab in the morning. Breathe in, your arms up. Bring the hands to touch. And we're leaning again back. The fur in the wind. Again up into the middle. And out the hands slowly down to heart center. And that was the standing yoga. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And after we've done that, we're going to do in the second half of the video martial arts basic training. And if you participate in martial arts basic training, that is at your own risk. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon. All that remains today of the once mighty city of Babylon are a few ruins by the river Euphrates in Iraq. Nearly 4,000 years ago, Babylon was already the capital of one of the world's first great empires, Old Babylonia. Okay. 4,000 years ago, there was Babylon. And Babylon itself was the city of the country, Old Babylonia. And the ruins of that city, Babylon, which was the capital of Old Babylonia, are next to the river Euphrates, and that is in the today's Iraq. Eventually, Babylonia was defeated by the rival empire of Assyria. But in 626 before Christ, an alliance between the Chaldeans of southern Babylonia and the Medes of Persia defeated Assyria, and the Chaldean ruler Nabopolassar made himself king of Babylon. Let's read it again. Babylon lost against Assyria, so there was Babylon and another country, Assyria. In the year 626, there was an alliance between the Chaldeans, and they were from southern Babylonia, and the Medes of Persia. And they together won against Assyria. And the ruler of Chaldan, the ones of southern Babylonia, he was the ruler of Nabopolassar. No, that was his name. That was his name. Nabopolassar, he was the ruler of the Chaldans from southern Babylonia. And they had companied together with the Medes of Persia. People, or is it the person? Southern Babylonia and the Medes of Persia. And the Medes of Persia. That are a group of Persia, and they together won against Assyria. And now Nabopolassar became the king of Babylon. So 4,000 years ago, there was a mighty city. It's named Babylon, and it was the capital of that country, Old Babylonia. It certainly didn't have the name Old when it was present. And it had a neighboring country called Assyria, probably neighboring. Now they were at war, and Assyria defeated them. But in 626 before Christ, so 3,000 years ago, the people of the southern part of Babylonia and the people of Medas in Persia, it has to be somewhere as well, so we are having Assyria, Babylonia, Persia, they company together up with the people of the Chavins of the southern part of Babylonia, together with the Medes of Persia, and together they won against the Assyrian. And now the leader or the ruler of Chaldean of Babylonia became the king of Babylon. And his name was Nabopolassar. During the reigns of Nabopolassar and his son Nebuchadnezzar II, 605 until 561, Babylon regained and even exceeded its old glory. Okay, now it's something explained here. 4,000 years ago, there was the mighty Babylon, which is in today's Iraq, at the river Euphrates. But that old Babylon was defeated. But then 1,000 years later, the people of southern Babylon, the Chaldeans, got in a partnership with the Medes of Persia, and together they defeated the Assyrian. And Nabopolassar became the king of Babylon, and he and also his son Nebuchadnezzar II built up the richness of Babylon. And it exceeded even the richness of which it had 1,000 years earlier. Nabopolassar built mighty walls around the city, and Nebuchadnezzar continued this work, throwing up fortresses and strong points along the walls. So, the king, Nabopolassar, and his son Nebuchadnezzar, they built walls and towers and fortresses along the city to protect it. A great bridge was built across the Euphrates, and a splendid fortified royal palace rose above the city. Okay, when all is at the river Euphrates, as many towns are at rivers, Babylon was at the river Euphrates, and they built a big bridge over it, so the people don't have always to swim over it. And so they built a bridge over it, and also a splendid fortified royal palace rose above the city. They built a city. It is not rose above the city. I think that it's not literally meant. They built a big palace, and that was fortified. Again, Nabopolassar, Nebuchadnezzar seemed to love walls, fortified walls. Nabopolassar near to the we are about 6 minutes, and we have to do here, what is it? Martial arts. I have here some of the things. Near to the palace, by the banks of the Euphrates, Nebuchadnezzar built the famous Hanging Gardens. The martial arts basic training. And if you participate in the martial arts basic training, what happens now? So if you do for the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, you can go directly to the next part. We will do now the martial arts basic training. If you participate in the martial arts basic training, doing the greeting mushroom. Leg up and bring foot up and down. If you have a leg up and bring the foot up, down, up, down. And now crane. We're taking the foot at the ankle. We're making straight back, and we're bringing the knee down to the floor, so they're actually stretching the quads. And we're taking the other leg as the anchor, and we're making a straight back, and we're bringing the foot down. Next exercise, the chain stop. Leg at the outside, the toes are pointing forward, and we're stretching the inner side of the leg. And over to the other side, toes are pointing forward, and we're stretching the inner side of the leg. Now the mantis, we're going from side to side. Also the toes are pointing forward. And last 2 times. Now we're doing lunges. Falling in front, and leg on back, and with the other leg. And again. And last 2 times. And now we're doing some kicks. Leg up and back. Back 1, 2, 3 steps. The other up and back. 1, 2, 3, up and back. One, 2, 3, leg up and back. And now, last time with each leg. Up and back. Up and back. Next exercise, stretch kicks. Arm out, kick against it. Other arm out, kick against it. Arm out, kick against it. Arm out, and kick against it. You can do 3 steps in the middle. And 1 time with each leg. And now, a frog. Knee up and back, and again up and in. Again up, back, up and in. And again up, back, up and in. And the last time with each leg. Up and back. Up and in. Up and back. Up and in. Now crash kicks. Leg up and back. And up and in. Up and back. Up and in. And up and back. Up and in. The last time with each leg. And now spin kicks. Leg in front. Over. Step back. Up. 1, 2, 3. Up. Over. And the last time with each leg. Swing. Up. Step back. Swing. Up. And 10 push-ups. And the elbows close to the rib cage, and we do down the first one, and do the second one, third one, fourth one, and fifth one, sixth one, and seventh one, and already the ninth, and the 10th one. Now with stretching, heel onto the ground, and we're putting the toes in. The foot to the left and pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. Foot into the middle and turn the leg from left to right. Other heel onto the ground and pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. Foot to the left and pull the toes in. Foot into the middle, pull the toes in, and move the leg from left to right. Closing exercise, trunk igniter. Go down and breathe out. Again in. last round. Out. Really close legs. And out. That was a martial arts basic training. Thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And after we've done what we're going to do in the second half of the video with standing yoga. And if you participate in the standing yoga, that is at your own risk. We had so far that 4,000 years ago there was Babylonia. In Old Babylonia, Babylonia was the capital. And that is at the river Euphrates in today Iraq. And then there was Assyria, and it was attacking Babylonia, and they lost. But when in 626, the Chavins of southern Babylonia companion up with the fleets of Persia and won against the Assyrians. And the king of the Babylonians, or the ruler of the Chaldean, his name was Nabopolassar, became the king of Babylon. And he and also his son Nebuchadnezzar II reigned, and during their reignship, Babylonia exceeded even its glory which they had 1,000 years previously. And they built up fortresses and strong points along these walls which were built around the city, and also a great bridge was built across the Euphrates, and a splendid fortified royal palace rose above the city. Near to the palace, by the banks of the Euphrates, Nebuchadnezzar built the famous Hanging Gardens, which were regarded as one of the wonders of the ancient world. Okay, close by the river Euphrates, near to that palace which was built in that city, where the Hanging Gardens were built, and they were regarded as one of the wonders of the ancient world. And Nebuchadnezzar's queen was a princess of his father's allies, the Medes, whose armies had helped defeat the Assyrians. Nebuchadnezzar's queen, she was a princess of his father's allies, the Medes, whose armies had helped defeat the Assyrians. Okay, and Nebuchadnezzar, the son of Nabopolassar, he was married or whatever to a princess of the Persian Medes, who helped together to defeat the Assyrians. According to legend, this queen, Semiramis, she is Semiramis, so Nebuchadnezzar and Semiramis missed the hills of the Persian homeland and disliked Babylon's flatness. She missed the hills of the Persian homeland and disliked Babylon's flatness. She didn't like the landscape. She missed the hills and the mountains of Persia where she was coming from, where the Chavins of Persia were living, and she didn't like that Babylon was so flat and didn't have mountains. And so Nebuchadnezzar decided to please her by building a man-made hill in the form of terraced gardens. Now we're going to show you the picture which we have here. I don't want to read what is written on the side, whatever it is. So just as a little imagination what we're talking about, what everybody else is thinking about when we're talking about it. No, let's read on, whatever it is. So that she doesn't miss the hill so much, she built a hill with terraces, and there were everywhere gardens on every terrace. The Hanging Gardens rose to a height of about 100 meters, nearly 3/4 of the height of the Great Pyramid, and were surrounded by a reinforcing wall 7 meters thick. Not that the plants ran away. Okay, the Hanging Gardens were 100 meters high, and around them was a 7-meter thick wall. A 7-meter thick wall. White marble staircases connected the terraces. Okay, I'm not sure if staircases have to be round, but there were stairs between all these gardens, and they were out of white. They were white stairs out of marbles. I think that's white stone. And they were supported by rows of arches. What are rows of arches? An arch is bent. And there's also there were stairs connecting these things so people could actually go and look at the gardens. They're 100 meters high. Stone flower beds lined with lead and filled with soil lay along each terrace and were filled with a profusion of exotic trees, shrubs, flowers and creepers. Stone flower beds. So they were stones, and inside of them the flowers growing. Lined with lead and filled with soil. Around them is lead, whatever lead is, and in them there's soil, so plants can grow on soil. Lay along each terrace. So along these terraces, there were these stone flower beds, which were lined with lead and filled with soil. And they were filled with a profusion of exotic trees. So there were many different trees growing in from, which were also exotic from other areas than just Babylonia. Shrubs and flowers and creepers. What are creepers? And but we're going to end it here, and we're going to do standing yoga. If you're here for the next part, to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, you can go directly to the next part. So you're going to do now the standing yoga. If you participate in the standing yoga, which is the always, moving your feet sing together and doing the eagle swings. Breathing in and lifting the arms up. And breathe out, let the arms get down. And breathe in, lift the arms up. And breathe out, let the arms up. Again, the arms up. And now we pop the arms to the side. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Now to open the arms to the other side. Again, in the arms up. Make an inch space between the toes. And breathe out, open again to one side. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And out, sinking down, the arms up, the sides down, we're going into the half chair. Breathe in, come halfway up. Higher up. Out again, down and up again. Breathe again in. Out over to one side. Breathe again in, lift the arms up. And out again, down into half chair. Breathe in again, halfway up. Higher. Out again, down. Now we're doing the back cow. We're breathing in and going down. With the arms, we're opening the chest to the sky. Breathe in, up across the arms, intertwine the fingers, reach high. And breathe out, reach in front and hollow the back. Again, in the arms up. And out, the arms back and open the chest to the sky. Again, in, up across the arms. Reach high. Breathe out, reach in front and hollow the back. Again, in, reach high. And out, bring the arms over the sides down, the down diving dolphin. Feet again together. Now breathe in and bend the right knee. And breathe out and stretch on the left leg, the marmot. Breathe in and change. And out and stretch on the right leg. Breathe in and change. And out and stretch the left leg. And breathe in, change. And out, the right leg stretch. And breathe in, and out, both legs straight. Doing the penguin. Breathe in and lift the right arm up to the sky. And breathe out and bend the left knee and look over the right shoulder to the right hand. Breathe again in, bring the arm down. And out and down. Breathe in, lift the left arm up to the sky. Breathe out, bend the right knee and look over the left shoulder to the left hand. Breathe in, arm again down. and out and down. Now we're doing the pelican. Make a hand with space between the toes, shift the weight to the heels, and breathe in and we're going down. And out again. Again, in and down. And out and up. And the last time in and down. And out and up. Now we're doing the Chavins counterweights. Take hold on the elbows and gentle swing from side to side. And both hands again down, close the feet. Breathe in, come halfway up into monkey half lift. And breathe out again down. Breathe in again halfway up. And out and down. And then breathe in, we're coming the arms over side with the up diving swan up. Close your hands. And breathe out, open the chest to the sky, bring the arms down. Again in the arms up. And out, again the crab in the morning, arms bang on the chest to the sky. Again in, bring your hands to touch. And out, lean back, the fur in the wind. Bring the arms up. And out, lean again back. Breathe in into the middle. Out the arms over sides down. Again the eagle's wings. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And out the arms down. Again in the arms up. And the last time down. And now breathe in, lift the arms up. Bring the hands to touch and lower the hands slowly down to heart center. That was for standing yoga. I thank you very much and have next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And after we've done that, we're going to do medial plane training. And if you participate in the medial plane training, that's the honors, and this is part 3 already, I think, of Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Now here they were built. And it was so that the king Nebuchadnezzar was married to Semiramis, and she was from Persia, and she was a bit sad because she missed the hills of her Persian homeland. And so Nebuchadnezzar built a palace, built a hill, 100-meter high terraced hill out of gardens. So gardens in terraces 100 meters high. And that was done at the banks of the river Euphrates. And they were surrounded by a 7-meter thick wall, 100 meters high. I'm going to show again the picture, whatever picture it is. I don't know when the picture is or what picture it even is. And there were white marble staircases, and they connected the terraces, which were supported by rows of arches. Stone flower beds, leaned with lead and filled with soil, lay along each terrace and were filled with a profusion of exotic trees, shrubs, flowers, and creepers. So on each stage of the 100-meter high tower, surrounded by a 7-meter thick wall, there were flowers. At the sides were flower beds, leaned with lead and filled with soil. On the top terrace, a series of cisterns fed the fountains, waterfalls and streams, which kept the Hanging Gardens watered. The water was raised from the Euphrates by pumps, probably Archimedean screws, worked by slaves. Okay. At the top terrace, there were cisterns. So water buckets, so places where water is kept. And from that, the waterfalls were made running, and also the flowers water. And this was done from the river Euphrates. It was built at the river Euphrates in today's Iraq, and used the Archimedes screws. I don't know it exactly, but I think these are just so screws. So the idea is that the and you turn it, and the lower end takes always a little sip, and it's open. It's basically actually like a hand. It takes the lower part, and then water is inside of it. It goes in, takes it, now water is inside of it, and now it goes up again. But the idea is that now, yes, that thing, the tip of the thing goes again in and takes again the next tip, but the other end goes up and it has then this, coiled thing upwards going, a wired coiled thing upwards. It goes in, it goes in, takes a sip of water, and now the water goes upwards, because there's one thing and then another one, and another one, and another one. And it's always taken by gravity. It is enough gravity so that it goes, it stays always down in water, but the gravity, the whole thing is 10 centimeters high. And every time the thing is turned, it moves a little bit to the side. It's enough to keep the water these 5 centimeters of the radius of 10 centimeter long thing. Down, the water stays in. If you turn it around, it doesn't fall down, because it's still 5 centimeters lower than the thing. It just goes 3 centimeters higher. So the thing has this angle. And the water is always hanging here. Now if you turn it, the whole thing is turning, but water stays in exactly that positions. Because the water cannot come with it when it would come with gravity upwards. The water just keeps lying down here. And if you turn now the whole thing, the water keeps in here, but you turn the thing onwards, and now the thing keeps standing. But because you turn it, the water has to go to the next place, which is a little bit lower. So it does not want to come up with the whole thing. The whole thing, it does not want to come up. It is here, and it does not want to come up. It wants to fall down, but it cannot come up, and it cannot fall down. It's held here to the end. And now when the thing is turned, it falls down. But it falls a bit forward, because the direction forward is easier than upwards, basically like that. And now if you turn the whole thing, the water is going always, every turn you make, 2 centimeters upwards. The water goes then always 2 centimeters up and a bit in front, and now it goes basically like that upwards. It's basically like gravity. The water cannot come upwards because it's 5 centimeters deep inside of this hole, and it cannot come upwards. The easier way is to go 2 centimeters forward, and it keeps hanging in it, but it cannot fall. It's not so easy to describe, and it goes right upwards. And I think these are Archimedean screws, but I don't know. But these are very simple things to build. If someone has the idea, not easy to build, but if someone has the idea that this works, it's not so hard. It's hard to come up with the idea, I think, to build it. But if someone knows that this exists, it takes a bit of effort to build it. If someone knows that works, that is incredible. You can bring water upwards. It's just a little mathematical gravitational game. And yet, of course, someone has to turn over all the time, and that was done by forced labor. And now someone was turning these things, and now the water is coming upwards. While we can, but I don't know if these are Archimedean screws, but I know that these things existed, and they look like screws, and Archimedeans, and these things were probably invented during the time. It's difficult to come to that idea, but if you have it, I don't know the proper word. While we can spare thought for the slaves whose non-stop labor irrigated them, there can be no doubt that the Hanging Gardens of Babylon must have been one of the most beautiful sights in the ancient world. So yes, there was of course hard work done to build the thing and to keep it running, and the plants watered and the waterfalls running, but it was a beautiful sight in the ancient world, certainly. Equally, there must have been a prodigious feat of architecture and hydraulic engineering, since considerable skill and ingenuity would have been needed to prevent the masonry from being undermined and weakened by the water which kept the gardens lush. What does lush mean? Would have been needed to prevent the masonry from being undermined and weakened by the water which kept the gardens lush. Okay. Now, and not just these Archimedean screws and the hard work for that, but also the architectural building and the hydraulic engineering. All the thing must have been a masterwork, because otherwise that thing would have weakened, fallen down, or whatever. Now we're having now a little bit left, and we're going to do it in the next part. We're going to do now the medial plane training. If you were here for history or the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, you can go directly to the next part. We will do now the medial plane training. If you participate in the medial plane training, let's set it on this. We're bringing one leg up, and we're doing the greeting muscle for the up, down, and down. The other leg up. The foot up, and down. And the next exercise, legs wide apart, and we're breathing down, down. Out. In. Out. In. Out. Now we're going to close the legs. And out. And now one leg up. Into the right angle of the leg, flexed foot, even lined hips, tall up the back, and press on the top against the knee. Have a little bend in the elbow. Even lined hips, tall up with the back, little bend in the elbow. And the other leg up. Right angle of the leg, flex foot, even lined hips, tall up with the back, and press on top against the knee. And the next exercise, leg up, right angle of the leg, same setup, and pressing with the inside against the knee. And the other leg up, and we're pressing again from the inside here against the knee. Even lined hips, tall up with the back, and from the inside pressing. Next exercise, knee again up, and the knee presses up and to the side. And the other leg up, the knee presses up and to the side. Last exercise, the heavy swing low. Leg up, right angle, flex foot, even hips, top of the back, and we're pressing from the outside with a little bend in the elbow, and we're opening slowly the leg. And we're closing again slowly. Open again slowly. And close again slowly. And the other leg up, and we're pressing from the outside, and we're opening slowly. And we're closing again slowly. Open again slowly. And close slowly. And walk it a little loud. And that was for the airplane training. Thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Treaty of Amiens. And afterwards we're going to do standing leg stretching. And if you participate in the standing leg stretching, that's the obvious. The Treaty of Amiens, in French, La Part d'Amiens, literally meaning the peace of Amiens. Okay, La Part, that is in French the peace. La Part. Pax is in Latin, peace. And peace is in English, and pi, I don't know how it's pronounced. D'Amiens. La Part d'Amiens. Probably Amiens. La Part d'Amiens. The Treaty of Amiens. The peace of Amiens. The Treaty of Amiens temporarily ended hostilities. Okay, we're going to talk here about war. The Treaty of Amiens temporarily ended hostilities between France, the Spanish Empire, and the United Kingdom at the end of a war of a second coalition. Okay, it was signed in 1802. Just so you know a little bit on, just for context. 1802. The Treaty of Amiens, that was probably done in the city of Amiens, and where the people were able to find temporarily peace, temporarily end the hostilities between France and the Spanish Empire and the United Kingdom. And that was then the end, or at the end, of a war of a second coalition. It marked the end of the French Revolutionary Wars. After a short peace, it set the stage for the Napoleonic Wars. Okay, it was the end of the French Revolutionary Wars in 1802. The French Revolution, it started I think 1787, it was in mainly in 1789. when the executions went 793, and now it seems that the French Revolutionary Wars ended in 1802. And this Treaty of Amiens then was, in a way, the beginning of the Napoleonic Wars. Now it would be good to know when Napoleon became emperor. Okay, but a few things as an overview are important. It are the French Revolutionary Wars, and then the Napoleonic Wars. And this Treaty of Amiens was the end of a war of a second coalition, ending more or less the end of the French Revolutionary Wars, and setting the stage for the Napoleonic Wars. Britain gave up most of its recent conquests. France was to evacuate Naples and Egypt. Britain retained Ceylon, Sri Lanka and Trinidad. Okay. Britain gave up most of its recent conquests. So Britain has conquered something, but now they're giving it up. That was signed when they agreed on that to come to an agreement. France was evacuating Naples and Egypt. I'm not sure if Naples is... No, it can't be the city I don't know if it's the city in Italy. And Egypt. And Britain retained... I don't know the word retained. It has to be the opposite of... No, something similar to attaining. Doesn't mean they got it back. But here's written, Britain gave up most of its recent conquests. So maybe we're going to look up in another part what the word retaining means. Britain retained Ceylon, which is today Sri Lanka and Trinidad. It was signed in the Hotel de Ville City Hall of Amiens on the 25th March 1802, 4th Geminal 10 in the French Revolutionary calendar, by Joseph Bonaparte and Charles Cornwallis, first Marquess Cornwallis, as a definite treaty of peace. The conquest peace lasted only 1 year, and was the only period of general peace in Europe between 793 and 1814. Under the treaty, Britain recognized the French Republic. Together with the Treaty of Lunge, 1801, the Treaty of Amiens marked the end of the Second Coalition, which had waged war against the Revolution of France since 1798. Okay, in France there was a revolution for some years. And when the Second Coalition was people coming together and fighting against this revolution in France, or the new, then coming French Republic. As the Treaty of Amiens, France was retreating from Egypt and Naples, and Britain was giving up some recent conquests and also recognized the French Republic. So the war fought on to the French... I think the French Revolutionary Wars are the wars fought onto the French Revolution by the other European countries. And not the French Revolutionary Wars are not the wars inside of France. This is just the revolution, I think. Okay, the Treaty of Amiens ended the war of the Second Coalition and also ended the French Revolutionary Wars. Britain recognized the French Republic now as a country, together with the treaty. And now it was 1 year of peace before the war broke out again with the Napoleonic Wars. And the treaty was signed that Britain gives some territories up. They retain Ceylon, Sri Lanka and Trinidad. I think that means they still have Ceylon and Trinidad. And France was accepted as a sovereign country. And France was retreating or evacuating Naples and Egypt. Okay, a little picture to it we have here. A painting probably of a Treaty of Amiens, or the definitive Treaty of Peace. The Peace of Amiens by Jules Claude Ziegler is it, from 1853, so 50 years later. It's with painting. By Jules Claude Ziegler. 1853. The Treaty of Amiens was 1802, and it ended the French Revolutionary Wars, and also together with the Treaty of Lunge, 1801, the end of the Second Coalition. France was recognized by Britain as a sovereign state, the French Republic, but France had to leave for that Naples and Egypt. Now, we're having quite something more, and even more pages, so we will continue with the Treaty of Amiens in the next part. I wanted to say something else. If you were here for the next part of Hanging Gardens of Babylon in history, then go also to the next part. We will continue also with the Hanging Gardens of Babylon in some place. No, it was the Treaty of Amiens. If you were here for the Treaty of Amiens and you are here for the Treaty of Amiens or the Hanging Garden of Babylon or something else to history, you can go directly to the next part of history or the next part of the Treaty of Amiens or Hanging Gardens of Babylon or something else. We will do now the leg stretching, standing leg stretching. If you participate in the standing leg stretching, let's sit on this. We bring you one leg up with a mushroom and a boiling footer. Then let's go directly over, taking the foot at the ankle again, and then making a straight back, and we bring the knee down to the floor. So we're stretching the whole body. And the other leg up, on the foot. And to get at the ankle, make a straight back and put the foot down. And let it get loose. And now we're doing the pie and pilcrow exercise. We're bringing one leg up. We're breathing in. Out the leg to the side. Breathing in. Out into the middle. And down. The same leg and out, up. Breathe in. Out to the side. Breathing in. Out into the middle. And the other leg up, breathe in. Out to the side. Breathing in. Out into the middle. And down. Another time. Breathe in. Out to the side. Breathing in. Out into the middle. And down. And now the garden gnome. One leg with the heel onto the ground. Pull the toes in. Move the leg from left to right. And the other leg with the heel onto the ground, pull the toes in, and move the leg from left to right. And next exercise is the train stop. Oh, let's do one more. The train stop. One leg with the toes pulling forward and stretching the inner side of the leg. And back to the other side. And we're doing the last exercise, I think, the Niagara Falls. Legs wide apart, breathing in. And out and we're hanging down. And as we do it, this is a leg stretch, not a back stretch. So we're just breathing in through the nose. And out through the mouth, just to relax the muscles. We are not trying to come deeper down, we're not pulling down. And breathing in. And out. In. And out. Again in. And out over the one leg. Breathe in. And out. And in. And out over to the other leg. Breathe in. And out. And in. And out of the middle. Now close the feet, but keep on hanging down. Breathing in. And out, we're hanging down. And in. And out. In. And out. And the last time. And now we can slowly around, back up, and making a top of pivots short. Well, that's actually another exercise for trunk again. I have a bridging and go down. And breathe out. Back in. Out. Back in. Out, and we're going to close the legs. and out. That was the standing neckstretching. Thank you very much, and until next time. I'm trying to learn history. Hi, welcome. Today, Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And after that, we're going to do short impingement training. And if you participate in the short impingement training, that's at your own risk. Now we are having the Hanging Garden of Babylon, that is part 4 or 5. And we know there was a war. No, first there was the mighty Babylonian city, but then it fell to ruin more or less. But when in 626 before Christ, the Chavins from Babylon, of the southern part of Babylon, got together with the Medes of Persia and defeated the Assyria, who had defeated Babylonian. And now Nabopolassar became king, and then also his son Nebuchadnezzar II. And both built the city out in glory. And now Nebuchadnezzar II was married, or his queen was Semiramis. And she was from Persia, and she missed the mountains, so he decided to build a terraced garden, 100-meter high terraced garden, Hanging Gardens of Babylon, near the river Euphrates. It was 100 meters high, and 7 meters walls were around it. And Archimedes screws were used to pump the water from the Euphrates up to the topmost of the terraces with the cisterns there, and from that to water the waterfalls and streams. For all its splendor, the new Babylonian Empire was short-lived. Only 22 years after Nebuchadnezzar's death, it fell to the Persian Emperor Cyrus the Great, whose army entered the city without a struggle. So Babylon might have been a very splendid city, but it was only for a short time. 200 years after Nebuchadnezzar II had died, the Persian Emperor Cyrus and his army, Cyrus the Great, entered the city without resistance or much resistance. The Hanging Gardens may have survived until the 3rd century before Christ, when they were described by a Babylonian priest, Versus. But today, all that is left of them is the remains of a well and 1 or 2 arches. But there is evidence that they existed? Is it enough? Okay. Since up to the 3rd century, it was 626 when the Nebuchadnezzar II, 561 did he die before Christ. So for around 300 years that they stood there. Okay. The Hanging Gardens may have survived until the 3rd century when they were described by a Babylonian priest, Versus. But today, all that is left of them is the remain of a well and 1 or 2 arches. So on the right, the picture I just showed 2 times. The famous Hanging Gardens of Babylon were built in the 6th century before Christ by Nebuchadnezzar II to please his homesick queen Semiramis. Although less impressive than this somewhat romantic artist's impression, the gardens were a remarkable feat of water engineering. Although less impressive than this somewhat romantic art's impression. Oh yes. But the picture, that is a painting, that is not a photography. That is a romantic art's impression, so someone has painted that, and it was probably not as great as it is here. But it was 100 meters high. According to one piece of paper somewhere found. That although less impressive than this somewhat romantic artist's impression, the gardens were a remarkable feat of water engineering. And with that we're through with the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Now, we want to make a little presentation about it, but not now. So, in the next part of history, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, we will start to prepare a presentation to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, so that we're able to make a presentation about the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. If you're here for that, you can go directly to the next video. We will do now short impingement training. If you participate in the short impingement training, this is at your own risk. We're doing forward shoulder circuits. We go back, up, in the front, and down. We get back, up, front, and down. And backwards, front, up, back, and down. And front, up, back, and down. And now long arms, straight fists, and go as far back as you can with the shoulders. High up, and in front, down, back, up, in front, down, and now again. Back, down, and then front, up, back, down. Next part apart, we go into the knees, pinch forward with a straight back, let the arms hang, and pinch the scapulars together. Then make fists, lift the arms up and still pinch the scapulars together. Lift the arms down and the scapulars. And the second time, pinch the scapulars together. Make fists, lift the arms up and still pinch the scapulars together. The arms down and the scapulars. And the second exercise, similar, into the knees, hinge forward with a round back, lift the arms in, make fists, and the fists to the inside, lift the arms high up, bring them together, straighten up, bring the shoulders down, hands together. So the arms high up, and together, and the shoulders down, hands together. Left hand. And release. And the second one. In the knees, hinge forward, round back, lift the arms in, make fists, lift the arms to the inside, lift the arms high up and bring them together. Straighten up, bring the shoulders down and together. Arms high up, hands together, shoulders down, hands together. And release. Next exercise, just lift the arms slowly up. And again, now, if this exercise causes pain, then don't do it. All we're doing is to observe what the scapulars are doing. The arms up and down. One more time. And the arms down. Arms to the side and the arms in front. The arms again back together and in front. And back together. And in front the last time. And now stretching. One arm in front, shoulders back and down. Pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm and go back with the shoulder. And the other arm in front, shoulder is back and down. Pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm and come back with the shoulder. And that was the shoulder tension training. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Treaty of Amiens. And after that we're going to do shoulder impingement training, and if you participated in that, that is at your own risk. This is already part 2 of the Treaty of Amiens. So we already had the Treaty of Amiens was 1802, and it ended the French Revolutionary Wars and also the second coalition, the War of the Second Coalition, which was fought against the French Republic or the revolution in France. And in that was stated in the Treaty of Amiens that Britain gave up recent conquest and France was to give up or evacuate Naples in Egypt. Britain retained Ceylon, which is today Sri Lanka, and Trinidad. Now I looked up what retained means. I looked up what reinstated means. I looked up what reinstated means. I didn't look up what retained means. So I have to look up what retained means. Okay, but they retained Ceylon and Trinidad. But it was only for 1 year peace until 1803, and then the Napoleonic Wars started and lasted for 12 years more. National goals. Okay, first you type. Definitive Treaty of Peace was also a name for it. The Peace of Amiens by Jules Claude Ziegler, 1853. So 50 years later had Jules Claude Ziegler painted this painting. The Treaty of Amiens. And the painting seems to have has the title The Peace of Amiens. but it is also to call the whole thing definitive treaty of peace, but it is a treaty of peace, or la paix de mi. Okay, type, it is a peace treaty, so a contract in which people say we're going to do peace. It was signed on the 25th March 1802, so 1802, in Amiens in France, and it became effective on the 17th March 1802, and the expiration was the 8th May 1803, when the Napoleonic Wars started again. What is all that? And the signatures, the people who signed it, were Joseph Bonaparte from France, from England, the Marquis Cornwallis, from Spain, José Nicolas de Azara, and from the Netherlands, Rutger Jan. And the third thing is also the father of the name, Rutger Jan Schimmelpenninck. And it was done in English and French. National codes. Full text, Treaty of Amiens at Wiki source. Language English and French. That thing exists in English and in French. National goals. The United Kingdom wanted the peace to enable restoration of trade with continental Europe. Okay, let's read it again. The United Kingdom wanted the peace to enable restoration of trade with continental Europe. So the United Kingdom hoped that if peace comes, they could trade again with the main continental part of Europe. It also wanted to end its isolation from other powers and achieved that goal by a rapprochement with Russia that provided the momentum to negotiate the treaty with France. It also wanted to end its isolation from other powers. So Britain didn't want it to be longer isolated, and achieved that goal by rapprochement with Russia that provided the momentum to negotiate the treaty with France. Okay, it seems to have been that Russia had given the momentum, the opportunity or whatever, but the negotiation with France happens and the treaty could be signed. And Britain was able through that whole thing to end its isolation and work together more with other powers like Russia, and also the trade thing with Europe. The Peace of Amiens also mollified the anti-war Whig opposition in Parliament. Do you mean modified? Modified. This Peace of Amiens, so the Treaty of Amiens, also modified the anti-war Whig opposition in Parliament. So in Britain, in the Parliament, there is the Whig, a political party, and they were against war and anti-war, but they were modified. Modified would mean they changed now a bit in the politics. Now, I don't have the strongest voice right now, so we're going to stop now. I'm going to look maybe at the Treaty of Amiens in English and French, and also retain what the word means, and maybe we could also modify it, and rapprochement, and I think these were the two words. Maybe we could look them also up. So if you were here for the Treaty of Amiens, you can go directly to the next part. We'll continue the whole thing in the next parts. If you are here for a short impingement training, this is what we're going to do now. If you participate in the short impingement training, this is the ask. We're doing forward shoulder circles. We're going back, up, and front, down. Then back, up, and front, down. And backwards in front, up, back, and down. And now we're doing the world lift up. Long arms, strong fists, and bring the shoulders down and together. And bring the arms to the inside. Now the arms to the outside, shoulders down and together. Arms again to the inside, shoulders still down and together. Arms again to the outside, shoulders down, together. And the next exercise. Arms to the side, hands from the fist, a bit in front, and the arms in front, shoulders down, together. Arms back, shoulders up and in front. And arms again. In, shoulders down, and together. Arms back, shoulders up and in front. And release. And next exercise. We're doing the shock, the lifting. The lifting the arms up. And shock the shoulders up. And let it all down again. If this exercise causes pain, then don't do it. Again, the arms up. Shoulders up. Just down. Again, the arms up. Shoulders up. And all down. And the last time the arms up. Shoulders up. And all down. And to press the arms together, bring them down to the outside. And again down to the inside. And that is already the last time. And we are at the last exercise, the sun dive. You can also use a t-shirt, maybe a towel, a tennis ball, have it with a long arm if you're outside. Let it fall down and try to catch it again. And roll slowly. And on the other side. And just stretching one arm in front, the shoulders back, down, pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm, go it back with the shoulder. The shoulders back and down, pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm and come back with the shoulder. And the other arm in front, shoulders back and down, pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm, go back with the shoulder. And that was a short pinch training. Thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today the Treaty of Amiens, and after we've done that, we're going to do backstretching, and if you participate in the backstretching, that's the Chavins. Now, here was written that, this is part 3 or 4 of the Treaty of Amiens, that in this treaty was written that Britain retains Ceylon, today's Sri Lanka and Trinidad. Now, and I read what is written in the treaty, and there's written that Britain has to give up all the territories which it has conquered or occupied during the war, with the acceptance of Ceylon and Trinidad. I also looked up the word retained, and I didn't really still get what it means. It means to keep it. But the question is, does it mean to get it back? Now, how the article is formulated, Article 3 in the Treaty of Amiens, in English and in French, it is that they have occupied it during the war, but they can keep it. And this is the exception. All the other territories do we have to give back to France, as in the treaty. Okay, a little overview of this part 3 or 4. The Treaty of Amiens was done in 1802 between Britain and France, but also Spain and the Netherlands. And it made for 1 year peace in Europe. And things were said, for example, now, that Britain gives up its recent conquest, but not Ceylon and Trinidad. And France has to evacuate Naples and Egypt. The United Kingdom wanted the peace to enable restoration of trade with continental Europe. It also wanted to end its isolation from other powers and achieve that goal by a rapprochement with Russia that provided the momentum to negotiate the treaty with France. The Peace of Amiens also modified the anti-war Whig opposition in Parliament. Okay, this is what we had. Napoleon used the interlude for major internal reforms, such as the promulgation of a new legal system under the Napoleonic Code, making peace with the Vatican by the Concordat and issuing a new constitution that gave him lifetime control. Okay, Napoleon used the interlude, so this is 1 year of peace, I think, as follows, for major internal reforms to change many things in France, such as the promulgation of a new legal system under the Napoleonic Code, That means he changed the legal system. He made peace with the Vatican by the Concordat. So Concordat was done with the Vatican, so with the Pope in Rome, and issuing a new constitution that gave him lifetime control. And the new constitution was done. France basically became a new country, more or less, and he became for lifetime the personal power of France. France made territorial gains in Switzerland and Italy. France gained territorial control in Switzerland and Italy. It's not written how now. Here's just at the beginning written that France evacuated Naples, but I'm not sure if Naples is the same Naples, and they had to evacuate it, not gaining it. So France gained also territorial control in some parts of Switzerland and Italy. However, Napoleon's goal of a North American empire collapsed with the failure of his army in Haiti, so he gave it up and sold the Lusitania territory to the United States. Okay, let's read it again. Napoleon had the goal of a North American empire, but that didn't work out. His army failed in Haiti. Haiti is in the Caribbean island. We're going to take the mode in a second. So he gave it up and sold the Louisiana territory to the United States. And look at the map for a second. This is sadly not the best one, but that's the beginning. The states are not on it. Now, Haiti is there. So France is here. There's France. And Haiti is there. The purple part of that island. Here the United States and Louisiana, I don't know exactly, must be somewhere here. And Napoleon's army failed in Haiti, and then the Louisiana territory was sold to the United States. But I don't know if there's that all together in one word. Louisiana territory. Not at the end, but it's not Louisiana, today the US state Louisiana. But I think it is, it would make sense. Okay, Napoleon's army failed in Haiti, and the Louisiana territory, I think that is the today's Louisiana, was sold to the United States. And I think this is actually enough. Maybe as a little overview, we are not here to get some little informations about some things. We actually want to learn these things. And we don't want to look them shortly up. We really want to learn and understand them and how it all works out. So we're taking time for it, and this is, I think, enough. Okay, so if you were here for the video for me, you can go directly to the next video. We will do not just the backstretching. If you stay and you participate in the backstretching, that is at your own risk. Next, I'm standing a bit of a shoulder before the part, and we're breathing in a little answer. And breathe out, go over to one side. We always breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. Breathe in and out, rib cage. And again out. Again in. And out and out. Breathe again in. And out over to the other side. Breathe in and out, rib cage. And again out. And again in. Out into the middle and the arms down. And the next exercise. We have an exercise named Now One Sees We Are Control. We're breathing in. And out in one hand slides down the leg and the other shoulder stays down. Breathing in. And out we're taking one up. Breathe in and out with the cage. And out. Again in. And out into the middle. Breathe again in. And out one hand slides down the leg and the upper shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. And out we're taking one up. Breathe in and out with the cage. And again out. And again in. And out into the middle. And next exercise. Feet are standing together. The aeronautic, aerobatic, aeroplane. We're breathing in and lifting the arms up. And breathe out with one hand down. Breathe in and reach into both directions. And again out. Again in. And out one hand comes down. Breathe in and reach. And again out. Advanced. And we're doing the Marco. So breathe in, lift the arms up. Breathe out, bring the arms down, open the chest to the sky. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Over cross the arms, intertwine the fingers and reach high. And breathe out, reach in front and hold over back. Breathe in the arms up. And out the arms down, open the chest to the sky. Breathe again in, over cross the arms and intertwine the fingers, reach high. And out, reach in front, hold over back. And again in. And out the last time back. And draw the shoulder blades together. And out. And out. And we're ending with a trunk igniter. Legs wide apart. Breathe in and go slowly down. And breathe out. Draw the shoulder blades together. Again in. And out. And second, last round. And in. Out. Again in. Out. Breathe in, clasp your legs. And out. That was backstretching. Thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, Mesopotamia. And after we've done, we're going to do a bit standing yoga. And if you participate in the standing yoga, get a sit on risk. Mesopotamia. Now first use a big picture. Myths from the Middle East are the oldest recorded mythology in the world, dating from 2500 before Christ. There is something recorded which is over 4,500 years old. The Babylonian creation myth grew from the Sumerian creation myth. It is called the Enuma Elish. There is something about the Babylonian creation myth, and that is ground from the Sumerian creation myth. And that Sumerian creation myth is called the Enuma Elish. And we're talking about Mesopotamia. The Enuma Elish was found written in a language called cuneiform on 7 clay tablets by archaeologists excavating Nineveh in 1845. Okay, there was something called with the name Enuma Elish. And these are 7 clay tablets. There seems to be some type of material. So 7 tablets, and on them was in a language called cuneiform something written down. The Enuma Elish says that in the beginning the universe was made of salt waters, Mother Tiamat, sweet waters, Father. I'm just thinking, the name comes a bit familiar. Father Apsu, and a mist, their son Mumu. Okay, on these 7 clay tablets, which archaeologists have found in Nineveh in 1845, there's something written about a story of the beginning of the universe, and that the universe consisted out of salt water, which is the Mother Tiamat, the sweet waters, which is the Father Apsu, and also a mist called Mumu. M-U-M-M-U. The waters gave birth to new young rebellious gods who overthrew Apsu and Mumu. Okay, all 3 waters probably. Maybe not the mist. And these gods were rebellious, and they overthrew Apsu and Mumu. So the father and their son. Tiamat and her follower, led by a god called Kingu, were conquered by a male Babylonian god, Marduk, in a battle of powerful magic. Tiamat and her follower. Okay, Tiamat. Who's Tiamat? Mother Tiamat. The salt waters. That is written on the Mesopotamian clay tablets. There's written that the mother Tiamat, the salt water, out of which the universe consists, according to these tablets, and her follower, and these followers were led by a king called Kingu. They were conquered by a male Babylonian god, Marduk, in a battle of powerful magic. Okay, Marduk won in a battle of powerful magic against Tiamat and the people led by King Ju. The Babylonians pictured Marduk with 4 eyes and 4 ears so he could see and hear everything. Fire spurted from his mouth and halos blazed from his head. Okay, this Marduk, which won in this battle of powerful magic against Tiamat, the mother Tiamat, the one of the salt water, and the King Ju, and that male Babylonian god, Marduk, he had 4 eyes, 4 ears, and could spurt fire from his mouth. And halos were blazing from his head. Okay, Marduk became the new ruler. He made Tiamat's body into the earth and sky. He appointed gods to rule the heavens, the earth, and the air in between. Okay, whatever. What was it? What do I mean? Marduk became the new ruler. Okay, he made Tiamat's body into the earth and sky. Okay? He appointed gods to rule the heavens, the earth, and the air in between. When humans were created out of King Ju's blood, Marduk made them build a temple to himself and the other gods of Babylon. Okay, the humans were created, and Marduk ordered them to build a temple to himself and the other gods of Babylon. And every spring, Babylon was in danger of devastating flooding from the mighty rivers, Tigris and Euphrates. Historians believe that the Enuma Elish might have been acted out as a pantomime to please Marduk, so it kept order and prevented the flooding. Every spring, Babylon was in danger of devastating flooding from the mighty rivers Tigris and Euphrates. So this seems to switch again to be something about, which is not written in the clay tablets, Enuma Elish, not part of what is written on the Enuma Elish tablets. But Babylon was every spring in danger of devastating floods from the rivers Tigris and Euphrates. And there are some historians who believe that the Enuma Elish might have been acted out as a pantomime to please Marduk. The Enuma Elish, but the Enuma Elish are these 7 tablets, these clay tablets, to please Marduk so it kept order and prevented the flooding. Why should it please Marduk to have 7 clay tablets with a story written on it? But the story on it is about Marduk. Around 2100 before Christ, the Sumerians of Mesopotamia, so the Sumerians are the people of Mesopotamia. The Babylonian creation myth grew from the Sumerian creation myth. It is called the Enuma Elish. Okay, the myth about how Babylon came about is a Sumerian myth, and that was written down on the 7 clay tablets, which were found in 1845. And 4,100 years ago, did the Sumerians of Mesopotamia build a massive step temple of mud bricks called ziggurats. So that is a massive temple built out of mud ziggurats. What was it? Built a massive temple, stepped temple of mud bricks. So these are mud bricks. This is mud. They are called ziggurats, and that is a massive temple, and that is stepped. Okay, that was less about Mesopotamia, the city, than I thought. It is about the creation myth of Mesopotamia. Maybe we're keeping it steady by history. The creation myth of Mesopotamia. Okay. And the next one we're gonna come back and we're trying to sort the knowledge which we just got. We will do the standing yoga. If you participate in the standing yoga, let us sit here on this. Maybe feet standing together, everything, and then lifting the arms up. And breathe out as the arms again down. The eagle swings. We will bring the arms up. And out the arms again down. Breathe in and we're doing the police officer. Breathe in the arms up. And out, open the arms to the side. Breathe in the arms again up. And out, open them to the other side. Breathe in the arms up. Making a space between the toes and out, open again to one side. We're doing the hide and seek, playing palm tree again in, the arms up. and out, and we're sinking down into half chair. Breathe in, come up again. And out, open to the other side. Breathe in and open the arms. And out and down. Breathe in the arms again up. Open them to the side. Again in. And out the arms above the sides down. We're going down into full chair. Breathe again in and come up. And out, open them to the other side. Again in and up. Out over the sides down into full chair. Again, up again. Come high up on the tiptoes and breathe out, we're sinking down on tiptoes into full chair. Breathe in and come up again. And out again, down. And in and up again. And out. The arms down. The next one I'm practicing down to the sun god. Breathe in and push something imaginary heavy up. And out again, down. And again, push something imaginary heavy up. And out and down. Now come up on the tiptoes. Both feet. And we're pushing something heavy up. And out and down. And in and up. And out and down. And we're coming up. Out, heels down, arms down, close feet. And we're hanging down. We're doing the marmot. Breathe in, bend the right leg. And breathe out and stretch the left leg. Again, in and change. And out and stretch the right leg. Again, in and change. And out and stretch the left leg. Breathe in, both legs straight. And breathe out and down. Breathe in, lift the right hand up to the sky. Breathe out, bend the left knee, look over the right shoulder to the right hand. Breathe in, bring the hand again in. And out and down. Breathe in, lift the left arm up to the sky. Breathe out, bend the right knee, look over the left shoulder to the left hand. Breathe in, the hand again down. And out and down. We're doing the pelican. Make a hand with space between the toes. Shift the weight of the heels. Breathe in and go down. And out and come up again. Breathe in and come down again. And out and up. Make hold on the elbows and gently rock from side to side with trebuchet's counterweight. Close the feet again, come up and down. Mark your half lift halfway up with a straight back. And out and down again. Again, in, halfway up. And out and down. Breathe in, the updiving swan, bring the arms up. Back and round. Shoulder width wide apart, standing heels. The toes are pointing to the outside. And breathe out and we're sinking down into the garden pose. Place the elbows against the inside of the knees. Breathe in, straighten up. Tuck the pelvis in, breathe in. And out, come with the head first up in a straight line. Bring the arms up the sides down. Breathe again in, lift the arms up. And out, we're sinking again down into the garden pose. Elbows against the inside of the knees. Breathe in, straighten up. And out, come up in one straight line. And one more round, arms over the sides down. Breathe in, the arms up. And out and again down. Elbows against the inside of the knees. Breathe in, straighten up. And out, up, and one straight line. The arms down, close the feet. And we're doing the markhor. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Out, bring the arms down, open the chest to the sky, lean back. Draw the shoulder blades together. Breathe in, reach high over, cross the arms, intertwine the fingers. And out, reach in front, hold over back, breathe out. Again in, the arms up. Out, the arms back, draw the shoulder blades together, open the chest. Breathe again in, over, cross the arms, intertwine the fingers. Reach high. Breathe out, reach in front, hold over back. Breathe again in, lift the arms up. And out and down. We're doing the sky hugger. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Breathe out, long arms open, look up. Breathe again in, up. Out and down. Breathe in the arms up. And out the arms down, and we're ending with the eagle's wings. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And breathe out the arms down. Again, in the arms up. And out the arms down. Breathe the last time in, lift the arms up. Bring the hands to touch and lower the hands slowly down to heart center. That was first day in yoga. I thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today the Treaty of Amiens. And after we've done it, we're going to do ECU tendon training. The ECU tendon is here, and if you participate in the ECU tendon training, that's the armrest. This is by 4 or 5. We had already, the Treaty of Amiens was 1802, mainly between Britain and France, and Britain was accepting France as the French Republic after the French Revolution, or with Napoleon as the emperor, or that's what happened now a little later. And also was given up territory, but Britain could keep Ceylon and Trinidad. France was giving up Naples and Egypt, and 1 year of peace followed. Now, Napoleon used the interlude of his 1 year of peace following the Treaty of Amiens 1802 for major internal reforms, such as the promulgation of a new legal system under the Napoleonic Code, making peace with the Vatican by the Concordat, and issuing a new constitution that gave him lifetime control. So, he had 1 year of an interlude of 1 year peace, and he did major reforms. He promulgated a new legal system with a Napoleonic Code. He made peace with the Vatican, with the Concordat, and he made a new constitution, so basically a new country, in which he was for his whole life the leader. France made territory gains in Switzerland and Italy, but however, Napoleon's goal of North American empire collapsed with the failure of his army in Haiti. So he gave it up and sold the Oceania territory to the United States. I imagine the following. He had territory in the mainland United States, or what we are today. The United States already existed. He had a territory where Louisiana today is, but his main army was in Haiti, and it was fighting something else, and it failed him. And now he could not keep on his dream of a North American, North American empire, a French North American empire, and he was now where his army had lost. So selling the Louisiana territory to the United States. That's what I understand. The Democratic Republican administration of President Thomas Jefferson of the United States used British banks to fund the Louisiana Purchase, reduced the American military budget, and partly dismantled the Hamiltonian Federalist financial program. Let's read it again. That's very interesting. The Democratic Republican administration. Now, what Democratic or Republic? Maybe it was a coalition. Whatever. There was a Democratic Republican administration in the United States in 1892. The president was Thomas Jefferson, and he used British banks as how he was taking. What is it called? Lending. He was lending money from British banks. With that money, he then purchased the Louisiana territory. And it was more or less because of that necessary to reduce the American military budget. So the United States was less spending on military money, and partly dismantled the Hamiltonian Federalist financial program. Hamiltonian, so probably was the US president previously who had the name Hamilton, and he had made a Federalist financial program, whatever that means. Okay, there was also change in the United States because of it. The French West Indies, as a result of the treaty, no longer needed to use American ships to move their products to Europe. So what was it? The French West Indies, so there are West Indies, and in the Caribbean there are islands, and they are the West Indies, and to that time there seemed to be some of the French West Indies. And as a result of the treaty, they no longer needed to use American ships to move their products to Europe. So the French West Indies were shipping their goods on American ships to Europe. Although the terms of the treaty did not favor his country, British Prime Minister Henry Eddington used the interlude to rebuild British strength, so that when fighting renewed in spring 1803, the Royal Navy quickly gained control of the seas. Okay. The treaty did not favor the British. Britain was giving up most of its recent contests and was accepting Napoleon as the new ruler after the abolishing of the monarchy. These are the main things I think we heard so far. But the United Kingdom wanted the peace to enable restoration of trade with continental Europe. It also wanted to end its isolation from other powers and achieved its goal by a rapprochement with Russia, which provided the momentum to negotiate the treaty with France. Now, the British Prime Minister Henry Eddington at that time used that 1 year to rebuild the strength of the British Navy. Or just of the British troops at all. And now when the fighting resumed in 1803, the British Navy was superior and could gain control over the seas. However, the isolationist foreign policy of the United States, which was hostile to both Britain and France, was strongly opposed by the Federalist minority in Congress, came under heavy pressure from all sides. Let's do this again. However, the isolationist foreign policy of the United States, which was hostile to both Britain and France, and strongly opposed by the Federalist minority in Congress, came under heavy pressure from all sides. It was opposed by the Federalist minority. It was the Democratic Republican administration under Thomas Jefferson, and the isolationist foreign policy was opposed by the Federalist minority in Congress. And also, did Britain and France not like it? Early diplomacy is the next chapter. Let's start reading a little bit. The War of the Second Coalition started well for the coalition. That is what here ended with it. The Treaty of Amiens, what we're talking about, it marked the end of the French Revolution wars. After a short... What was it? The Treaty of Amiens marked the end of the Second Coalition, which had waged war against the revolution in France since 1798. The War of the Second Coalition started well for the coalition with success in Egypt, Italy and Germany. The success proved to be short-lived, however. After France's victories at the battles of Marengo and Hohenlinden, Austria, Russia and Naples sued for peace. Naples seemed to be its own country maybe at that time. But I heard something. And they sued for peace, with Austria eventually signing the Treaty of Lunge. Horatio Nelson's victory at the Battle of Copenhagen on the 2nd April 1801 halted the creation of a League of Armed Neutrality and led to a negotiated ceasefire. We will continue here in the next part. We will do now the ECU10 training. If you were here for history, the Treaty of Amiens, you can go directly to the next video. We will do now the ECU10 training. If you participate in the ECU10 training, what is the difference? Good and safe stand. Hands next to us, hands form to fists, and we bring these fists down the flat gate. And again up. And again down. And up. We're having 3 rules. The first rule is that we are stopping immediately as soon as there's pain. Get up. The second rule is that we're going only as fast as we can go for a little bit of effort, and last time down. And the third rule is that we're not overdoing it. That means we just want to strengthen, not to exhaust. Next exercise, we counterfight managing. Hands form to fist, and we bring the fists up. And again down. And again up. And again up. And again down. That's it. And the next exercise, I'm going to use a tennis racket. A tennis racket is light, just around 300 grams, but it has a long lever. So whatever you use, do it in accordance with all 3 rules. The first exercise, the mannequin go small arm in, and bring the arms, the hands slowly on to the side. And back over to the left side. It's slow. And one more round. Now long arm out. Side. Last time. No, no. Yeah, first one. And last one. Back in a minute. Now with a long arm. And last time. And on to the next exercise. Let's give it a second. So we're going just to the last exercise. Take a sock or a towel or whatever and press your foot pressure on it. And now bring the wrist up. And again down the wrist. Up. And that's it. So last time. So now, bring your wrist up. Hang up. Yeah, last exercise. Just press your foot first. And this was a short easy Tendon training. I think I'm not gonna next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Treaty of Amiens, and after we've done it, we're going to do shoulder impingement training. And if you participate in the shoulder impingement training, visit the office. No, this is part 8, or whatever. The War of the Second Coalition started well for the coalition, with successes in Egypt in the German War. And the coalition had successes in Egypt, Italy, and Germany. The success proved to be short-lived, however. After France's victory at the battles of Marengo and Hohenlinden, Austria, Russia, and Naples sued for peace, with Austria eventually signing the Treaty of Lunge. Okay, the Second War of the Coalition must have been around 799, 1800, starting. Went good for the coalition. This must have been Britain and Germany, Austria, maybe even Russia, Naples. But when the French had victories at Marengo and Hohenlinden, and when Austria, Russia and Naples wanted peace. And Austria signed it in the Treaty of Lunge. Horatio Nelson's victory at the Battle of Copenhagen on the 2nd April 1801 halted the creation of a League of Armed Neutrality and led to a negotiated ceasefire. Now, who is Horatio Nelson the leader of? There was a battle of his army at the Battle of Copenhagen, and that halted the creation of a League of Armed Neutrality. I don't know anything about it, but just from the title, it seems to be people who keep neutral out of his wars against France and its what is it called? Its friends, but who are armed. But they came out of a negotiated ceasefire. The French First Consul, Napoleon Bonaparte, first made true proposals to British Foreign Secretary Lord Grenville as early as 1799. Okay, Napoleon Bonaparte was the first consul in France, and he made truce proposals, not truth, they said truce proposals. So proposals to come to a ceasefire, to make peace. To the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Grenville. Lord Grenville was the British Foreign Secretary, and Henry Ellington the Prime Minister. In 1799 were these proposals done by Napoleon Bonaparte silently. Because of the hardline stance of Grenville, the British Foreign Secretary, and the Prime Minister, William Pitt the Younger, so in Britain the Prime Minister seems to have changed, now it was William Pitt the Younger, their distrust of Bonaparte and obvious defects in the proposals, they were rejected out of hand. Okay, Napoleon Bonaparte started in 1799 to make proposals to come to a ceasefire, but the British Prime Minister, William Pitt the Younger, and the British Foreign Secretary, Grenville, said no because they distrusted Napoleon, and also the problems with the proposals that they didn't work out really. However, the British Prime Minister William Pitt the Younger resigned in February 1801 over domestic issues and was replaced by the more accommodating Henry Ellington. So now Henry Ellington was Prime Minister. So first William Pitt the Younger and then Henry Ellington and Britain Prime Minister. At that point Britain was motivated by the danger of a war with Russia. And via the national goals, the United Kingdom wanted the peace to enable restoration of trade with continental Europe. It also wanted to end its isolation from other powers and achieve the goal by a rapprochement of Russia that provided the momentum to negotiate a treaty with France. And now the new Prime Minister, Henry Ellington, brought Britain now to the point where it was more motivated by the danger of a war with Russia. The Foreign Secretary now of Britain had also changed, and it was now Robert Jenkins or Lord Hawkesbury. At that point, Britain was motivated by the danger of a war with Russia. Ellington's Foreign Secretary, Robert Jenkinson, not Hawkesbury, there's a combine, there's two names, immediately opened communication with Louis Guillemot Otto, the French commissioner for prisoners of war in London, through whom Bonaparte had made his earlier proposals. Okay, immediately the new Foreign Secretary, either Robert Jenkinson or Lord Hawkesbury, started to talk to Louis Guillemot Otto, who was the French commissioner for the prisoners of war in London, and over this Louis Guillemot Otto Napoleon had made its proposals for ceasefire in the past. Hawkesbury, okay, so his name is Hawkesbury. Hawkesbury stated, of the one of the French, stated that he wanted to open discussions on terms for a peace agreement. So he said that it was a later on. Otto is the one of. Hawkesbury was the English, Otto is the French. Otto generally under detailed instructions from Bonaparte. That's interesting. Otto also engaged in negotiation with Hawkesbury in the mid-1801. Okay, so he was telling to the British people what Napoleon wanted, the leader of the French, the first consul of France, but he under-detailed it. It's interesting, because the peace lasted only for 1 year and then the Napoleon War was gone on or started for over a decade again. Unhappy with the dialogue with Otto, so with the French, the British Hawkesbury sent diplomat Anthony Merry to Paris, who opened a second line of communication with the French foreign minister. So the one line of communication for Bonaparte to Otto and then to Hawkesbury didn't work well, and the whole politic of Europe and the war and the millions of people affected by it was done over one communication line, over one two people, of which one was under detailing the proposals of one person, the middle person was doing that, and no way had the idea, and did open the second line with sending out a diplomat named Anthony Merry to Paris. And with this Anthony Merry then started to talk to the French foreign minister Charles Maurice de Talleyrand-Peyraud. By mid-September, written negotiations had progressed to the point that Hawkesbury and Otto met to draft a preliminary agreement. Okay, mid-September, when did it all started? We don't know. Pitt resigned in February. Immediately did it start. Okay, they needed around 8 months to come to the point. After 8 months, now they signed the preliminary agreement in London, which was published the next day. Okay, one first agreement of this treaty of, and we're reading it in French. We have 3 articles in, and the voice keeps going. I can do a fourth one. All they said so far is yes, these are big decisions, but what was said, I mentioned in the last part, that Britain gives up its territories is a recent conquest, but it can't keep Ceylon and Trinidad. Yes, these are important things, but why does it need 8 months? Now we want to find it really out, so we actually have to go deeper in than just reading about the Treaty of Amiens, and in French we are reading the real Treaty of Amiens in English and French, and we even have to go more into the subject. Are there protocols somewhere, maybe? How do we know that? That is the question. How Otto under-detailed it? How do we know it? Is that the opinion of one of the persons said in a diary, or are there protocols of what was said actually? Maybe by Napoleon, what was sent on, what then by the middleman, by the middleperson Otto was under-detailed, and then what came on. Now we want to have these details. No, I completely actually forgot the time. Now that was then signed. But we know that this is only the preliminary agreement. I don't know about preliminary, but it was only the preliminary agreement, and we know that the real one lasted for only 1 year. That's not really much shorter than it needed to negotiate it. Now, we will do now a short impingement training. If you were here for history, the training of me, you can go directly to the next video. We will do now what are we going to do? We don't short impingement training. If you participate in the short impingement training, that's the Olmecs. Go to the stated stance, and we're doing shoulder circles, forward, down, back, up, in front, down. And now backwards, in front, up, back, and down. And in front, up, back, and down. For 7 months, February until September, 7 months. And now we're doing the next exercise. We're doing the world lifter. Go to the stance, long arms, strong fists, and we're bringing these arms. Now first press down together, and return these arms to the inside. Now the arms to the outside, shoulders down, hands together. And the arms again down, shoulders down, hands together. Arms to the outside, shoulders down. And release. Something similar. Arms to the outside, hands front to fists, everything in front. Have the arms in front, shoulders down, hands together. and arms again back. Shoulders up, hands in front. And again, the arms front, shoulders down. And the last time the arms back, shoulders up, head in front. And release. And the next exercise, we are doing the shrug. The arms up, shrug, shoulders up. This is all down again. If this exercise causes pain or any other one, then don't do it. Again, the arms up, shoulders up, and again down. Again, the arms up, shoulders up, and all down. And next exercise. It's plastic curl. Arms together, down, to the outside. And down, and together, down, and together. And the last time together. Now we're doing the sundial. You can use also a tennis ball or something else. Have the long arm at the outside, and fall down, and try to catch it again. And now stretching. One arm in front, shoulders back and down. Pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm, go a bit back with the shoulder, and open the palm a bit up to the sky. And the other arm in front, shoulders back and down, pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm, go a bit back with the shoulder, and turn the palm a bit up to the sky. Okay, that was the short impingement training. Now I think, of course, the posts, the letter sending had take some time. But with the negotiation, it is not the negotiation taking the time. It is that the demands of the negotiations are changing based on other things which are changing in the whole world. It's not that we're sitting there on a table and saying yes, no, yes, no, yes, no for 8 months. It's just that we are having these proposals, and only if the conditions surrounding, maybe in a completely different country, are changing, but when their demands are changing and when it becomes movement into the negotiations. Inside of the negotiations themselves, nothing happens. It's just that we're waiting a couple of months and another battle had happened and maybe another politician is there, no, new prime minister, new foreign secretary, in whatever country, and that changes the whole conditions of the negotiation, and now the negotiations can go a step further. So it's not that the negotiations does the process, it's just that the whole world surrounding changes a bit, and now the negotiation also changes a little bit with it. I don't know. I thank you very much, and until the next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history today, Mesopotamia, and after we've done it, we're going to do standing leg stretching. And if you participate in the standing leg stretching, let's set your risk. Now, we had that in the last part, and these were a little bit different informations than we expected. And now we want to go over them and look what we have here. Now, this was mostly an explanation what was written on 7 clay tablets which were found in 1845 in Nineveh. And on these 7 clay tablets, there's a story written down. And this story tells the origin in a mythological way of Mesopotamia. Now, what we basically want to do is to learn this myth of the origin of the creation myth of Mesopotamia. Myths from the Middle East are the oldest recorded by mythology in the world, dating from 2560. So if someone asks, what are the oldest myths recorded? These are the ones from the Middle East, 2500 before Christ. The Babylonian creation myth grew from the Sumerian creation myth. It is called the Enuma Elish. Okay, that is the Babylonian creation myth, and where comes from Mesopotamia now. The Babylonian creation myth is called Enuma Elish. The Enuma Elish was found written in a language called cuneiform on 7 clay tablets by archaeologists excavating Nineveh in Anno Domini 1845. The Enuma Elish says that in the beginning the universe was made of salt waters, Mother Tiamat, sweet waters, Father Apsu, and a mist, their son Mumu. The waters gave birth to new young rebellious gods who overthrew Apsu and Mumu. Tiamat and her followers, led by a god called King Ju, were conquered by a male Babylonian god, Marduk, in a battle of powerful magic. The Babylonians pictured Marduk with 4 eyes and 4 ears, so he could see and hear everything. Fire spurted from his mouth and a loose blazed from his hand. Marduk became the new ruler. He made Tiamat's body into the earth and sky. He appointed gods to rule the heavens, the earth, and the air in between. Humans were created out of King Ju's blood. Marduk made them build a temple to himself and the other gods at Babylon. Every spring, Babylon was in danger of devastating flooding from the mighty rivers Tigris and Euphrates. Historians believe that the Enuma Elish might have been acted out as a pantomime to please Marduk, so he kept order and prevented the flooding. Okay, I think I get it. What was meant with the last part here. These people of Babylon, they had this creation myth which is called Enuma Elish, and now following this myth, they said, hey, let's build this temple. Around 2100 before Christ, the Sumerians of Mesopotamia built massive stepped temples of mud bricks called ziggurats. Okay, it are the Sumerians, and they are living in Mesopotamia. And who are now the Babylonians? The Babylonian creation myth grew from the Sumerian creation myth. It is called the Enuma Elish. The Babylonian creation myth is the Enuma Elish. And the Enuma Elish was written in... And the Enuma Elish tells the myth after which the Sumerians built in Mesopotamia the massive temples. Mesopotamia is a country. Babylon is also a region or a city, and they are living the Babylonians. The Sumerians are living in Mesopotamia. And where do the Babylonians live? Babylon was in danger of devastating flooding from the mighty rivers Tigris and Euphrates. Historians believe that the Enuma Elish might have been acted out as a pantomime to please Marduk, so he kept order and prevented the flooding. So in Babylon, the Babylonians built the temple. Here is written, the Sumerians of Mesopotamia built massive temples. The Babylonians and the Sumerians are the same. The Babylonian creation myth grew from the Sumerian creation myth. That's actually a big problem. I don't know who the Babylonians and who the Sumerians are. Are they the same people? It would be possible. Mesopotamia is the big region, and they are living the Sumerians, and Babylon is a city, and they are living the Babylonians. But all Babylonians are Sumerians, but not all Sumerians are Babylonians. Like all New Yorker are United States American citizens, or they are United Americans, but not all Americans are New Yorker. I'm going to stay with it. That's the thing that makes sense to me. We're going to say it like that. Mesopotamia is the whole region, in that are living the Sumerians. Babylon is a city, and they're living the Babylonians. And the Babylonians are part of Mesopotamia and are also Sumerians, but they are Babylonians. And now we're going to stay with it in mind while we keep reading on and look if we find something contradicting to that, and if it makes continuously sense. Okay, let's try to learn this Mesopotamian Babylonian creation myth called Enuma Elish. Because we want to make a little presentation, and where we want to say what the Enuma Elish legend is. Maybe we're going to say just the legend, we don't have to say if it's the Babylonian or the Sumerian or the Mesopotamian creation myth. Okay, we're starting with the data. These are basically the hardest ones to remember. This whole mythology of 2500 before Christ, so 4,500 years ago, is the whole background. Okay. And there is the Enuma Elish, and that is the legend of the creation of Babylon, but also partly of Sumerian. Of the Sumerians or of Sumerian, and the whole thing is a Mesopotamian. And this Enuma Elish written down the origin story of Babylon and also the whole Sumerian people in Mesopotamia is written in a language called cuneiform and was found on 7 clay tablets in Nineveh in 1845. Okay, in 1845, archaeologists found 7 clay tablets, and on them was in the Koine language the Enuma Elish myth written, and that is a myth about how the Babylonian people came about, which is the myth about the origin of Babylon. Now, this myth tells that there were 3 people, and with that we're going to end. The salt water, the sweet water, and the mist. Salt water was Mother Tiamat, sweet water Father Apsu, and the mist the sun Mumu. Tiamat, Apsu, and Mumu. With that we're going to end. If you're here for history, you can go directly to the next part. We will do now the standing leg stretching. If you participate in the standing leg stretching, we'll set your own risk. We're starting with the crane, bring one leg up, and we're pointing the foot down. Now bring the other leg up and point the foot down. Take again the leg at the ankle. Make it straight back and bring the knee down to the floor so it's actually stretching the quad muscles. And the other leg. Straight back and the knee down to the floor. And the next exercise, the garden gnaw. Heel onto the ground, pull the toes in, and move the leg from left to right. And the other heel onto the ground, pull the toes in, and move the leg from left to right. And we're doing the chain bar. Hold one side, the toes are pointing forward, and stretching the inner side of the leg. And over to the other side. The toes are pointing forward and we're stretching the inner side of the leg. And we're doing the next exercise, the Niagara Falls, legs wide apart, and we're hanging down. And this is a leg stretch, so we're not trying to come deeper down. We're just helping to stretch by breathing deep in through the nose into the chest, and by breathing out through the mouth. And again in. And out. And again in. And out we count over to one leg. Breathe again. And out over to the other side. Breathe again. And out into the middle. And we're doing the salto animo. Bring the feet together and keep on hanging down. So breathe again in. And out. Again in. And now we come slowly with a roll back up and making it between the backwards. Shoulder. And we're ending with a high cast hilltop stretch. Heel onto the ground and pull the toes in. Bring the foot to the left and pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. Into the middle, pull the toes in, and move the leg from left to right. The other heel onto the ground, pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. To the left and pull the toes in. To the middle, pull the toes in, move the leg from left to right. And let's end with a trunk ignite. Have the breathing in, going down. And breathe out. Again in. And out. And last one, breathe in. Out. Breathe in, cross the legs. And out. That was standing leg stretching. I thank you very much, and at the next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history today in Mesopotamia. And after we've done that, we're gonna do ECU tendon training. The ECU tendon is here, and if you participate in the ECU tendon training, that's at your own risk. Now this is part 4 or 5, so we want to prepare now our presentation about the Enuma Elish. That is the creation myth of city Babylon in which the Babylonians are living, which are part of a whole group of the Sumerians which are living in Mesopotamia. But we don't really understand it. Okay, Enuma Elish, found 1845 in Nineveh. 7 clay tablets, and on them a story is written about the creation of Babylon. And it talks about 3 people. There is Mother Tiamat, that is the salt water. Mother Tiamat is the salt water, and the sweet water is Father Apsu. And then also the mist, that is their son Mumu. And the waters gave birth to new young rebellious gods, and they overthrew the Apsu and Mumu. The mother Tiamat fought together with King Ju, but they lost against the Marduk in a battle of powerful magic. Okay, Marduk, a Babylonian god, won against Tiamat and another god, King Ju. And this Marduk was pictured as someone with 4 eyes and 4 ears, so he could see and hear everything. And fire was spurting from his mouth, and Helus blazed from his head. Marduk became, after the winning about Mother Tiamat and King Ju, the new ruler, and he made Tiamat's body into earth and sky. Tiamat's body into earth and sky, and out of King Ju's blood he created humans. He appointed also gods to rule the heavens, earth, and the air. And the humans were then forced by Marduk, who were made out of King Ju's blood, to build a temple to him and the other gods of Babylon. And now I don't get the next part. Every spring, Babylon was in danger of devastating flooding from the mighty rivers Tigris and Euphrates. Historians believe that the Enuma Elish might have been acted out as a pantomime to please Marduk, so he kept order and prevented the flooding. Do they mean they played within a theatre, this Enuma Elish? And the Sumerians also built these massive temples. Okay, but that is not part of this Enuma Elish. Now that is what I just said, all the Enuma Elish. In the next part we try to do it as a presentation, as a separate video, where we're going to tell what we learned about the Enuma Elish. Now we're going to do the ECU tendon training. If you're here for history or the part about the series about Mesopotamia, you can go directly to the next video. We will do now the ECU tendon training. If you participate in the ECU tendon training, that's something on this. Go to stable stance and the arms next to us, hands on the fist, and we bring the fists down the flat gate. And again out. Down. And now the counterfight mind check. Fists and bring them up. And then bring them again down. We have 3 rules. The first rule is we're stopping immediately as soon as there's pain. The second rule is we're going only as fast as we can cover a little bit of effort. And the third rule is we're not overdoing it. We just want to strengthen, not to exhaust. And I'm going to use no tennis racket. A tennis racket is light, just around 300 grams, so whatever you use, do it in accordance with all 3 rules. We're doing the money can equal. Elbow in, take the lower arm, go slowly up towards. Now it up. Now with long arm out. Now changing with the other arm. Elbow in, take the other arm, goes for the turns. And now with the long arm out. Now take the racket from the top, the house sword. Bring the racket up. In. Go. And in. Now have the palm up, foot spacing. We're doing the garbage trucks grabber. Over. Okay. In the field. Now again with palm facing upwards. And the last two exercises. You can also use a towel or a t-shirt. Press with good force outlet and bring your wrist up. And with your leg. Press and bring. Where is that? And the last exercise, just press with good force on it. And that was ECU Tendon training. I thank you very much and next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history today, the Han Dynasty, and after we've done it, we're going to do leg stretching, standing leg stretching, and if you participate in the standing leg stretching, then it's with the Olmecs. The Han Dynasty. In the year 210 before Christ, so 2200 years ago, the small Han kingdom was ruled over by Liu Bang. So we're talking about China as well. The small Han kingdom was ruled over by Liu Bang. Liu Bang was a poor villager who had come to power as the Qin Empire broke down. Okay, around 2200 years ago there was the Qin Empire, and then another empire, the small kingdom, Han, was there, and it was ruled by Liu Bang. Liu Bang was the ruler of the Han kingdom, which was ruled by Liu Bang. In 2006, 4 years later, before Christ, Liu Bang led an army on the Qin capital, Xiangyang. He looted Huangji's tomb and burned the city and the library containing the books Huangji had banned, the only existing copies. Okay, Liu Bang was a poor villager around 210, and when he came to power as the Qin Empire had broke down and he was the ruler of the Han kingdom. When in the year 206, Liu Bang and his army got into the city of Xiangjing, the capital of Qin, and they looted the tomb of Huangji and burned all the city and the library, also the books which Liu Bang had banned, and these were the only existing copies. Then 4 years later, 202 before Christ, Liu Bang proclaimed himself to be the first Han emperor and took the name Gaozu. Liu Bang, after he had been a poor villager and was the leader of the ruler of the small Han kingdom, had won with his army over the Qin Empire, and they burned the city down, also with the library of Huangji. And then 202 he proclaimed himself to be the emperor, the first Han emperor. Now we're having the Han Dynasty. And when he took the name Gaozu. Under Han, then did China became as large and powerful as the Roman Empire. Art and science thrived. Chinese people still sometimes call themselves Han. Okay, there seem to be some people who call themselves Han. And the other thing is, the Han Empire grew and it got large and powerful as the size of the Roman Empire. And also arts and sciences thrived. Under Wuji, then 100 years later, 140 before Christ, Han China reached its peak. Okay, during the Han Dynasty, there was the Han China, and around 100 before Christ, it reached its peak with Han China, which had come about after the breaking down of the Qin Empire. The leader of the Qin Empire, probably, we don't know exactly, Xin Zhuang's tomb was looted and his library with the books he had banned, and Liu Bang, who was previously a poor villager, had become the ruler of the Han Empire and then proclaiming himself 202, the Han Emperor, with the name Gaozu. And under Wuji, it reached then its peak, the Han Empire. Han cities were huge, crowded and beautiful, and craftsmen made many exquisite things from wood, paint, and silk. Sadly, many of these lovely objects were destroyed when Han rule ended. Okay. Arts and science thrived during the Han Dynasty in the Han Empire, as big as the Roman Empire was it. And there were crowded and beautiful cities, and there were many craftspeople, and they were doing exquisite things from wood, and they painted and they did things with silk. But many of these objects, 2000 years ago, are destroyed and don't exist anymore. Silk, jade, and horses were traded along the Silk Route, which wound through Asia as far as the Roman Empire. Okay, silk, a white cloth basically, but that's made from moss. It's a white cloth, and jade, that is a stone, I think a green stone, and also horses, so animals. They were traded along the Silk Route, which stretches from Asia to the Roman Empire. So here from Asia up to the Roman Empire. Han emperors tried to recover the lost writings and revive the teaching of Confucius. Public officials became scholars, and in 165 before Christ, the first exams for entry into public service were held. Okay. During the time of the Han Dynasty, there were people to try to get the teachings and writings of Confucius. Confucius was a philosopher, and he had written lots of stories, and these stories that he tell how people, some morals, some stories, sometimes pretty directly how people should probably, after his ideas, live, but also longer stories. And they tried to study them and to revive and to get these lost writings and to examine them and try to learn from them how to live. And public officials became scholars. And from 165 onwards before Christ, they had to do exams before they got into public service. About 50 after Christ, Buddhist missionaries reached China. Okay, there were Buddhistic missionaries coming, and so the meaning that the ancient China during the Han Dynasty, a distant part, became Buddhistic. By the year 200, the Han emperors were weakened by the ambitious wives and eunuchs, guardians, rebellions by a group called the Yellow Turbans. Combined with the text by, I just read about them quite a lot. Rebellions by a group called the Yellow Turbans, combined with the text by warriors from the north, brought the empire down. So around 350, 400 years it existed. And then from the north, people were attacking, and the Yellow Turbans, also a group, they brought the empire more or less down. Okay, that is the Han Dynasty. We will do at some time a following part. It's maybe not a very successively part, but we will do a following part. I'm only going to go over it again, and we are working on that presentation, so that we're able to save it all in one little presentation down. Now for now, but it is enough. If you were here for history and the Han Dynasty, then you can go directly to the next part. We will do now the leg stretching. If you participate in the leg stretching, that is better the arms. And we're starting with a mushroom, bringing one leg and then pointing the foot down. I'll take the foot at the ankle, make a straight back, and I'll point with the knee down to the floor. Now the other leg. Point the foot down, and take the leg at the ankle, make a straight back, and bring the knee down to the floor, crane. Now we're going to do the garden gnome. When the heel onto the ground, pull the toes in and move the leg from left to right. Now the other leg onto the ground, with the heel, pull the toes in and move the leg from left to right. Now we're doing the chain stop. We're going to the inside, the toes are pointing forward, and we're stretching the inner side of the leg. And out to the other side. Toes are pointing forward and stitching the inner side of the leg. And now we're doing the Niagara Falls. Legs wide apart, and we're breathing in, and out, and we're hanging down. We only have to come deeper down by breathing deep in through the nose into the chest, and by breathing out from the mouth. Again in, and out. Again in, and out. Again in, and out we go over to one leg. Breathe again in, and out over to the other leg. Breathe again in, out into the middle, and we're doing the Salto Angelo. Bring the feet together and we keep on hanging down. Breathe again in, and out. Again in, and out. And the last time in, and out. We're coming slowly with the long back up, making it top and backwards, shoulder roll. And now we're doing the hiker's hilltop stretch. heel onto the ground, pull the toes again in. Then move foot to the left and pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. Into the middle and pull the toes in. Now move the leg again from left to right. Now the other heel onto the ground, pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. To the left and pull the toes in. Middle and move the leg from left to right. And we're ending with a trunk igniter. We'll be bringing them down. And out. Again in. Out. Again in. Out. And the last one, breathe in. Out. Breathe in, close the legs. And out. That was the standing Neckstretching. I thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history today with Treaty of Amiens, and after we're done with it, we're gonna do standing leg stretching. And if you participate in the standing leg stretching, then it's valid your armrest. And this is about war. The French First Council, this is part 7-8 or whatever. The French First Council, Napoleon Bonaparte, first made truce proposals to British Foreign Secretary Lord Grenville as early as 1799. Because of the hardline stance of Grenville and the Prime Minister William Pitt the Younger, their distrust of Bonaparte and obvious defects in the proposals, they were rejected out of hand. However, Pitt, the British Prime Minister, resigned in February 1801 over domestic issues and was replaced by the more accommodating Henry Ellington. At that point, Britain was motivated by the danger of a war with Russia. Ellington's, so the new British Prime Minister, Ellington's Foreign Secretary, Robert Jenkins, Lord Hawkesbury, immediately opened communications with Lord Guillemot Otto, the French commissionary for prisoners of war in London, through whom Bonaparte had made his earlier proposals. Hawkesbury, so the British one, stated that he wanted to open discussions on terms for a peace agreement. Otto, the French one, generally under detailed instructions from Bonaparte, engaged in negotiations with Hawkesbury in the mid-1801. Unhappy with the dialogue with Otto, Hawkesbury sent diplomat Anthony Merry to Paris, who opened a second line of communication with the French Foreign Minister, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand-Perregaux. By mid-September, written negotiations had progressed to the point that Hawkesbury and Otto, so Hawkesbury the British and Otto the French, met to draft a preliminary agreement. On the 30th of September, they signed the preliminary agreement in London, which was published the next day. And now the new things. The terms of a preliminary agreement, so signed by the British, Hawkesbury, and the Otto the French one. Agreement required Britain to restore most of the French colonial possessions that it had captured since 1794. Okay, the things which Britain had conquered, or what is the term? Possessed by the French colonies, which Britain has taken over the previous decade, had to give back. They had to evacuate Malta and to withdraw from other occupied Mediterranean ports. Malta was to be restored to the Order of St. John, whose sovereignty was to be guaranteed by one or more powers, to be determined at the final peace. I don't know how the Order of St. John is. Maybe that is, I don't know what it is. Okay, whatever, Malta had to be given back by Britain to France. France was to restore Egypt to Ottoman control. The Ottoman Empire is not part of the agreement here. Just France, Spain, Netherlands, and Britain. Okay, France had to give Egypt to the Ottoman Empire. France had also to withdraw from most of the Italian peninsula and to agree to preserve Portuguese sovereignty. Okay, the British people had to give, or the British country had to give up Malta and the other French colonies which Britain had got possession of in the last decade. France had to restore Egypt to the Ottoman Empire and also to withdraw from Italy and to agree to the sovereignty of Portugal. Ceylon, today's Sri Lanka, south of India, Ceylon, previously a Dutch territory, was to remain with the British. Okay, Ceylon was Dutch, but then the British had conquered it and the British people could keep it. And Newfoundland fishery rights were to be restored to the pre-war status. I don't know where Newfoundland is. Okay, Newfoundland fishery rights were to be restored to their pre-war status. Britain was also to recognize the Seven Islands Republic, wherever they are, established by France on the Ionian Islands. Okay, so they are in Greek. But they're now part of Greek. Britain was to recognize the Seven Island Republic. Okay, in Greek there was a region called the Seven Islands Republic. No, a country with the name Seven Islands Republic. And they were part of these Ionian Islands in the Mediterranean Sea, which are today Greek. And Britain had to give them to themselves back. Maybe under control of France. But they're today Greek. Both sides were to be allowed access to the outposts of the Cape of Good Hope. Okay, France and British ships could drive to South Africa, to the Cape of Good Hope. And in a blow to Spain, the preliminary agreement included a secret clause. Oh yes, it was just between the British and the French, between Hawkesbury and Otto. So this is not the final Treaty of Amiens in which the Netherlands had signed. The Spanish people had signed. And in a blow to Spain, the preliminary agreement included a secret clause in which Trinidad was to remain with Britain. Trinidad is in the Caribbean. This is here also written. Britain retained Ceylon and Trinidad. Okay. Spain would finally recover the island of Menorca. What does recover mean? They get it back. Was finally recover the island of Menorca. Okay, that's an island in the Mediterranean Sea also. News of the signing was greeted across Europe with joy. The celebration of peace, the pamphlets, poems, and odes proliferated in French, English, German, and other languages. Actors happily depicted the treaty at dinner theatres, vaudeville, and the legitimate state. In Britain were the illuminations and fireworks. Peace, it was fought in Britain, would lead to the withdrawal of the income tax imposed by Pitt, a reduction of grain prices, and a revival of markets. Now we're starting with the first acts. Now the signing of this preliminary deal was greeted with great joy in all Europe. And it was a celebration of peace, and which was done in pamphlets. I don't know really what it are, but it must be something written down, but in poems and in odes. And that was done in many different languages, in French, English, and German, and also other ones. Okay, the whole culture was then a celebration scene of this preliminary agreement of the Treaty of Amiens. Actors happily depicted the treaty at dinner theatres, vaudeville, and the legitimate state, so people were doing theatre work about it. In Britain there were illuminations and fireworks. There was actually partying in Britain about it. Peace, it was fought in Britain, would lead to the withdrawal of the income tax imposed by Pitt. That means there was an income tax imposed in Britain in the time 1801. Maybe it was previously also there, and it was imposed, but it was not reinstated. But it's interesting. A reduction of grain prices was thought about and a revival of markets. But maybe that didn't even happen. Peace, it was fought in Britain, would lead to a withdrawal of the income tax, reduction of grain prices, and a revival of markets. But as we have read here previously, the British Prime Minister Henry used the interlude of the Treaty of Amiens because this whole peace lasted only for 1 year, and then became a decade of very brutal war. Now, the British Prime Minister Henry Eddington used the interlude to rebuild British strength, so that when fighting renewed in spring 1803, the Royal Navy quickly gained control of the seas. So I guess now, I don't know, but the income tax was introduced under Eddington first. Now, who was it now? Under Pitt, the previous Prime Minister, because of the war costs. The people now thought with the Treaty of Amiens, the cost would come down. The income tax was taken back because the war wasn't happening anymore. But the income tax stayed, and the time was then used of this 1 year to build up the military strength to be ready for the next decade of war, as it then actually happened. And the people thought also would lead to a reduction of grain prices. I could think that actually happened. And a revival of markets that will be independent of everything. Okay, that was now the early diplomacy part. In the next part we're having final negotiations. Now we're going to do, what are we doing? Standing leg stretching. Now if you're here for history, you can go directly to the next part. We will do no standing leg stretching. If you participate in the standing leg stretching, then it's We're bringing one leg up and we're putting the foot down, the mushroom. Now take the other leg and point the foot down. Take again one leg as the ankle and point the foot down. Make a straight leg and point the foot down. The crane. And take the other ankle. Make a straight back. Point the knee down to the floor. Now the garden gnome. One heel onto the ground and pull the toes in and move the leg from left to right. Then back and forth. The other heel into the ground, pull the toes in and move the leg from left to right. And now we're doing the chain stop. Going over to one side and we're pointing the toes forward and stretching the other side of the leg. And again over to the other side. Toes pointing forward. And now we're doing Niagara Falls. Legs wide apart, we're breathing in. And breathe out and we're hanging down. This is a leg stretch. So we're just breathing in from the nose to the chest. And out from the mouth. And breathe it in. And out. And in. And out we go over to one leg. Breathe again in. And breathe out over to the other leg. Breathe again in. And out we go into the middle. And now we're trying as a little interlude. The one who tried not to look too obvious. So make the legs shoulder wide apart and pull a bit down. But again, this is a leg stretch, not a back stretch. So carefully. And we're going over to the side to Angelo. Close the feet together and just hang down. And breathe in. And out. And in. And out we come slowly up with a round back. Waking at the top and back with shoulder around. And now we're ending, or almost, with a hiker's hilltop stretch. We heel onto the ground and pull the toes in. Bring the foot to the left and pull the toes in. The foot to the right and pull the toes in. Foot into the middle, pull the toes in, move the leg from left to right. Now the other heel onto the ground, pull the toes in. Bring the foot to the right and pull the toes in. Bring the foot to the left and pull the toes in. Foot in the middle and move the leg from left to right. And now we're ending with a trunk ignite. Breathe in, legs wide apart. And breathe out. Out. And last one, breathe in. Out. And close the legs. And out. That was the standing and leg stretching. I think very much in the next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, Mesopotamia, and after we've done it, we're gonna do stretching. And if you participate in the stretching, then it's better at your own risk. And this is already part 4 or something. Now we want to concentrate now on to the Enuma Elish, and we want to prepare a presentation about it. So just to be able to short say what the Enuma Elish is. The Enuma Elish was found in the year 1845 in Nineveh by archaeologists. It was written in the language cuneiform on 7 clay tablets. And on it is written the origin myth of Babylon. And this Enuma Elish, the creation myth of Babylon, tells that there is the salt water, Mother Tiamat, the salt water, Tiamat, and also the sweet water, Father Apsu, Tiamat, Apsu, and also the mist, Mu, their sun, Mu. Mother Tiamat, Father Apsu, and their son, Mu, the mist. Salt water, sweet water, mist. The waters gave birth to new rebellious gods, and fighting happened, or they overthrew Apsu and Mu. And Tiamat, fighting together with another god, King Zhu, were overthrown by Marduk in a battle of powerful magic. King Zhu and Tiamat lost in a battle of powerful magic against Marduk, a Babylonian god, against Marduk. And Marduk should have, or is said to have, the appearance of having 4 eyes and 4 ears. Eyes and ears. 4 eyes, 4 ears. So you could see and hear everything, 4 eyes, 4 ears. And fire spurting from his mouth. And Toulouse, I don't know what Toulouse blazed from his head. Fire spurting from his mouth and Toulouse from his head, 4 eyes, 4 ears, so he could see everything. Marduk fighting against Tiamat and King Zhu, another god. Marduk won in the battle of powerful magic, and Mother Tiamat's body, the salt water, was becoming earth and sky. He made it out of it. He appointed gods to rule the heavens, the earth, and the air in between. Humans were created and when he created out of King Zhu's blood, so that's why King Zhu's about. Now we don't know what happened to Apsu. He was overthrown together with Mu by young rebellious gods whom the water have given birth to. Now humans were created out of King Zhu's blood. Okay. Now we could say Marduk made them build a temple for humans to himself and the other gods of Babylon, but I don't really know how it fits in the story. At that place, what happens. But we could say something else then. And this story of Enoma Elish, Marduk made the humans then build a temple to himself and the other gods whom he had appointed to rule the heaven, the earth, and the air in between. Heaven, earth, and air between. Heaven, air, and earth. And it is said, or it is believed, that maybe the Babylonians, yes, I would say the Babylonians, acted out in a theatrical way, in pantomime, this story of Enoma Elish to please Marduk, that he prevents the flooding from which the city Babylon was threatened through the Tigris of boyfriend. I think that's pretty good. Now the question is, am I able to say it? No. I need another part of preparation. Now let's go over it again, and then in the next part we try to save it in a presentation in a separate video. 1845, in Nineveh, archaeologists found 7 clay tablets. In the language cuneiform was written the legend of Enoma Elish, the creation myth of Babylon. And it tells of Mother Tiamat, the salt waters, the sweet waters, Father Apsu, and their son, Omu, the mist. Now, yes, they gave birth to new rebellious gods. They gave birth to new rebellious gods, and they overthrew Apsu and Mumu. And now Tiamat was fighting together with another god, King Zhu, but in a battle of powerful magic, they were overthrown by Marduk, another Babylonian god. And Marduk, he had 4 ears, 4 eyes, and fire spurting from his mouth and blazing from his head. And he won, and he made Tiamat's body to the earth, into earth and sky. Into earth and sky. And out of King Zhu's blood he made the humans, and he made the humans build a temple to himself and the other gods whom he had appointed to rule the earth, the sky, and the air in between. And it is believed by some historians that the Babylonians were from time to time acting out this story of the Enoma Elish, the creation myth of Babylon, in pantomimes in a theatrical way to please Marduk, so that this threatening floods from the Tigris of Euphrates to rivers in which between the Babylonian city lies were prevented. Okay, we're going to try to do it in the next video, to history of Mesopotamia. So if you're here for that, you can go directly to the next video of history and Mesopotamia. We will do now the stretching. If you participate in the stretching, then it's at your own risk. Good and safe state. And we're doing forward shoulder circuits. Down, back, up, in front, and down. Last line. And now backwards. And now breathe in and lift your shoulders up. And breathe out, let them fall down. Breathe again and lift your shoulders up. And breathe out, let them fall down. Breathe in, lift the shoulders up. Breathe out, let them fall down. Again in. Now the upper back up. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And reach high to one side always. And pretend to take an apple hanging high on the apple branch. Turn it a bit around. And then do flip it out. Last two. And now we're doing the shift down. Arms up to a T, legs wide apart, breathing. And out, shifting out to one side, just with the upper part of the body. Breathing in into the middle. And out over to the other side. Again in. Out. Again in. Out. Again in. And out, we're leaning onto our knees. And now within. And out, we bring in one shoulder in front. Breathing in the shoulder back. And out the upper one in front. Breathing the shoulder back. Out the upper one in front. And out. Breathing the shoulder back. And out and hanging down. And now breathe in. And out we go over to the leg. Breathing in. And out over to the other leg. Breathing in. Out into the middle. Breathe in. And out we're coming slowly with the front back up and making it top and backwards. Short it up. Now we're going to pose with us going to the outside, where we can only have space between the heels. Breathe in and lift the arms up. And breathe out, and we're sinking down and pressing elbows against the inside of our knees. Now we're going to straighten the back. And breathe out, and coming with the back up. Breathing again. And out we come down. Breathe in straight up the back. Out again, the back up. Breathe again. And up and down. Breathe in straight up the back. And breathe out, we're coming slowly in one straight line upwards. Now we're doing the seahorse pose. Onward standing leg, the other leg with heel of standing, of a knee of standing leg, breathe in. Do it only if you can do it without injuring yourself, and breathe out and sink down. 1845, cuneiform, some clay tablets, Nini Vili. And salt water, Mavatiamat, sweet water, Fa'apsu, mist, sun, moon. And they gave birth to rebellious young gods, changing the neck. And Tiamat was finally together with King Ju against Marduk. Marduk, 4 eyes, 4 ears, fire spurting from his mouth, and balloons blazing whatever from his head. I'll be coming up, and legs wide apart, and repeat again. Out. In. Out. Then close for legs. And out. And he won. Out of body of Mother Tiamat, he made the earth and the sky. Out of blood of King Ju humans, he made the humans build a temple to himself and the other gods whom he had appointed to rule the heaven, the earth and the sky in between. And historians believe that there are sometimes pantomimes acted out in Babylon and when acting this anime English story to please Marduk so that he prevents these floodings which threatened Babylon lying between Tigris and Euphrates Tigris. Now, that was the history part. That was not a stretching. I thank you very much. Until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today in Mesopotamia. And after you've done that, we're going to do standing leg stretching. And if you participate in the standing leg stretching, then it's better your own risk. Now, this is already part 5 or 6. And now we try to do the presentation of what we learned about the Enuma Elish. Enuma Elish is a creation myth of Babylon. And Babylon seems to lie in the region where Mesopotamia is. Okay, the Enuma Elish. It was found on 7 clay tablets in Nineveh, 1845, written in the language cuneiform, and it tells the creation myth of Babylon. And there is Mother Tiamat, the salt water, Father Apsu, the sweet water, and the mist Mumu. Absolute Mumu gave birth to young, or waters gave birth to young rebellious gods who overthrew Absolute Mumu. Mother Tiamat, the salt water, was fighting together with another god, King Ju, against Marduk, a powerful god. Yes, we can say powerful, in a battle of powerful magic. And Marduk had 4 eyes, 4 ears, balloons, whatever called, halos blazing from his head, and fire spitting from mouth, and halos. It's called halos. I don't know what it is. Fire spitting from mouth and halos blazing from the head. And Marduk won. Out of the body of Tiamat, he made earth and sky. Out of the blood of King Ju, the humans. And he appointed God to rule between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth and also the air in between. And he made the humans build a temple for himself and the other gods whom he appointed to rule the heaven, the earth and the air in between. And it is believed that the people of Babylon made some pantomimes acted in the theater way out the story of his Enuma Elish to please Marduk, so that these floodings which happened to flatten Babylon every year of a blood time through the rivers Tigris and the Euphrates, in which middle Babylon was lying. We can say it a little more less complex. Okay, that is what it is here. I have a second camera. We're going to start it now. Let's try it. Enuma Elish. Enuma Elish is the creation myth of Babylon. It was found in the year 1845 by archaeologists in Nineveh, and it was written in the language cuneiform. Now, this creation myth Enuma Elish tells the story of Babylon, this creation myth, how it was created. And it tells that there is Mother Tiamat, and she is the salt water, and then there is Father Apsu, and he is the sweet water, and then there's the mist, that is their son Apsu. Mother Tiamat and Father Apsu gave birth to other rebellious young gods, and then also fighting happened between Mother Tiamat, and she was fighting together then with another god, King Ju, against Marduk. And that happened in a battle of powerful magic. And now Marduk won, and he made now the body of Mother Tiamat into the earth. Okay, I've done. Earth and sky. Earth and sky. Not the air, that's the point. Absolute Mumu. Okay. Let's start again. The Enuma Elish. The Enuma Elish is a creation of Babylon, and it was found in 1845 by archaeologists in Nineveh. It won 7 clay tablets, and it was written in cuneiform language. Now, and there's no total with 7 clay tablets, that there is Mother Tiamat, the salt water, and the sweet water, Father Apsu, and their son, the mist moon. Now, Mother Tiamat and Father Apsu gave birth to, now the waters. The waters gave birth. Let's start again. The Enuma Elish is the creation of Babylon, and it was found by archaeologists in 1845 in Nineveh. And it is written in the language cuneiform. And it tells on 7 clay tablets the creation of Babylon. And it tells that there is the salt water, Mother Tiamat, and the sweet water, Father Apsu, and their son, the mist Munu. The waters gave birth to young rebellious gods, and they overthrew Apsu and Munu. And now a battle happened, the battle of powerful magic, and there was fighting Mother Tiamat together with another one, King Ju, against Marduk. Marduk is depicted with having 4 eyes and 4 ears to see and hear everything, and having halloos blazing from his head and fire spurting from his mouth, and he won. And he made the body of Mother Tiamat into earth and sky, and the blood of King Ju, out of that he formed the humans. He made then the humans build temples for himself, and also to the other gods whom he had appointed to rule earth, sky, and air in between. And it is believed that the people of Babylon were in a theatrical way acting out as pantomime this creation myth, this Enuma Elish, to please Marduk, because Babylon was lying between the rivers Tigris and Euphrates, and it was threatened flooding. And that is according to Miles Kelly's World History, page 52 and 53. It's Nineveh. I promise it wrong. I'm going to stop the camera now. Now, that was the part of history to the Mesopotamia and the story about the Enuma Elish. If you were here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history, where we will continue with something in history. We will do now the standing leg stretching. If you stay here and participate in the standing leg stretching, then it's better the honest. We're starting with a mushroom. We're bringing one leg up and we're pointing the foot down. Now the other leg up and point the foot down. And we're taking the leg at the ankle, the crane, we're making a straight bend, and we're bringing the knee down to the floor, pointing with the knee to the floor. And now the other leg, take it at the ankle, make a straight back, and bring the knee into the direction of the floor. And next exercise, the garden gnome. One heel onto the ground, pull the toes in, and move the leg from left to right. The other heel onto the ground, pull the toes in, and move the leg from left to right. Next exercise, the train stop block. I go now with one side, the torso pointing forward, and we're stretching the inner side of the leg. And over to the other side. Now we're doing the Niagara Falls. Legs wide apart, we're breathing in. And out and we're hanging down. This is a leg stretch. So just breathe deep in through the nose and out through the mouth. Don't force to come down, just hang down. Breathe again in. And out. Again in. And out. Now again in. And out we're going over to one leg. Breathe again in. And out over to the other leg. Breathe again in. Out back into the middle. Breathe again in. And now close the feet, and we're doing the Salto Angelo. We're still hanging down, just now the feet closed. Breathe again in. and out. Back and in. And out. And in. And out, we're coming slowly but around, back up and making it a total backwards. Shoulder. And the last exercise is almost hiker's hilltop stretch. Heel onto the ground, pull the toes in. Put to the left and pull the toes in. Put to the right and pull the toes in. Put into the middle, pull the toes in, and move again the leg from left to right. Our heel onto the ground, pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. To the left and pull the toes in. Again into the middle and move the leg from left to right. And we're ending with a trunk igniter, legs wide apart. We're bringing them down. Out again. In. Out. One last round, breathe in. Out. Breathe in, cross the legs. And out. This was the standing leg stretching. I think very much in it next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history today with video on me, and after we've done it, we're gonna do wrist training. And if you participate in my wrist training, then it's at your own risk. And we're talking about war. Now we had the end of the beginning of the talks. The preliminary agreement was signed, and between France and Britain, it was Hawkesbury of Britain and Otto from French, the two persons, and we said a few things about who got what. News of the signing was greeted across Europe with joy. The celebrations of peace, the pamphlets, poems and odes proliferated in French, English, German and other languages. Actors happily depicted the treaty at dinner theatres, vaudeville and the legitimate state. In Britain there were illuminations and fireworks. Peace, it was thought in Britain, would lead to the withdrawal of the income tax imposed by Pitt, the Prime Minister, a reduction of grain prices and a revival of markets. Now, final negotiations. In November 1801, Cornwallis was sent to France with plenipotentiary powers to negotiate a final agreement. He had plenipotentiary powers. The expectation among the British populace that peace was at hand, but enormous pressure on Cornwallis, something that Bonaparte realized and capitalized on. The expectation among the British populace that peace was at hand put enormous pressure on Cornwallis, something that Bonaparte realized and capitalized on. Now, Cornwallis was sent to France to negotiate, and he had plenipotentiary power. Not just one word, plenipotentiary, he had plenty potential. He had all the power to negotiate to a final agreement, but the British populace, or people, were very much pressuring that he should come to an agreement. And that meant for Napoleon that he knew the other one has to come to a deal. And he could basically demand whatever he wanted. And he could capitalize on it. The French negotiators, Napoleon's brother Joseph, as well as Talleyrand, constantly shifted their positions, leaving Cornwallis to right. I feel it as the most unpleasant circumstance attending this unpleasant business that, after I have obtained his acquaintance on any point, I can have no confidence that it is finally settled and that he will not recede from it in our next conversation. That is a great quote. I think we're going to do it in quadrilogy and learn. Okay. Now, Napoleon knew that he could demand basically whatever he wanted because Cornwallis had to agree, because the British populace was pressuring him to agree. And they were shifting always. When they had agreed on something, they shifted their demands. And that brought Cornwallis to write down wherever it was. No. I feel it as the most unpleasant circumstance attending this unpleasant business that, after I have obtained his acquaintance of any point, I can have no confidence that it is finally settled, that he will not recede from it in our next conversation. The Batavian Republic, whose economy depended on trade, that had been ruined by the war, appointed Rutger Jan Schimmelpenninck, its ambassador to France, to represent it in the peace negotiations. Okay, there was a Batavian Republic, I don't know where it is, and they were ruined by the war in their economy, and so they appointed Rutger Jan Schimmelpenninck as ambassador to France. He arrived in Amiens on the 9th December, so Amiens is a place. And the 9th December he arrived there. And the Dutch role in the negotiations was marked by a lack of respect on the part of the French, so the French wasn't respecting the Dutch people, who thought of them as vanquished and conquered. But it was a quote. Vanquished and conquered, it was a quote in quote, so it's here. Vanquished and conquered, client whose present government owned them everything. Okay, the Republic of the Batavian Republic seems to be maybe somewhere in the Netherlands. Whatever. Possibly it has nothing to do with it. The Batavian Republic is somewhere, and the Dutch people were also there, and they were disrespected by the French because they thought of them as vanquished and conquered, and that they had to owe them everything. Schimmelpenninck and Cornwallis negotiated agreements on the status of Ceylon, which was to remain British, the Cape Colony, which was to be returned to the Dutch, but to be open to all, and the indemnification of a deposit House of Orange, Nassau, for its losses. Indemnification. Indemnification. Indemnificar. I don't get it, what it means. Indemnification of a House of Orange, Nassau, for its losses. However, Joseph did not, so the brother of Napoleon, Joseph did not immediately agree to their terms, presumably needed to consult with the first consul on the matter. Okay, what was now? Britain could keep Ceylon, and the Cape Colony got back to the Netherlands, but it would be open to all. And the indemnification of a deposed House of Orange, Nassau, for its losses, some royal thing, and Orange, that would be in the Netherlands, and Nassau, that is, I don't know, but I think that would be more Holy Roman Empire, I don't know it, or some royalty. However, Joseph did not immediately agree to the terms, presumably needed to consult the first consul on the matter. In January 1802, the whole article is so beautiful. I'm not reading, that's my problem. I have to stop now, I don't have time, but I just want to read on. Not just because of the facts, but because it's written so nice. In January 1802, Napoleon traveled to Lyon to accept the presidency of the Italian Republic, a nominally independent client republic that covered northern Italy and had been established in 1797. That act violated the Treaty of Lunge, in which Napoleon agreed to guarantee the independence of the Italian and other client republics. He also continued to support French General Pierre Auguerreau's reactionary coup d'état of 18th September 1801 in the Batavian Republic and its new constitution that was ratified by a sham election and brought the Republic into closer alignment with its dominant partner. Now we're just going to stop here. We're going to do it the next time. Now, if you were here for history, then go directly to the next part of history. We will do now wrist training. If you participate in the wrist training, then it's very high risk. What is the stand? Arms next to us, and we bring fists down and up. And that is the spotlight. Exercise the flashlight. Fist in and to the inside. And to the outside. We're having 3 rules. The first rule is that we're stopping immediately as soon as there's pain. The second rule is that we are going only as fast as we can go with a little bit of effort. Next exercise, the magician. And the third rule is that we're not overdoing it. If you want to take a break, do it. We have quite a lot of exercise. Next exercise, the pancake flipper. That hands open. Close. What's that? And now with the T-Rex in the morning, flat hands and bring them up and down. And last time up. And now we're doing the crab anxious to the fever. You can skip this exercise. Next to us, hand onto a fist, bring the fist down into flexion, press a bit against it. Now pull a bit from the outside, press a bit from the top, and from the and that over the other side, fist down into flexion, press a bit against it, pull a bit from the outside, press a bit from the top, and next exercise, the T-Rex eccentric. If you do it without a tennis ball, just make a strong fist. If you are doing it with the tennis ball, then press with moderate force onto it. And again. Release, again. And switch, and again. Release, and again. Release, and the last time. Next exercise. The cautious big bang. Fingertips of one hand on top of the fingernails of your other hand, and press a bit, and then open slowly and close it slowly. And we're switching. And also. Alright, now, next exercise. What is it? Let's do field takes this new set fist director. Fist and open and close. Again, open, close. The last time. And branding open. Now the quadrangular castle architect. Both hands the fists out and bring them to the inside. And now up. To the outside. And down. And to the inside. And now backwards, down, to the outside, and up, and also quadrangular castle architect. Next exercise is, let's just do the basket bridge. Flat hands, bend the middle knuckles, and open again. Again, flat hands, bend the middle knuckles, open again. One more time. Bend the knuckles, open again. Now you can skip the next exercise, the frog kissing over water temperature. Arms next to us, and flat fingers down. And strong fists up. Again, flat fingers down. And up. Again, down. And up. And last time down. And up. And now we do a claw. Flat hands and make claws. Hold it. Now. Again, close. Hold it. Open. Last time. Close. Now. Next exercise. Take the arms in with strong fists into flexion. Now out extension flat fingers. Again, in strong fists flexion. Out extension flat fingers. In strong fists flexion. And last time out extension flat fingers. But we're ending again. Now the ice X flat hand. Bend it at the knuckles and press on all four fingers with moderate force. And open again. Upper hand. Bend it at the knuckles and press on all four fingers. And open again. Last exercise. Wie anfahrt den Rocker Boosters. Long arms, strong fists. Long arms, strong fists, and bring his fists into flexion. Now extension of the wrists and flat fingers. Again, inside strong fists flexion. And outside extension flat fingers. Inside strong fist flexion again. And outside. And last round. Inside strong fist flexion. And outside extension flat fingers. And again. And now come with moderate pressure over the middle part of the lower arm. We want to relax the extension to the toe muscle, which lies here. And now on the other. And that was the wrist training. I think very much in it next time. Hi, welcome. I'm trying to learn history today, the Han Dynasty, and after we've done that, we're gonna do standing and leg stretching. And if you participate in the standing and leg stretching, then it's better at your own risk. And this is part 2 of the Han Dynasty, and this is about war. Now, in 210 before Christ, there was a small Han kingdom, and it was ruled by Liu Bang. Liu Bang was a poor villager, but he came to power as the Qin Empire broke down. In 206 before Christ, did this Liu Bang, this previously poor villager who was the ruling king of the small Han kingdom, led an army onto the Qin capital of Qingbian. And there he let Shi Huangji's tomb loot, and he burned the city and the library with all the books of Shi Huangji down. Okay, 206 was when that went into Qin, which was the capital of Qingjing, to understand me. In 202 before Christ, Liu Bang proclaimed himself to be the first Han emperor and took the name Gaozu. Okay, Gaozu. Now, under the Han, China became as large and powerful as a comparison, the Roman Empire. Art and science thrived. And this thriving of the Han Empire reached its peak under Wudi, under the Emperor Wudi. The cities during that time were huge, they were crowded and beautiful, and there were many craftspeople working, and they were doing exquisite things out of wood, paint and silk. Out of wood, painted. They were doing paintings, woodwork, and worked with silk, wood, paint, silk. What was the note? 210, 6 and 2. Wuji, Gaozu the name, Liu Bang, poor villager, the Han kingdom, and against the Qin was the capital Qin in Qiangjing, and there was Shi Huangji. It was paintings, silk, and woodwork, and the cities were crowded and beautiful, and were silk, jade, and horses were traded along the Silk Road. And from the Han Empire up to the Roman Empire, there were over the Silk Road things like jade, silk, and horses traded. Things like silk and jade traded, and horses. Confucius was a philosopher, would I say, living sometime earlier than the Han Dynasty, and the emperors tried to revive, try to get back, try to recover, try to revive the teachings of Confucius and these lost writings. And 165 before Christ, it became duty for people to make exams who would to hold public offices. 50 after Christ, Buddhists, missionaries reached China. 200 after Domini, the Han emperors were weakened by their ambitious wives and eunuchs. Rebellions by a group called the Yellow Turbans, combined with attacks by warriors from the north, brought the empire down. I don't think it's really necessary to say that. But this is important about the whole story, but it has not every single time a little description about something ending with its end. Every biography, every time you have a biography, it ends. I don't want to do it right now. We're going to talk about the Han Dynasty, not of the fall of the Han Dynasty. Now, we're 4 minutes in, but that means we have time enough. I'm going to start the camera. Do I really do it? It was Liu Bang. Let's just try to look how far we come. I'm going to start this in camera. It was Liu Bang, 210, 206 when the Shi Huangji, the library of Shi Huangji, and the temple, tomb, burnt the city. He looted the tomb, burnt the city and library with Shi Huangji. Liu Bang, he got the name then Guangzu. Li Shuan, Shi Huangji, Shi Huangji, Shi Huangji, Gao Tzu, Lui Bang, Gao Tzu, Shi Bangju, Huangji, Shi Huangji, Gao Tzu, Gao Tzu. So we're having Shi Huangji and Gao Tzu. Liu Bang, just Liu Bang, Gao Tzu, Shi Huangji, Gao Tzu, Liu Bang. It was Qin, the capital of Xiangyang. I don't think you heard it yet. It was 210, what it was there even. What happened in 210? There was the Han Kingdom and it was ruled by Liu Bang. So there was Liu Bang, he was a poor villager. He became then the king of the Han Kingdom. It was quite small at 210. But when 206, and he had come to power when the Qin Empire broke down. Had broken down. And what happens in 206? In 206, the kingdom under the leadership of Liu Bang burned the city Qingdong, the capital city of Changyang. I have to do with the memory of Changyang. And they burned the city down. They looted the temple of Shi Huangji, and also the books of its library, the only existing copies. And when in 202, 206 and 202, 4 years. 202, Liu Bang proclaimed himself to become the new emperor of the Han Emperor. The Han Emperor called Gao Zu, he took the name. And during the Han Dynasty, I was thinking. During the Han Dynasty, the cities were crowded, beautiful, and the empire was thriving. It became as large as the Roman Empire, and there was no trading through the Silk Route from the Han Empire over to the Roman Empire. Jade, horses, and silk were traded, and the craftspeople in the beautiful, crowded cities of the Han Dynasty, of the Han Empire, they were doing things out of wood and silk, and paintings were doing. And then we're having Confucius. And there was, for example, Confucius, who lived some time earlier to the Han Empire, Han Dynasty. It's not about the Han Dynasty or the Han Empire. Han Dynasty. And what was happening now? And he was a philosopher, writing many things down, some ideas how people might have to live. And the Han emperors tried to revive these teachings, and it became duty from 165 before Christ onward that people who held public offices have to do exams. But for example, these teachings of Confucius were asked. I'm not completely sure about it, but I think I heard things in these lectures. Okay, we don't have time left to do our presentation. And I stopped the camera already. Now, that means that was the part 2 history. If you were here for the Han Dynasty or history, you can go directly to the next part, where we try to do it as a presentation. We will do now the standing leg stretching. If you participate in standing leg stretching, that is very hard. Bring our leg up, and the body of the foot down the muscle. Now your leg up and point the foot. Now take the leg at the ankle, make a straight back, and point the knee down to the floor so that you're actually stretching pulses. And the other leg, make a straight back and point the knee down to the floor. Next exercise is the garden gnome. Heel onto the ground, pull the toes in, move the leg from left to right. Other heel onto the ground, pull the toes in, move the leg from left to right. And now the chain stop block out one side. The toes are pointing forward and we're stretching the inner side of the leg. Out on the other side. The toes are pointing forward and stretching the inner side of the leg. And back into the leg. Now we're doing the Niagara Falls. Legs wide apart, we're breathing in and out and hanging down. We only have to come deeper down by breathing deep in through the chest into the nose and breathing out through the mouth. Again in and out. Again in and out over to the first leg. Breathe again in and out. Again in and out over to the second leg. Breathe again in and out. Again in and out back into the middle. Close the legs halfway, shoulder width wide apart, and pull a little bit carefully down. The one who tried not to look too obtrusive. And now close the feet. And we're doing a salto ancho. We keep on hanging down. Just normal breathing again in and out. And the last time in. And out, we're coming slowly with a long break up and making it to top and backwards, shoulder roll. And the last exercise, the hiker's hilltop stretch. Heel onto the ground, pull the toes in. Foot to the left and pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. Foot into the middle, pull the toes in, move the leg from left to right. Heel onto the ground and pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. To the left and pull the toes in. To the middle and move the leg from left to right. One more. The trunk, eagle eye, legs wide apart, bringing down. And breathe out. And in. Out. And again in. Out. And in. Out. Now breathe in, close the legs. And breathe out. That was a standing leg stretching. Well, thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history today with Treaty of Amiens, and after we've done with it, we're gonna do morning stretching. And if you participate in the morning stretching, then it's at your own risk, and we're talking about war. In November 1801, Cornwallis, Cornwallis was sent to France with plenipotentiary powers to negotiate a final agreement. The expectation among the British populace that peace was at hand put enormous pressure on Cornwallis, something that Bonaparte realized and capitalized on. The French negotiators, Napoleon's brother Joseph, as well as Talleyrand, constantly shifted their positions, leaving Cornwallis to right. I feel it as the most unpleasant circumstance attending this unpleasant business that, after I have obtained his acquaintance on any point, I can have no confidence that it is finally settled and that you will not recede from it in our next conversation. The Batavian Republic, whose economy depended on trade but had been ruined by the war, appointed Rutger Jan Schimmelpenninck its ambassador to France, to represent it in the peace negotiations. He arrived in Amiens on the 9th December. The Dutch role in the negotiations was marked by a lack of respect on the part of the French, who thought of him as a vanquished and conquered client whose present government owned them everything. Schimmelpenninck and Cornwallis negotiated agreements on the status of Ceylon, which was to remain British, the Cape Colony, which was to be returned to the Dutch, but to be open to all, and the indemnification of the deposed House of Orange-Nassau for its losses. However, Joseph did not immediately agree to their terms, presumably needing to consult the first consul on the matter. In January 1802, Napoleon traveled to Lyon to accept the presidency of the Italian Republic, a nominally independent client republic that covered northern Italy and had been established in 1797. Okay, now we're coming to the new part. And in 1797, in northern Italy there was the Italian Republic established. And Napoleon was coming in January 1802 to accept the presidency of that Italian Republic. And that act violated the Treaty of Luneville, in which Bonaparte agreed to guarantee the independence of the Italian and other client republics. Okay, whatever. There was previously a Treaty of Luneville, and that Bonaparte said that he will guarantee the independence of Italian and the client republics like the Italian Republic in northern Italy, but somehow the Sterling there violated it. He also continued to support French General Pierre Auguerre's reactionary coup d'etat of 18 September 1801 in the Batavian Republic and its new constitution that was ratified by a sham election and brought the Republic into closer alignment with its dominant party. Okay, the Batavian. Here was written about when the Batavian Republic's economy depended on trade and it was ruined through the war, the previous 10 years of war, more or less. And now the French general Pierre Auguerre made the coup d'etat 1801 Batavian Republic and a new constitution of a Batavian Republic which bounded closer to France and which was ratified through a sham election, so not an actual one, just a sham election. British newspaper readers followed the events, presented in strong moralizing colours. Hawkesbury wrote of Bonaparte's action at Lyon that it was a gross breach of faith, exhibiting an inclination to insult Europe. Writing from London, he informed Cornwallis that it created the greatest alarm in this country and there are many persons who were pacifically disposed and who since this event are desirous of renewing the war. Okay, the people in Britain were following the events in the newspapers, and Hawkesbury, the main negotiator of Britain, wrote about Bonaparte going to Lyon, where he accepted the presidency of the Northern Italian Republic, which violated the Treaty of Luneville. That creates the greatest alarm in this country, and there are many persons who were pacifically disposed to since this event desires of renewing the war. Okay, whatever. We were very disagreeing with this breaking of the Treaty of Luneville because Bonaparte was traveling to Lyon to accept the Italian Republic. And many people were desirous of renewing the war, did now Hawkesbury write. The Spanish negotiator, Marquis José Nicolás de Azara, did not arrive in Amiens until early February 1802. Now this preliminary agreement was signed on the 30th September 1801, probably. So, September 1801. Okay, that's not that long. But it's still 5 months. Now the Spanish Marquis José Nicolás de Azara did then arrive in February 1802 in Amiens. And after some preliminary negotiations, he proposed to Cornwallis. Now, who's one Cornwallis? The Marquess Cornwallis. British. Okay, Cornwallis is British. It's not Cornwallis. Cornwallis is British. After some preliminary negotiations, he proposed to Spanish, De Azara to Cornwallis, the British, that Britain and Spain make a separate agreement. But the British Cornwallis rejected that in the belief that would jeopardize the more important negotiations with France. Okay, Spain and Britain were maybe also at war. And they wanted to do a separate agreement, but Britain rejected it because they thought the agreement to come to an agreement with France would be more important. Pressure continued to mount on the British negotiators for a peace deal, in part because budget discussions were underway in Parliament, and the prospect of continued war was another significant factor. Okay, the British Republic was strongly expecting that peace was at hand and putting enormous pressure on Cornwallis to accept basically anything, and also the Parliament was discussing the new budget plan of the next year, and people were hoping that all over that the grain price would go down and the rival markets would happening, and the imposed income tax would be withdrawn, and that all was a factor on Cornwallis to come to an agreement. The principal sticking point in the late negotiations was the status of Malta. Bonaparte, that is an island in the Mediterranean Sea, Bonaparte eventually proposed that the British were to withdraw within 3 months of signing, with control passed back to a recreated Order of St. John, whose sovereignty was to be guaranteed by all of the major European powers. Left unspecified in the proposal was the means by which the order would be re-established. It had essentially dissolved upon French seizure of the island in 1798. Furthermore, none of the other powers had been consulted on the matter. On the 14th March, London, under pressure to finalize the budget, gave Cornwallis a hard deadline. He was to return to London if he could not reach an agreement within 8 days. Following a 5-hour negotiation season that ended at 3 a.m. on the 25th of March, Cornwallis and Joseph, the brother of Napoleon French, signed the final agreement. Cornwallis was unhappy with the agreement, but he was also worried about the ruinous consequences of renewing a bloody and hopeless war. Okay, that is now the final negotiations part of this, and it's actually just 3 pages, I thought it was before. And we have just 2 more things, the terms, now what is the written inside of that peace deal, and then we're having, and there is a page missing, now there is a page missing, these are 4 pages. Then we're having a me interlude, and there is then more to the war, which happens then because it lasted just for 1 year, this peace deal. Now, and they're writing a lot about that. I know what I wanted to say doesn't really make sense because there is a 4th page. So the main things which I have here is that Britain and the key negotiator Cornwallis were massively pressured by the public and by the Parliament now to come to an agreement and to accept basically anything, and he wrote then, worried, the ruinous consequences of renewing a bloody and hopeless war were at hand. Now, this was the history part. If you were here for history, then you can go directly to the next part of history. The best way probably to the Treaty of Amiens. We might continue on history to something else with the Treaty of Amiens, but we will continue at some point with the Treaty of Amiens. Now to the next part of history, or the next part of history, Treaty of Amiens, we will do now the morning stretching. If you participate in the morning stretching, then it's going to be your homework. Go to 7 cents and below forward shoulder circles. Become back, up, and front, and down. And the last time. And now backward. Front, up, back, and down. Last time. And now breathe in, let the shoulders up. Out, let the fall down. Again, in the shoulders up. Out, let the fall down. Again, in the shoulders up. Out, let the shoulders down. Again, in the shoulders up. Out, the shoulders down. Now the upper plug. Breathe in, let the arms up. And reach always with one hand high. Pretend to take an apple hanging high on an apple branch, turn it a bit around, and then plug it. shift up. Arms up to a T, legs wide apart, breathe in. And out, go over to one side. Again, in with the middle. Out over to the first side. To the other side. Again in. Out to the other side. Again in. And out. Out to the side. Again in. And out, we're leaning onto our knees. The buffalo fighting its hangover. Breathing in. And out, bring one shoulder in front. In. Shoulder back. And out the other shoulder in front. And shoulder back. Out the shoulder in front. Shoulder back. And out shoulder in front. In. And out is hanging down. Breathing in. And out over to one leg. Breathing in. And out over to the second leg. Breathing in. Out into the middle. And breathe in. And out it comes slowly from back up, making the top of the backwards. Shoulder out. Now, the toes pointing to the outside, we're having an ulnar length space between the heels. We're breathing in and doing the garden pause, lifting the arms up. And breathe out and sink down and place your elbows against the inside of the knees. Now we're going to straighten up the back. And breathe out and come with the back up. Breathing in. And out again down. Breathing in. And out and up again. Breathing in. And out, down. Breathing in, straight up the back. Out and come slowly in one straight line upwards. And the hands down. And let's end with the triangle equalizer. Legs wide apart, breathe in. Out. Again in. Out. And another round, breathe in. Out. In. Out. Now we're going to close the legs. And breathe out. That was component stretching. I thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history today, Olmecs and Chavins, and after we've done that, we're going to do Neckstretching. And if you participate in the Neckstretching, then it's better the Olmecs. Olmecs and Chavins. People began farming in Mesoamerica, that is in Mexico and Central America, 9,000 years ago, almost as long ago as in the Middle East. Okay, in Mexico and Central America, that is called Mesoamerica also, do we say? And there 9,000 years ago there was a farming started. Was it written? Yes, farming. And that was around at the time when it was also started to be done in the Middle East, in Arabia. By 2000 before Christ, so over 4,000 years ago, there were permanent villages and extensive farms growing corn, beans, squash and other crops. Okay, 9,000 years ago, people started to do farming in Central America and Mexico and Central America, in Mesoamerica. And 2000 before Christ, so during the time of a high Egyptian, there were a lot of villages and big farms, and they were growing corn, beans, squash and other crops. And then 3,000 years ago, there was a remarkable culture developed by the Olmecs in western Mexico. Okay, there's Mexico, there's western Mexico, and there were the Olmecs. And they had a big, remarkable culture. The Olmecs had a counting system and calendar, but no writing system, so little is known about them. Okay, they had a calendar, and they were counting numbers, but they didn't write down, so we can't read about them. The ruins of a huge Olmec pyramid have been discovered at La Venta in Tabasco, Mexico. Okay, there is Mesoamerica, that is Mexico and Central America. And 9,000 years ago, people started to do farming. 4,000 years ago, there were the big villages with big farms and a lot of agriculture. And 3,000 years ago, there were the Olmecs living in western Mexico. And they had no writing system, but they were counting and had a calendar. And they had built a pyramid at La Venta in Tabasco, Mexico, which had been, in the modern times, made its discovery. The Olmecs carved huge, what is it even called? A quote. No, but it's not a quote. Whatever. This is in quote marks of a quote. Baby face heads from basalt with enormous skill, apparently with only stone chisels since they had no metal. Okay. The Olmec heads were carved from huge blocks of volcanic rock weighing up to 14 tons. No one knows how they were moved. That seems to be actually a photograph. Okay, from basalt. Basalt is with stone. Okay, we were carving faces, human faces into stones. And we're standing still together, stands today there. And 4,000 years ago, there were huge religious sites being built all over what is now Peru in South America. Okay, there's South America, and there were people building religious sites. And 3,000 years ago, there were the Chavins civilization, spread from the religious center of Chavin de Huantar in the Peruvian mountains. Okay, there were the Chavins, and they were living there somewhere in Peru. And these were probably the people who built large religious sites. And the Olmecs were doing these carved faces, but no writing, in western Mexico. In La Venta, Tabasco, Mexico. And around 2,500 years ago, around 1,500 years ago, America's first true city developed at Trojan, the vast pyramids and palaces. Okay, the first is actually the first city, because we could do it as video. If someone asks what is the first city of America, it would be Trojan, around 1,500 years ago. The vast pyramids and palaces. Teotihuacan may have been the world's biggest city in the year 300, with a population of over 250,000. I'm wondering a little bit if it may have been now. We think that is good possible, but we're not completely sure, or just no, I'm not sure if we can get my vote right. Or just one of the biggest cities. I am wondering how big Rome was at the time, and if it was in China something. But it was certainly when one. My question is basically, are we pretty sure it was that one, but we are not that sure about how big the population was in Rome or in China? Or is it just a little assumption? Because we want to do it as a video. The true city, America, and the biggest city also. I'm pretty sure that Rome was bigger previously. I heard that Rome had a bigger population around 0. But it could be that Rome's population had sunk then already. I know that Rome's population was very, very much down then in the first millennium and the second. In the first 90% of the second millennium. The main street at Teotihuacan near Mexico City is known as the Avenue of the Dead. It was originally 2.5 kilometers long. Now here, another photograph. Okay, that is in this big city, Teotihuacan. And that is known as the Path of Death, or what this was. 2.5 kilometers long was it. And these are, maybe it's not visible, there seem to be a lot of tourists just walking there and looking at these remains of these buildings. Okay. We're gonna do a video about it. What are we even doing here? Neckstretching. Teotihuacan was Teotihuacan was 1,500 years ago the first city in America built, and with a population of 250,000, it was one of the largest in the world at that time. It was one of the largest. And that is in, we don't know, we didn't say it exactly, near Mexico City, in Mexico. Okay, I have a second camera, I'm going to start it. The oldest city of America, or first city in America, in the Americas. Teotihuacan, 1,500 years ago. Let's try and look what happens. The first city in the Americas was Teotihuacan. 1,500 years ago was it built around. It had a population of 250,000, one of the largest cities at the time. Cities at. Let me look again. Do I want to say anything else? Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan, 1,500 years ago, was built near Mexico City in Mexico. And it had a population of 250,000. It was maybe even the largest city at that time. And it had vast palaces. And what is the other thing? Pyramids. Teotihuacan was the first real city built in the Americas. It is near Mexico City in Mexico. And it had a population of 250,000, and it had vast pyramids and palaces were built. And that is according to Miles Kell's World History, page 77. That was the best video, but I don't have much time, so I'm going to stop the camera. And we will do another Neckstretching. If you hear history, we're going to the next part of history, we will do another Neckstretching. If you participate in the Neckstretching, then it's better than on risk. Go and sit and stand, and we're doing a hydro tower. And stretch the fingertips as far as you can. Also high up, and stretch as far as you can with the fingertips. And stretch as far as you can. And stretch again with the fingertips. Next exercise. Now stretch again, fingertips as far as you can. Not just to the side, just also, but also back. Stretch as far as you can with the fingertips. And another round. Stretch as far as you can. Let's do buzzard. Fast. Feet standing together, arms up to a T, and pretend to fly like the buzzard does it. Flies a little bit. And the next exercise. Having the legs standing, go to standing, first feet together, the bodies off side, breathe in the arms up, out, arms to the side, again in the arms up, and out, open to the other side, again in, and out and down. Now the feet standing, shoulders wide apart, we're breathing in, we tall up, shoulders back, and breathe out, bring the head over to one side, and the chin down to the clavicle. Breathe again in. And out lift the gaze and turn the head over to the other side. Breathe again in. And out, bring the chin down to the clavicle. Breathe again in, lift the gaze. Turn the head back into the middle and over to the first side again, and the chin down to the clavicle. Breathe again in. And breathe halfway out, and then make a circle over to the other side. Breathe again in, and halfway out, and bring the head in a circular lateral movement over to the other side and back into the middle. Now the feet are standing together. We're breathing in, lift the arms up, the crab in the morning. Breathe out the arms down, drop shoulder blades together, lift the chest up to the sky, and breathe again in the arms up, and breathe out, draw again the shoulder blades together, again in the arms up, and out of the arms down. Now the third one, breathe in, lift the arms up. And breathe out and lean back. Breathe in into the middle. And breathe out, lean again back. Breathe in into the middle. And breathe out, lean over to one side. Breathe again in. And out over to the other side. Breathe again in. Out, cross the arms with the 20 fingers and reach high with screw. And breathe out, reach in front, out of the back with drill. Breathe again in, the arms up. Out, cross the arms with the 20 fingers, reach high. And breathe out, reach in front, out of the back. Again in, the arms up. And out, lean back, open the arms wide with sky hugger. Again in, the arms up. And breathe out again with sky hugger. Turn the arms up and out and down. And now the cashew. Intertwine the fingers behind the back. Shoulders back, tall up. Breathe in. And breathe out, bring the head over to one side. And the chin down to the clavicle. Breathe again in. And out and pull the hands down to the floor. Breathe again and lift the head. And turn it over to the other side. Shoulders back, breathe in. And out, chin down to the clavicle. And pull the hands down to the floor. Again, lift the gaze. And we're doing the stretch of Venus. Intertwine the fingers and bring them over to one side. Breathe again in. Out, turn the head over to one side. And the chin down to the clavicle. Breathe again in. And out, pull the arm in and shut it down. Breathe again and lift the gaze. Out and over into the middle. Go to the other side. Bring also the arms over to the other side. Breathe again in. And out, chin down to the clavicle. Pull the arm in and shut it. Breathe again and lift the gaze. Back and down. And let's do the eagle swings. Feet are standing together. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Out the arms down. Again in the arms up. Out the arms down. Again in the arms up. Bring the hands to touch and breathe out and let the hands slowly down. Wait, pause for next stretching. I thank you very much. I have the next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Treaty of Amiens. And after we've done that, we're going to do wrist training. And if you participate in wrist training, then it's at your own risk. And this is about war here. On the 14th March, London, under pressure to finalize the budget, gave Cornwallis a hard deadline. So London was giving Cornwallis a hard deadline. He was to return to London if he could not reach an agreement within 8 days. Following a 5-hour negotiation session that ended at 3 a.m. on the 25th of March, Cornwallis and Joseph, the British and the French negotiator, signed the final agreement. Cornwallis was unhappy with the agreement, but he also was worried about the ruinous consequences of renewing a bloody and hopeless war. Okay, the British key negotiator was pressured to come to an agreement by the people who expected peace and also by the government who wanted to save a budget for what the next year of spending would be done. And now the French negotiator Joseph, the brother of Napoleon Bonaparte, they could use that. But they knew the other negotiating person on the other side of the table had to come to an agreement, so they could basically say whatever terms. But it wasn't written in these words here. Terms. The treaty, beyond confirming peace, friendship and good understanding, called for the following. The restoration of prisoners and hostages. So there was war happening and people were taken prisoner and they would be exchanged back. Britain to return the Cape Colony to the Batavian Republic. Okay, somewhere is the Cape Colony and that should come to the Batavian Republic. Britain to return most of its captured Dutch Guyana to the Batavian Republic. I think that is in South America, in the northern part of Eastern South America. Maybe it's in Western Africa. whatever, somewhere is Dutch Guyana that had to come back to the Batavian Republic. Britain had got it captured. Britain should withdraw its forces from Egypt and also, now Spain agreeing to British rule of Trinidad. Okay, and Spain was also negotiating there, and Spain had to agree that Britain was ruling Trinidad. It must be the island in the Caribbean. The Batavian Republic to cede Ceylon, previously under control of the United Provinces, and the Dutch East India Company to Britain. Okay, now first the Cape Colony was coming from Britain to the Batavian Republic, but Ceylon was coming from the Batavian Republic to Britain. Ceylon is Sri Lanka, southern island of India. No, this was wrong. An island lying south of India. France should withdraw its forces from the Papal States and the Kingdom of Naples. So somewhere's the Papal States and the Kingdom of Naples. I still haven't figured it out. It's in Italy. France had to withdraw also from two cities. French Guiana to have its borders defined. Okay, somewhere is French Guiana. I think it's not a thing in South America. Somewhere is French Guiana and its borders were set somewhere. Malta, Gozo and Comino to be restored to the Knights Hospitaller and to be declared neutral. Okay, I once heard there's something about that. A story like that. But maybe it has nothing to do with anything. Malta is an island in the Mediterranean Sea, and I think from the names, Gozo and Comino are also two islands in the Mediterranean Sea, and they had to come back to the Knights Hospitaller. I think these are I have no idea to explain it. These are people who belong with former crusaders, I don't know. And the three islands were coming back to the Knights Hospitaller and become neutral. Gibraltar remains under British rule, so Gibraltar is between Spain and Algeria? Was it Morocco? Morocco, I think. So Gibraltar, an island south of Spain, remains under British rule. Minorca was returned to Spain, so someone was having Minorca ruling under them, and now Minorca, an island east of Spain, was coming to Spain, so today Spain. And the House of Orange-Nassau to be compensated for its losses in the Netherlands. The House of Orange-Nassau, this is a royal family, I think. And they had to get compensations for losses they had somewhere in the Netherlands. The Septinsular Republic was recognized by the signatory partners. Now, somewhere is the Septinsular Republic, and it was recognized through the Treaty of Amiens, through the signing partners, Spain, Netherlands, Britain, and France. 2 days after signing the treaty, all four parties signed an addendum. I never heard of it, but I really like it. I think I know what it means. Specifically, acknowledging that the failure to use the language of all of the signatory powers, the treaty was published in English and French, was not prejudicial and should not be viewed as setting a precedent. Let's read it again. 2 days after signing the treaty, all four parties signed an addendum. So I think something, hey, we have to say something else. We forgot something, a postscriptum. And specifically did they say there, acknowledging that the failure to use the languages of all the signatory powers, so Spanish and Dutch, the treaty was published in English and French, was not prejudicial and should not be viewed as setting a precedent. So basically all four parties came together, and also Spain and the Batavian Republic of Netherlands said it's okay that the whole thing is written in French and English and not in Spanish or the other thing. We understand the other part. It also stated, this addendum, that the omission of any individual's titles was unintentionally not intended to be prejudicial. I don't know the word omission, but I get a sense of it. I think they named some people in the treaty wrong, but they're saying that it was just an accident, and we all find that it was just an accident, because they all wanted peace, friendship, and good understanding. Let's read on what happened. The Dutch and French representatives signed a separate convention. So the Dutch and French, clarifying that the Batavian Republic, I still don't know where the Batavian Republic is, was not to be financially responsible for the compensation paid to the House of Orange-Nassau. Whatever. Dutch and French people came together and said the Batavian Republic doesn't have to pay to the House of Orange-Nassau, for whatever reason. Preliminaries were signed in London on the 1st October 1801. King George III proclaimed the cessation of hostilities on the 12th October. Okay, and London, the King of the United Kingdom, King George III, was proclaiming end of war, cessation of hostilities on the 12th October. 12th October. Okay, we're gonna end here with that because we don't have time left. In the next part, we will continue how it goes on. There was no history. If you were here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history. We will do now wrist training. If you participate in wrist training, there's a video on risk. Go to 7 and we're doing the spotlight. Fists next to us. I will bring your fists up. And again now. And next exercise, the flashlight, fists, and them to the inside and to the outside. And we're having 3 rules. The first rule is that we are stopping immediately as soon as there's pain. The second rule is that we're going only as fast as we can go with a little bit of effort. Next exercise, flat hands, and them to the inside and outside, the magician. And the third rule is that we're not overdoing it. We just want to strengthen, not to exhaust. Next exercise is what are we now? The flat hands, and we're doing the pancake clipper. We're lifting up and we're closing up. And now the T-Rex in the morning. Flat hands out and bring them down and up. Last time down. And up. Now the T-Rex and jump. If you don't use the tennis ball, just make a strong fist. If you do it within the tennis ball, then press with moderate force onto the tennis ball. Release and press again. Release and press. Release. Press again. Release and switch. Press again. Release and press. Release and press. Release. That's just not a risk call. And now then the Colossus. One hand with the fingertips on top of the fingernails of the other hand. Press a bit and up slowly. And press it. And switch. Almost go to instead. And last time. And now the feet is new Syntheos director. Fists and open them, close them, and again open, close. Last time. And now the frog blow, the crab, extra fever. Arm next to us, hand forward to the fist and bring the fist down into flexion. Press a bit against it. You can use the time as a break. Which works by not doing this exercise. So you can just do a break instead of doing this exercise. We're having quite some exercise here. And put them. Now with the other hand, fist down and press on the outside. And pull. And press on top. And pull down. Now the quadrangular castle architect. Bauchheiz for fists out. To the outside and down to the inside, up, down, the outside, up. Next exercise is the Pascal bridge. Flat hands and bend them into knuckles. Hold it, open again, again, open, and the last time. And now the frog testing water temperature. You can skip this exercise again, it's a bit extreme. Hands down with flat fingers and up with strong fists. Again down with strong fingers. Flat fingers. Up strong fists. Get down. And up. Last time down. And up. And now the claw. Flat hands and big claws. Hold it. And up. Again claws. Hold it. Open. And then claws. Hold it. Open. Next exercise. Arms in, strong fists into flexion. And out, wrists into extension with flat fingers. Again in, strong fists, flexion. Out, extension with flat fingers. In, strong fists, flexion. Out, extension, flat fingers. In, strong fists, flexion. Out, extension, flat fingers. Was from last time. And we end it here. And now the ice axe. Flat hand. Bang it at the knuckles and press on all 4 fingers. Over again. And then the other hand. Into the last exercise. Good and stable stance. Long arms, strong fists. Shoulders back. And now bring the strong fists into flexion. And to the outside, extension flat fingers. And inside, strong fists flexion. Outside extension flat fingers. Inside, strong fists flexion. And again. Another last time. Now, and that was wrist training. After we've done a little relaxation exercise, we're going from the top of the lower arm. So it's setting the fingers next to the brachioradialis muscle on, and then we're going with moderate pressure of the middle part of the lower downwards. And on the other side. And now it was wrist training. I thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today we'll treat you for me, and after we've done that, we're gonna do ECU tendon training. The ECU tendon is here, and if you participate in the ECU tendon training, it is at your own risk, and we're talking about war. Okay, this is part 10 or whatever. Okay, the treaty of Nîmes was signed between Britain and France, basically making peace. And there were some things declared, some regions were given back to France, some to Britain, some also, Netherlands were also involved, the Batavian Republic and Spain also. And now it was signed in 1801. Amiens interlude. Upper-class British visitors flocked to Paris in the second half of 1802. William Herschel took the opportunity to confer with his colleagues at the observatory. In booths and temporary arcades in the courtyard of the Louvre, the third French exposition des Produits de l'Industrie Française took place on 18 to 24 September 1802. According to the memoirs of his private secretary, de Bourrienne, Bonaparte was, above all, delighted with the admiration the exhibition excited among the numerous foreigners who restored to Paris during the peace. Okay, but telling me there was a lot of cultural travel, cultural influence and visitors during that 1 year peace period. There were people coming from Britain, upper-class British people traveling to Paris. William Herschel, he came to an observatorio, and also in the Louvre there were things from the Exposition des Produits de l'Industrie Française exhibition. And according to the private secretary of Napoleon, was he delighted with admiration about the exhibition that it excited among numerous foreigners who restored to Paris during the peace. So that's where people liked the exhibition of the things exhibition in the Louvre in Paris. The things from Egypt, I think. Among the visitors was Charles James Fox, who received a personal tour from Minister Jean-Antoine Chaptal. Okay, there was some person, his name Charles James Fox, and he was toured personally by the Minister Jean-Antoine Chaptal. Within the Louvre, the addition to the display of recent works in the Saloon of 1802, visitors could see the display of Italian paintings and Roman sculptures collected from all over Italy under the stringent terms of the Treaty of Tolentino. Okay, there was at some time some sort of treaty. Very quickly. There was the Treaty of Luneville. That had something to do with that Napoleon agreed to guarantee the independence of the Italian and other client republics, like the Italian Republic in northern Italy. And then there was the Treaty of Tolentino sometime, and that had brought France into the possession of Italian paintings, or paintings made in Italy in the past. And now we're having the Treaty of Amiens. J.M.W. Turner was able to fill a sketchbook from what he saw. Even the 4 Greek horses of St. Mark from Venice, which had been furtively removed in 1797, could now be viewed in an inner courtyard. William Heston arrived at Paris on the 16th October 1810. Roman sculptors did not move him, but he spent most of 3 months studying and copying Italian masters at the Louvre. So basically, a lot of people from all over Europe came to the Louvre in Paris and went into the museum. The English were not the only ones to profit by the halcyon lull in hostilities. From London, the Russian Semyon Vorontsov noted to a correspondent, "I hear that our gentlemen are making extravagant purchases in Paris, that fool Demidov has ordered a porcelain dinner service, every plate of which cost 16 gold more." Oh, people over Russia were caving. For those who could not get there, Helmina von Chelsea collected her impressions in a series of vignettes contributing to the journal Französische Mescal, and F.W. Blackburn and John Carr were among those who brought up to date curious English readers who had felt starved for unbiased accounts of a people under the influence of political change. Here that I think it not really. Hitherto unparalleled. During a separation of 10 years, we have received very little account of his astronomy people, which could be relied on. Carr noted in his preference. From all over the world, people were coming and looking at it. A number of French immigrants returned to France under the terms of relaxed restrictions upon them. French visitors also came to England. Wax artist Marie Tussaud came to London and established an exhibition similar to one she had in Paris. The balloonist André Jacques Garnier staged displays in London and made a balloon flight from London to Colchester in 45 minutes. Okay, people were coming from France also to Britain. The Spanish economy, which had been badly affected by the war, began to recover with the advent of peace. Much as it had been at the start of the war since 1793, Spain remained diplomatically caught between Britain and France, but in the period just after the signing of the Treaty of Amiens, a number of actions on the part of the French government antagonized the Spanish. France's unwillingness to block the cession of Trinidad to Britain was one of the things that most irritated King Charles VI, I think one of Spain. Spanish economy interests were further injured when Bonaparte sold Louisiana to the United States, whose merchants competed with those of Spain. Following that sale, Charles wrote that he was prepared to throw off the alliance with France, neither break with France nor break with England. Okay, so basically what they said now in this little interlude called Amiens Interlude was that there were artists coming to France, to Paris and watching at all the paintings and the other things in the museums, and people were also coming to Britain and were doing their balloon flights and opening the Wax cabinet, I think, the Marie Tussaud cabinet, and also scientists came from back and forth, but also the political aspects went on. Spain was badly affected, and Spain was diplomatically between Britain and France, and they weren't really happy with each other. Spain didn't like that Trinidad, the island in the Caribbean, came to Britain, and they were not happy that the Louisiana part was south of the United States. because we were in merchandise competition with the United States. And now I don't understand what does it mean with that statement. Neither break with France nor break with England. Following that scale, Charles, the Spanish king, wrote that he was prepared to throw off alliance with France, never break with France nor break with England. I don't get it. And we all don't have time. So that was the interlude. The next chapter will be the breakdown. And we don't mean that we're having it now a bit shorter set. That means the breakdown of the Treaty of Amiens. If you're here for history and you want to hear now how this whole Treaty of Amiens, this story of peace, friendship and good understanding will end and continue with war, you can go directly to the next part. We will do now the ECU tendon training. If you stay and participate in the ECU tendon training, then it's with your own risk. Good and still stance, up. With the hands next to us, making fists and bring the fists up and down the flat kick. And that was for the last time. And the next exercise, we're counterfied money check. The fist next to us and up and down. We're having 3 rules. The first rule is that we're stopping immediately as soon as there's pain. The second rule is that we're going only as fast as we can go with a little bit of effort. And the third rule is that we're not overdoing it. So if you want to take a break, do it. We just want to strength, not to exhaust. I'm going to use now tennis racket. The tennis racket is light. It just has around 1/3 of a kilogram added weight. But it has a long lever. So whatever you use, do it in accordance with our 3 rules. The elbow in, take the lower arm, and doing the manikaneko, goes slowly over, leg it to one side, and then over to the other. Last time. And now long arm out over to one side. And next exercise, now with the hand on the top, and we're doing the half soar. Bring the arm up, over to one side, or back in, and down again. Another time, up, over, back in, and down. And now, the garbage truck's grabber arm this time does the palm face upwards. And another time. Now we pick up a hand. First, elbow in and the manikaneko. Last time. Now with long arm out. was the last time, and now again from the top of the palm, up, over, back in, and down. Another time, up, over, back in, and down, and now again with the palm facing upwards. And the last time. I'm going to use the sock, but you can also use a t-shirt or a towel. Press with good force onto it and bring the wrist up. And down. And down again. And over the line. Wrist up. And down. And the last exercise, just press with full force. And on the other side. And that was the ECU tackling. I thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, the Han Dynasty. And after we've done it, we're going to do stretching. And if you participate in the stretching, it's better be honest. This is part 2 or 3 already. I'm talking about war also. Now, we want to do now a presentation about that. And we want to advance one part somewhere, but the empire couldn't outlast or couldn't withstand forever. The empire didn't exist forever. Around 200 after Christ, intrigues weakened the Han emperors and also rebellions by the yellow turbans from the north. No, just with yellow turbans and other attackers and rebellions, for example, the yellow turbans brought in the empire down. Okay, there was Liu Bang was a pro-villager, but when in 210 he became the king of a small Han kingdom which had come to power when the Qing Empire had broken down. And in 206 he led an army to Xiangyang, the capital of Qing, and he burned the city down. And also the library where many books were which existed just one time. And Shi Huangji's book library was it, and also his tomb were destroyed, looted. And when in 202, Liu Bang proclaimed himself the first Han emperor with the name Guazhou. The Han Empire didn't exist forever, we're going to say it then. The Han Empire didn't exist forever. Around 200 after Christ, 400 years later, it was through internal intrigues weakened in their emperor strength, through internal intrigues weakened, and also rebellious groups like the Yellow Turbans brought it down. But at the time, during the Han Empire, it grew to a flourishing size as the Roman Empire was it at the time, and there was trading done over the Silk Route from the Han Empire to the Roman Empire, and silk trade and horses were traded, and there were many craftspeople in the beautiful and crowded cities, and were doing things out of wood, painted silk, wood, painted silk. It was a segment. And during the time, it was also tried to revive, I don't know what another thing is, but to revive the teachings of Confucius, a philosopher who lived earlier, and also it became duty for people who held public offices to become scholars. 165 before Christ, they had to have the exam. Here was a part which I never read, 2 parts. Richly colored silks, not in history. We did Liu Bang in biographyology. Richly colored silks were bought from China merchants by traders from ancient Persia. Richly colored silks were bought from Chinese merchants by traders from ancient Persia, modern-day Iran. Silk was also transported from China by camel trains to Damascus, the gateway between the east and west. Okay, first painting picture. We have it one. And now I'm going to read what is written to it. Beautiful objects like this bronze urn were traded between China and Europe along the famous Silk Road for thousands of years. I don't know where can it read. The Silk Road passes pretty much through Damascus. I don't know exactly, but can we say it all? Shi Huangji. Let's try it. I have a second camera. I'm going to start now. And let's try to make a presentation about the Han Empire. The Han Empire. There was Liu Bang. He was first a poor villager, but when in 210 he became to be the king of a small Han kingdom. And that happened when the Qin Empire had broken down. When in 206 before Christ, he led an army into Qin, into the capital Xiangyang, and there they looted the temple of Shi Huangji and also burned his library down, many books in it just one time. And also the city did burn down. And then in 202, he proclaimed himself the first Han Emperor, and he took the name Guazhou. The Han Empire didn't exist forever. Around 200 after Christ, so 400 years later, it broke slowly down through internal intrigues and also rebellious groups like the Yellow Turbans. During the existence of the Han Empire, there was trading done from the Han Empire over the Silk Road, over Damascus also, to the Roman Empire, and it was silk traded and jade and also horses, and many craftspeople were in the cities in the Han Empire, and they were doing paintings and also woodwork and something like that. And that is according to... No, we gotta stop it. It was silk. Silk was it. Silk. And I wanted to name it. And the Fuji reached its peak 1 hour before Christ, and the Fuji its peak. Okay, let's start to take it also. The Han Empire. Liu Bang was a poor villager, but then he became to be the king of a small Han kingdom in the year 220 before Christ. Now I want to do it now. 210. The Han Empire. Liu Bang was a poor villager, but when the Qin Empire broke down and he became to be the king of a small Han kingdom in 210 before Christ. And then in 206 before Christ, he led an army into Qin, and there they burned down the capital Xiangyang and also looted the tomb of Shi Huangji, and also burned down the library in which many books existed just one time. And this Han Empire, which was then basically founded with Liu Bang, who crowned himself then to be the first Han Emperor in the year 210 before Christ, and took the name Guazhou, and existed for around 400 years. When 200 after Christ, it broke slowly down through internal intrigues and through rebellious groups like the Yellow Turbans. Now, while it existed, there was trading done. For example, through the Silk Route over Damascus, also to the Roman Empire. Both empires had around the same size. And there were many craftspeople working in the Han Empire in beautiful and crowded cities, and they were doing stuff out of wood and paint and silk, and they were trading over the Silk Route, silk for example, or also horses and jade. And in the year 165 before Christ, it became the duty for people who held public office to become scholars and make exams. And it was during the time tried to revive the teachings of Confucius, a philosopher who lived earlier. And the whole empire reached its peak under Wuji around 100 before Christ. That is according to Miles Kell's World History on page 56 and 57. It was an unusual presentation, I would say. But the way I like it. I'm going to stop the camera. And if you were here for history, and only for history, then you can go directly to the next part of history. We will do now with stretching. If you stay here and participate in the stretching, then it's at your own risk. First exercise today, and lifting the arms up. And breathing in. And breathing out, we're going over to one side. And breathe in. And out, out. Go back in. Breathing in. And breathe out, go over to the other side. Breathe in and out, rib cage. Breathe out, go to the middle. And lift your arms. Now, no one sees back out. Breathe again in. And out, one hand slides down the leg. Or shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. And out, and we're taking one arm over. Now breathe in and out, rib cage. And breathe out, come back into the middle. Breathe again in. And out with one hand slides down the leg, and the other shoulder stays down. Again in. And out, we're taking one arm over. Breathe in and out, rib cage. And breathe out, come back into the middle. And now the aeronautic, aerobatic aeroplane. Feet are sitting together. We're breathing in and lifting the arms up. And breathe out, and one hand comes down. Now breathe in and reach. And breathe out, one hand up. Again in. And out, one hand down. Breathe in and reach. And breathe out, one hand up, and the arms down. Now the legs shoulder wide apart. You do forward shoulder circles. Back. Up. Front and down. And now backwards. Last time. And now we're breathing in, lifting the shoulders up. Breathe out, lift the foot down. Again in. And out. Again in. Out. Now the upper back up. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And now keep normal breathing while you reach all this one arm high up. You pretend to take an apple hanging higher on an apple branch. To turn it also a bit around. And then to harvest it. Now we're going to shoulder. Arms up to a T, legs wide apart, we're breathing in. And out we're going over to one side. Breathing in. Out over to the other side, just to the upper part of the body. Again in. Out. In. And out, we're leaning onto our knees. Going for buffalo fight against hangover. Breathe again in. And out, finger on shoulder shot. In the shoulder back. And out the other one in front. Again in the shoulder back. Out the shoulder front. Again in. Out. Now in the shoulder back. And out and hanging down. We only have to come deeper down, so we're breathing deep in through the nose into the chest. And we're breathing out through the mouth. Again in. And out. Again in. And out. Again in. And out over to one leg. Breathe in. And out over to the other leg. Breathe in. And out back into the middle. Now close the feet and we keep on hanging down. Breathe in. And Again in. And the last time in. Now we're coming slowly around back up. Making it to the backwards. Shoulder. Now the garden pose, the toes are pointing to the outside, having an online space between the heels, between in the heart. And without sinking down, pressing the elbows against the inside of the knees, the breathing in, straightening up. And without back up. Again in. And out and again down. And in and straighten up. And breathe out and becoming bigger. And down. Now breathe in, straight up. Becoming slowly. One straight line. Upwards. And now we're doing the trunk again at the legs wide apart. Breathing in, coming out. And we're breathing out. Last time out. Now with an enclosed legs. And that was stretching. Thank you very much, and until next time. I'm Beckham. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Treaty of Amiens, and after we've done with it, we're going to do neck stretching. And if you participate in the neck stretching, then it's better at your own risk. And this is about war. Now the breakdown of the Treaty of Amiens. The Treaty of Amiens was signed in 1902 between Britain, France, and also Spain and Netherlands, and the Batavian Republic. And they basically said which countries got to what country, basically. Britain ended the uneasy truce created by the Treaty of Amiens when it declared war on France in May 1803, just 1 year later. 30 months. The British were increasingly angered by Napoleon's reordering of the international system in Western Europe, especially in Switzerland, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands. In 2006, Frederick Kagan argued that Britain was irritated in particular by Napoleon's assertion of control over Switzerland. Furthermore, Britons felt insulted when Napoleon stated that her country deserved no voice in European affairs, even though King George III was an elector of the Holy Roman Empire. For its part, Russia decided that the intervention in Switzerland indicated that Napoleon was not looking toward a peaceful resolution of his differences with the other European powers. Britain was laboring under a sense of loss of control, as well as a loss of markets, and was worried by Napoleon's possible threat to its overseas colonies. In his Napoleon biography published 1997, Frank McLean argued that Britain went to war in 1803 out of a mixture of economic motives, and national neurosis and irrational anxiety about Napoleon's motives and intentions. However, in the long run, Napoleon's intentions were hostile to British national interests. Furthermore, Napoleon was not ready for war, making it seem an optimal time for Britain to try to stop him. Britain therefore seized upon the Malta issue by refusing to follow the terms of the Treaty of Amiens that required its evacuation of the island. Let's read on. Schroeder wrote that most historians agreed that Napoleon's determination to exclude Britain from the continent now and bring it to its knees in the future made war inevitable. The British government balked at implementing certain terms of the treaty, such as evacuating the naval presence from Malta. After the initial fervour, objections to the treaty quickly grew in Britain it seemed to the governing class that they were making all the concessions and ratifying recent developments. Prime Minister Ellington did not undertake military demobilization, but maintained a large peacetime army of 180,000. Actions taken by Bonaparte after the treaty was signed heightened tensions with Britain and signatories to the other treaties. He used the time of peace to consolidate power and recognize domestic administration in France and some of its client states. His effective annexation of the Cisalpine Republic and his decision to send French troops into the Helvetic Republic, Switzerland, in October 1802 was another violation of the Treaty of Lunge. However, Britain had not signed the treaty, and the powers that had signed it tolerated Napoleon's actions. Tsar Alexander, who had just congratulated Bonaparte for withdrawing from there and other places, but the Swiss move increased the belief in his cabinet that Bonaparte was not to be trusted. Bonaparte met British protests over the action with belligerent statements, again denying Britain's right to be formally involved in matters on the continent and pointing out that Switzerland had been occupied by French troops when the treaty was signed. He also demanded for the British government to censor the strongly anti-French British press and to expel French expatriates from British soil. Those demands were perceived in London as affronts to British sovereignty. Bonaparte also took advantage of the loosening of the British blockade of French ports to organize and dispatch a naval expedition to regain control over revolutionary Haiti and to occupy French Louisiana. Those moves, though not in violation of the treaty, were perceived by the British as a willingness by Bonaparte to threaten them on a global stage. Britain refused to remove troops from Egypt or Malta, as agreed upon in the treaty. Bonaparte formally protested the continuing British occupations and in January 1803 published a report by Horace Sebastini that included observations on the ease with which France might capture Egypt, alarming most of the European powers. We're gonna read on in the next part, and then we're gonna go over it again sentence by sentence to really understand it. We're not here to look something up. We're really here to understand it. But that is enough for now. We don't have time to complete it to the end. So we're gonna split here. That means if you're here for history, for the Treaty of Amiens, go to the next part of history, the Treaty of Amiens. We will do now the Neckstretching. If you stay and participate in the Neckstretching, then it's better the arm. Good and 7 cents. We're doing the hydro tower. Breathe in, lift the arms up, and reach with the fingertips as far as you can. And again down, reach as far as you can. And out. Breathe in and reach as far as you can with the fingertips. And again down. And now, with the arms in front, and reach again with the fingertips as far as you can. Not just to the side, but also back and down as far as you can. And in front, as much as you can. High up, reach with the fingertips. And now the buzzer that loosens everything good up, arms to the side, and we're pretending to fly like a buzzer. Now it is the front. And now the police officer. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And breathe out and out to the side. And the arms up. And out and to the other side. And in and up. Now the legs shoulder width wide apart. Shoulders back. Breathe in taller. And breathe out and turn the head over to one side. Breathe in. And out, bring the chin down to the cloud. Breathing in, lift the gaze, and turn the head over to the other side. Breathing in, and out, chin down to the clavicle. Again, in, head up, and out over to the other side. Now breathe again in, And out and bring the head in circulatory movement over to the other side. Breathe in. Breathe halfway out and circle out. And back. Now have the feet standing together, breathing in, lifting the arms up. And we're breathing out to bring the arms down and drawing the shoulder blades together, opening the chest to the sky, the crab and the body, breathing the arms up. Out and again down, draw the shoulder blades together. Again in and up. Bring the hands to touch and lean back very deliberate. Back in. And out, lean another time back. Again in. Now out and we're leaning over to one side with firm the wind. Breathing in. And out over to the other side. Again in. Now across the arms, intertwine the fingers. Breathe in, reach high the screw. And breathe out, reach to front out of the back, withdraw. Again in, out. Change the position of across the arms, intertwine the fingers. Again, breathe in, reach high. Breathe out, reach in front, out of the back. Again, in the other. Up and down. And now the cashew. Intertwine the fingers behind the back. Breathe in, turn up, shoulders back. And breathe out, bring the head over to one side. Breathe again in. And out, chin down to the clavicle. And pull the hands down to the floor. And lift the gaze. Turn the head over to the other side. Breathe again in. And out, chin down to the clavicle. And pull the hands down to the floor. Again in. Lift the gaze and turn it back. Now, legs again shoulder wide apart. Take one arm and bring it behind the back. Tall up, shoulders back, breathe in. And out. Take the arm a little bit over to the side, but don't pull it. Breathe again in. And out. Look to the top and over to the side where the arm is not lifted. In, arm down, arm which goes up high. Behind the back, the other one up. Tall up and bring the head a bit over, but don't pull. Breathe again in. And out. Look up to the side where the hand is not. Again in, arm down. Now stretch of Venus. Intertwine the fingers again behind the back. The hands over to one side. Breathe in, tall up, straight back. Shoulders back and out. Turn the head to the side where the hands are. And then bring the chin down. Breathe in. And out, pull the arm in and shoulder down. Again, lift the gaze and turn the head over to the other side. Bring also the hands over to the other side. Tall up, shoulders back. Breathe in. And out, chin down to the clavicle. Pull the arm in and shoulder down. Again, lift the gaze. And turn the head back into the middle. We're doing the sky hugger. The feet are standing together. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Breathe out, lean back. Long arms. Leaning up. And out, leaning and back. Again, in and up. Holding the arms down. And we're doing the ears. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Breathe out, the arms down. Again, the arms up. Now breathe in. The cat was collecting. It stinks. Bring your hands to touch your lower and down to heart center. It was the Neckstretching. I thank you very much and next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today Assyria, and after you're done with it, we're gonna do shoulder impingement training. And if you participate in the shoulder impingement training, then it's very honest. Assyria or the Assyrians. This is about war also. The Assyrians came originally from the upper Tigris valley around the cities of Ashur, Nineveh and Arbela. Tigris is a river. We did that when we did Mesopotamia, and there's the city, was Babylon? Yeah, but it's surrounded by Euphrates and Tigris and it's threatened for flooding. So Tigris is a river, and Nineveh, that is the place where archaeologists in 1845 had found these 7 clay tablets on which the origin, the myth story of Babylon is written in the language cuneiform on them. So Nineveh is a city and Tigris is a river. And the Assyrians, they came originally from the upper Tigris Valley, which is around the cities of Ashur, Nineveh, and Arbela. I don't know where that is. Somewhere in Arabia, Middle East, somewhere there. About 2000 before Christ, Assyria was invaded by Amorites. Under a line of Amorite kings, Assyria built up a huge empire. King Adad-nirari I called himself king of everything. Okay, 2000 before Christ, Assyria was invaded by Amorites. And under these Amorite kings, Assyria grew to be a huge empire. The old Assyrian Empire lasted 6 centuries until it was broken by attacks by Mitannian horsemen. From 1140 until 1076 before Christ, so 3000 years ago, King Tiglath-Pileser I rebuilt Assyrian power by conquest, creating the new Assyrian Empire. Okay, old Assyrian Empire existed from 2000 before Christ until 1400 before Christ, when it broke down from the attacks of the Minitan horsemen and then was rebuilt to become a great power 1100 by King Tiglath-Pileser I. The new Assyrian Empire reached its peak under Tiglath-Pileser III 700 before Christ, so 400 years after the new Assyrian Empire became more or less in existence, and when it was finally overthrown by the Medes and the Babylonians in 612. Okay. Ruthless warriors, the Assyrians grew beards and fought with bows, iron swords, spears, and chariots. I don't know what a chariot is. I can't get it from the pictures. Okay, they were soldiers, warriors. They fought with swords, spears, and chariots. The Assyrians built good roads. Now let's first by the new Assyrian Empire. Peak under Tiglath-Pileser III and was finally overthrown by the Medes and Babylonians in 612. Okay. Assyria was just a region. People lived there, but it was more or less a region, nothing big like a kingdom or empire. Then the Amorites invaded, and they were then and built up a big empire, which was the old Assyrian Empire, lasting from 2000 before Christ until 1400 before Christ. Then it broke down through the attacks of the Mitannian horsemen. Then 1100, through the conquesting of King Tiglath-Pileser I, the new Assyrian Empire was built up again, which reached its peak 400 years later under Tiglath-Pileser III. But when 100 years later, 2600 years ago, it broke again down the new Assyrian Empire through the attacks of the Medes and the Babylonians. The Assyrians built good roads all over the empire so that the army could move fast to quell trouble. Okay, we built good roads to have a mobile military. They also built magnificent palaces and cities such as Khorzobat and Nimrud. Arab warriors rode camels into battle for the Assyrians. Okay, people were also riding camels. King Assurbanipal's palace was filled with books and plants from all over the world. 2600 years ago. There was one. It was 50 years before the new Assyrian Empire broke down. There the king had a palace filled with books and plants. That was the Assyria, was Assyria into Assyria. I would say we come back, and when we look what of these informations we're gonna try to learn. Whatever. This was not the history part. If you were here for history, then you can go directly to the next part of history. We will do now the short impingement training. If you stay and participate in the short impingement training, then it's very honest. Good and stable stance. And we're doing shoulder circuits. We're going back. Up, front, down. And backwards. And now long arms, strong fists, and go as far back as you can with the shoulders. As high up as possible. And front as much as possible. Down. Back and back. Then up. And front. And down. And again. Backwards. Up. And back. And down. Front. Up. And back. And down. And now. The accelerating motorcyclist, legs wide apart, gain to the knees, hinge forward with a straight back, let the arms hang, and pinch the scapulars together. With it. Make fists, the arms up, still pinch the scapulars together. Get the arms down, the shoulders, elbow down, pinch the scapulars together. Make fists, lift the arms up, and still pinch the scapulars together. And now we'll sheet jump into the knees, hinge forward with a round back, let the arms hang, make fists, turn the arms to the inside. If the arms are up, bring them together. Straighten up, bring the shoulders down and together. Arms high up and together. Shoulders down and together. Release. And another round into the knees, hinge forward with a sharp back. Long arms, strong fists, arms to the inside, arms high up and together, straighten up, bring your shoulders down and together. And now just lift the arms up and observe what the scapulars are doing if this exercise causes pain and down to it. And now we arms to the outside. Observe what the scapulars are doing. They should go now back together. And now to the outside of the rib cage. And next exercise with vertical lifter. Go to stable stance. Long arms, strong fists. Bring the shoulders down and together. And turn the arms to the inside. Arms to the outside. Shoulders down and together. Arms to the inside, shoulders are staying down. Arms to the outside, shoulders down. And now, arms up to the side, hands on the fists, the arms a bit in front, bring the arms in front, shoulders down, just together. Arms back, shoulders up. Arms in front, shoulders down, hands together. Arms back, shoulders up. And release. Now shrug. Arms up and shoulders up and release and down again. Another time, arms up, lock the shoulders and go down. And last time, arms up and go down. Now the pressing cut, arms together, a bit down to the outside, just to loosen everything up, but also maybe to get a little feeling for what the scapulars are doing all the time. That was the last time. Now, the Sundiker, you can use whatever you want. Have it a little longer with your outside. Let it fall down and try to catch it again. And on the other side. Now stretching, take one arm, bring it in front. Shoulders back, down. Pull the arm in, have flat fingers and try to relax. Come it back with the shoulder. Turn the palm up to the sky a bit. Now the arm schon. Shoulders back and down. Pull the arm and have flash fingers, stretch, relax the arm. Carry back the shoulder, then the palm up to the sky. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today the Olmecs, and after we've done that, we're going to do stretching, and if you participate in stretching, then it's better your armless. Now I have this chapter called Olmecs and Chavins, and we're doing now the Olmecs, and we're going through it and try to gather together all the information we can have here, we can find here about the Olmecs. Olmecs and Chavins. People began farming in Mesoamerica, which is Mexico and Central America, 9,000 years ago, almost as long ago as in the Middle East. By 2000 before Christ, there were permanent villages and extensive farms growing corn, beans, squash, and other crops. Then between 1204 and 400 before Christ, a remarkable culture was developed by the Olmecs in Western Mexico. There we have it. Okay, 9,000 years ago, people in Mesoamerica, which is Mexico and Central America, started to do farming, and 4,000 years ago there were then extensive farms growing corn, beans, squash, and crops. And then 3,000 years ago, the Olmecs developed a remarkable culture. Crops, beans, squash, corn, beans, corn, crops, other crops. These are just three: corn, beans, squash, and other crops. Corn, beans, squash, bean, corn, squash, corn, bean, or corn or squash. 9,000 years ago, first farm, Mesoamerica, Central Mexico, America, and then 4,000 years ago, extensive farms growing then corn, just corn, beans, or squash or other crops. And then 3,000 years ago, a remarkable culture, the Olmecs, was developed, the Olmecs. And then 3,000 years ago, there was then a remarkable culture, the Olmecs living there in Western Mexico. The Olmecs had a counting system and calendar, but no writing system, so little is known about them. We're going to say that at the end. They had a counting system with numbers. I think I can do that. They had a counting system with numbers, so it's understandable. Counting system with numbers, and they had a calendar to know which day it is. They had a calendar, but they had no writing, and so it's only very few known about them. As we say at the end of our presentation, which we're preparing here. The ruins of a huge Olmec pyramid have been discovered at La Venta in Tabasco, Mexico. Okay, in Western Mexico, and the ruin of a mighty temple of a huge Olmec, of a huge temple of the Olmec was discovered in La Venta, Tabasco, Mexico. La Venta must be the city, Tabasco the state, and Mexico is the country. At La Venta, in the region, I call it region, the state, in the state Tabasco in Mexico. In La Venta, Tabasco in Mexico. In La Venta, Tabasco, in Mexico. I think that works. In La Venta, Tabasco in Mexico. It's only little known because of it. The Olmecs carved huge so-called baby-face heads from basalt with enormous skill, apparently with only stone chisels since they had no metal. The Olmec heads were carved from huge blocks of volcanic rock weighing up to 14 tons. No one knows how they were moved. Here's a picture. It's basalt for rock. And they were doing, for example, art also in, I think again we call it art. They were doing carvings. Art. They were carved into basalt, which is, I'm just going to say it, I think it was right, into basalt, which is a volcanic rock, faces, when they have the nickname of baby faces. into huge volcanic rocks which could have a weight of 14 tons, and these faces have a nickname, babyface. By 2000 before Christ, huge religious sites were built all over what is now Peru in South America. I think that is part of the Chavins. From 800 to 400 before Christ, the Chavin civilization spread from the religious center of Chavin de Huanta in the Peruvian mountains with its Chavins, and 100 to 700, America's first true city developed at Teotihuacan with vast pyramids and palaces. Teotihuacan may have been the world's biggest city in 300 with a population of over 250,000. The main street at Teotihuacan near Mexico City is known as the Avenue of the Dead. It was originally 2.5 kilometers long. Now this is in Mexico City, so it's also Mexico. It could be part of the Olmecs, but we're just going to skip it. We have enough of the Olmecs. What do we have? We have the Olmecs. 9,000 years ago did people in Mesoamerica, which is Mexico and Central America, farming. And 4,000 years ago, there were extensive farms, and the people were doing crops and beans and squash and other crops. And then 3,000 years ago, there developed a remarkable culture with the people, the Olmecs. And I'm going directly on with a thing about the carvings. And that's first visual. And there's, for example, then a mighty remnant. And one remnant of the Olmecs is, for example, a mighty temple at La Balsa in Tabasco in Mexico. And they were doing carvings. They made faces, with the nickname baby faces, into volcanic rock basalt. And these rocks could weigh up to 14 tons, and no one knows how they have moved them. Yes, that's good. With stone chisels, because we had no metal. With stone chisels, because we had no metal, and they were called that. It is only little known about the Olmecs because, though we had a calendar and a counting and number system, we had no writing system. Now that is according to Mike Kelly's World History. Now we are 7 minutes in. We have to do now with stretching. And even if I do it in one take, we need 2 minutes. But one take, which I give you. So that was the part of history Olmecs. We're going to do another part and there try to save it all. When in the presentation, in a recorded video. If you are here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history or history Olmecs. We will do now with stretching. If you stand, participate in stretching minutes. Go ahead and take a stance and breathing in and lifting the arms up. And breathe out, go over to one side. Breathing in and down the ribcage. And breathe out back into the middle. Breathing in. And out over to the other side. Breathe in and down the ribcage. And out back into the middle and into the arms down. Exercise. Now once you go ahead and sit. Hands, you're breathing in. And out of one hand slides down the neck and the other shoulder stays down. Breathing in. And out, we're taking one arm off. Breathing in down the ribcage. Out into the middle. Again in. And out one arm slides down the neck. Breathing in. Out, take one arm over. Breathing down the ribcage. Breathe out and now our feet stand together. We're doing the aeronautic airplane. We're breathing in and lifting the arms up. And breathe out and one arm comes down. Now breathe in and reach. And breathe out one arm. Breathe in. And out one arm down. Breathe in and reach. And out the arm up and again down with the arms. Now shoulder circles. Go to same stance and shoulder circles. Now start forward. And now backwards. And now breathe in and shoulders up. Breathe out, let them fall down. Again in. Now the upper plug up, breathe in, lift the arms up. And reach high. Pretend to take an apple hanging high on an apple branch. Turn it a bit around, and then do harvest it. And now we shift our arms up to a T, breathing in. And out we go, over just to the upper part of the body. And in. And out over to the other side. Again in. Out. Again in. Again in the middle. And out we're leaning onto our knees, the buffalo fighting its hangover. Breathing in. And out we bring one shoulder in front. And in the shoulder back. And out we have one shoulder. In. And out. And out. In. And out, and we're hanging down. We're doing the Niagara Falls. We only have to come deeper down by breathing deep in through the nose into the chest. And by breathing out through the mouth. Breathing in. And out over to the neck. Breathing in. And out over to the other leg. Breathing in. And out back up. Now close the feet, and we do the Salto Angelo. Breathe in. And now just hang down. Again in. And out. Now breathe in. And out we can slowly with a round back up, making it into the backwards shot. Now we can pause. Toss our body to the outside. We're breathing in and lifting the arms up. Breathing in all the space between the ears, and we're breathing out with the sitting down and placing the elbows against the inside of the knees. Now breathe in, straighten up, pretend to come against the wall. And breathe out and come with the back up. Breathing in. And out and down. Breathe in, straighten the back up. And out again, up and back. Breathe in. And up and down. Now breathe in. Out and coming slowly in one straight line upwards. And we arms down. And now we seahorse pose. Have a good standing leg. The upper leg with the heel on top of the knee of a standing leg. Do this only if you can do it without injuring yourself. We're breathing in and breathing out, and we're sinking down. Let's look shortly if we are able to do also a separate video about the Chavins, but I don't think the informations are enough. It would be the same beginning with Mexico, with Mesoamerica 9,000 years, and also farming. But no, Central America is not Peru. Peru is not in Central America, I wouldn't say that. It's pretty clear in South America. And we're changing the By 2000 before Christ, huge religious sites were built all over what is now Peru in South America. From 800 to 400, the Chavin civilization spread from the religious center of Chavin de Huantar in the Peruvian mountains. That is not much. And when we ever think of Teotihuacan, that is Mexico again. So I don't know to solve it in. Now, it was the last exercise. You know, the stretching, are we ending? The last exercise, the trunk igniter, we're breathing in and out. And in. And out. In. Out. Okay. Out. One last round, breathe in. And close the legs. And out. That was the stretching. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Olmecs, and after we've done it, we're gonna do stretching. And if you participate in stretching, well, it's better to ask. Okay, we're almost done with the Olmecs. This is part 3 in total, or 4 in total of the Olmecs. So totals. The Olmecs. The Olmecs lived in Mesoamerica, and that is Mexico and Central America. 9,000 years ago, the people in Mesoamerica, which is Central America and Mexico, started to do agriculture. And then 4,000 years ago, there were extensive farms, and the people were growing squash and crops and bean. Other crops, bean, and something else. Corn. Corn is a fruit. Crops is the seed. Corn, beans, and squash. And then, by the year around 3,000 years ago, that's what we want to say, there the Olmecs culture developed, so the people, the Olmecs developed there. And around 3,000 years ago, there were the Olmecs people living in a then developed culture. And from them are ruins still standing, for example, in La Venta, which is in Tabasco in Mexico. The ruins, for example, a ruin, a mighty pyramid of the Olmec is still standing in La Venta, at La Venta in Tabasco, which is in Mexico. And they were making carvings with stone chisels. They didn't have metal, so they had stone chisels, and then they were carving in Vulcan stone in basalt, so-called or nicknamed baby faces. And they were 14 tons heavy stones, for example. No one knows how they moved them, but they carved with stone chisels these so-called baby faces into them, these Olmecs. And anything more? No, just like any. There's not so much known about the Olmecs because they had counting and calendar system, they had no writing system. That is according to my scales, world history. Let's try it. I think that is what we wanted to say. Let's just try it if we are able to say it. I have a second camera, which I'm going to start now. And let's try to make a presentation. It was 9,000 and then 4,000 years ago. Farmers and 3,000 the Olmecs. The Olmecs. 9,000 years ago did the first people do agriculture in Mesoamerica, which is Mexico and Central America. And then 4,000 years ago there were then extensive farms, and the people were then growing corn and squash and other crops. And then 3,000 years ago the Olmecs culture developed with people there. And they were carving with the stone chisels, just for example, into huge rocks which could be 14 tons heavy, and no one knows how we move them, so-called baby faces. And there's, for example, a mighty pyramid still standing in La Venta, in Tabasco, in Mexico. And it's not so much known about the Olmecs because they might have had a counting and a calendar system. It is that they had no writing system. And that is according to Miles Culler's World History on the page 76. It would be better if I just do it a second time, if I'm more in the way to present it and not to rehearse it. Beans was it. But I said it all. And I think it's interesting that the presentations are in very different rhythms done. So I'm going to stop the camera. And that was history to the Olmecs. That means if you are here for history, you can go to the next part where we will do something else in history. Now we will do the stretching. If you stay and participate in the stretching, then it's better the Olmecs. Good at 7 stance, everything in the arms up. No, wait, no. I wanted to do something else. We're not completely done with history. We have something to geography. Here was said that the 76 that the Mesoamerica that is Mexico and Central America, and I wanted to have it. So we want to do another video where we're going to say that Mesoamerica means Mexico and Central America. I have a world map. I'll take it out and look if I may be able to to show it also here. That's for this one. So we have in Mexico and Central America. Now where would be Central America? I'm not sure if the Caribbean belongs to it, but I'm going to show just broadly. I would say even the northern countries of South America are part of Central America, but I don't know it. It could be that people would say Colombia and also in Venezuela are not part of Central America, but just up until here. And not the Caribbean, so just that Central America, that would be possible. Now it would be nice to know, here's the Panama Canal, there's Panama, so there must be the Panama Canal. There's Panama. Now, I would say, we're not going to go that much into detail, we don't know if Mesoamerica is now northern South America with Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, and Guyana. So we're just gonna save that. I don't know if it's possible to save it like that, but let's just try. Let's start the camera. The second one again. And let's try to save it. Mesoamerica is Mexico and Central America. That is according to Mike's Callis of World History on the page 76. And that is for the world here between Northern and Southern America there. With Mexico and then other countries there. I would have liked really to say to everybody, it's way too close from this. Oh, it's dusty. It's way too close from here to see. But I'm going to read them now shortly. And always, I have this map a couple of times. I'm always writing the capital city names in the same printing as the country names. El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, and I want to have that one, Guatemala, and Belize, and Honduras. And now we're going to do stitching. I'm stopping the camera. And we have now also that was geography or whatever it was. So if you want to have more to geography, go more to geography. We did in the last part of the Mediterranean Sea. I don't know if we'll do on the next. So we have a geography course and we have a history course. So whatever you're going to go through it. If you stay and participate now in the stretching thing, it's your own risk. When you're going to do cleaning course. You're breathing in and letting me up. So if you participate in it, it's at your own risk. And breathe out, go to one side. Now we've ended up in the rib cage. And breathe out it. Again in. And out over to the other side. Breathe in the rib cage. And out in the middle. And next exercise. Now one sees the anchor up. We're breathing in. And out and one hand slides down the leg. And the other shoulder stays down. Breathing in. And out we're taking one arm off. Breathing down for the rib cage. And out into the middle. Again in. And out we're sliding with one head down and the other shoulder stays down. Breathing in. And out we're taking one arm off. Breathing down the rib cage. Out into the middle. Now the aeronautic aerobatic aeroplane. The feet are standing together. We're breathing in and lifting the arms up. And we're breathing out. Letting one arm down. Breathe in and read. And breathe out one arm up. Again. And out one arm down. Breathe in and reach. Out one arm up. And the arms down. And now the legs wide apart and doing shoulder circles. Back, up, front, down, again, back, and front, and down, and backwards. And now we're breathing in, lifting the shoulders up. And breathe out as the shoulders fall down. Again. Again. Now breathe in, lift the arms up, we don't get the plucker. And always reach with one arm high up, just keep normal breathing. And pretend to take with the hands, to take an apple which is hanging high on the apple branch, turn it a bit around, and then to halve it. And now we shift our legs wide apart, arms up to deep, we're breathing in. And out we're shifting over to one side, just with the upper part of our body. Again, in into the middle, and out over to the other side. Again in, and out. Again in. Again in. And out, leaning onto the knees. Breathe again in. And out we take one arm, shoulder in front. It is the buffalo fighting its hangover. Breathe again in. And out the upper shoulder in front. Again in. And out the shoulder in front. Again in. And out the second one in front. Breathe short back. Out we're hanging down, we're doing the Niagara Falls. Breathe again in. And out. Again in. And out over to one leg. Breathe in. And out over to the other leg. Breathe again in. And out into the middle. And now close the feet. And doing the sides up and down. Breathe again in. And out. Again in. And again in. And over coming slowly without back over, making it a trouble backwards shoulder. Garden pose. The toes are pointing to the outside, we're in all the space between the heels, we're breathing in and lifting the arms up. And we're breathing out and we're sinking down and placing the elbows against the insides of the knees. Breathe in, straighten up the back. And breathe out and come with the back up. Breathe again in. And out again down. Breathe in, straighten up the back. And out and come with the back up. Breathe in. And out and down. In and straight up. Out and come slowly up in one straight line. And we're ending with the trunk united legs wide apart. We're breathing in and out. In and close the legs. And out. Now, let's pause for stretching. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today Assyria, and after we've done it, we're gonna do shoulder impingement training. And if you participate in the shoulder impingement training, then it's at your own risk, and we're talking a bit about war. Assyria. Now we're having an article and we want to make a little thing about the story of Assyria, of the empire. So the first thing here written is the Assyrians came originally from the upper Tigris Valley around the cities of Ashur, Nineveh and Abela. This is the second part already of Assyria, which we do here. Okay, they came from cities of Ashur, Nineveh and Arbela, but we want to concentrate on Assyria. So, 4,000 years ago was Assyria invaded by Amorites. And under a line of Amorite kings, Assyria built up a huge empire. King Adad-nirari I called himself king of everything. Okay, 4,000 years ago, the region Assyria was conquered by the Amorites. And these Amorites emperors or kings built up a huge empire, which lasted for 600 years or 6 centuries, but then it broke down through attacks by the Mitannian horsemen. by the Mitannian horsemen. And then, from 1114 until 1076 before Christ, did King Tiglath-Pileser I rebuild Assyria's power by conquest, creating the new Assyrian Empire. Okay, but then 3000 years ago, so 400 years after the empire had broke down through attacks by the Mitannian, by the horsemen, the Mitannian horsemen, when 3000 years ago, King Tiglath-Pileser I, Tiglath-Pileser I. Tiglath-Pileser, Mitannia, Tiglath-Pileser. Tiglath-Pileser the first, King Tiglath-Pileser the first, Mitannia, or Britannia also. 3000 years ago, King Tiglath-Pileser the first then started conquesting, and he conquered some things, and so the new Assyrian Empire was created. Assyrian stone carvings were skillfully done, many such as this one showing a genie decorated palace walls. Now this is a stone carving, an Assyrian stone carving. We're gonna bring something in at the end, after we said about the empire, some 2-3 facts to it. Maybe we can mention that with stone carvings. The new Assyrian Empire reached its peak under Tiglath-Pileser III, okay, same name, under King Tiglath-Pileser III. That was 300 years later, and was finally overthrown by the Medes and Babylonians 600 before Christ. And the new Assyrian Empire reached then its peak under King Tiglath-Pileser III around 2,700 years ago. But then was a century later by attacks from the Medes and Babylonians. Who's that king who can, according to some stories, transform stone into gold, everything which it was Medes? Okay, the Medes and Babylonians then overthrew by 2,600 years ago the new Assyrian Empire. Tiglath-Pileser and Mitannia, horsemen. The Assyrians had both iron swords, spears, and chariots. We don't have to mention that. The Assyrians built good roads all over we want to mention that, to the empire. They built good roads all over the empire so that the army could move fast to quell trouble. And they had both iron swords, spears, and chariots. Okay, and during the time of the empire, we're starting with the buildings. They also built magnificent palaces and cities such as Khorramshahr and Nimrud. I want to have these 2-3 cities here named so that we're more familiar with them. If they then appear again, we already know what it's talking about. And we don't have to be here for 30 seconds and learn a name like Tiglath-Pileser. Khorramshahr and Nimrud. Khorramshahr, Nimrud. Khorramshahr and Nimrud. During the time while this empire existed, huge cities were built, magnificent cities were built. For example, Nimrud, that's the easier one. Nimrud and Khorramshahr. Nimrud and Khorramshahr. And also many roads were built to make it possible for the army to travel fast from one place to another to quell rebellions. What was it? Quell trouble. For the army to move fast on these good roads. Wealthy Assyrians strove to outdo each other with elaborate clothing and luxurious houses. The empire grew rich. We have that part. I think we can't really mention it. We want to concentrate just on the story of the empire. But maybe. Why not? Why not add it? The good roads to move the army. The army, they had iron swords and bows and chariots. Iron swords and spears, chariots and bows. Iron swords and spears. Iron swords and spears and I don't really know what a chariot is. Chariots and bows. And they built magnificent cities, for example, Nimrud and Khorramshahr. mirrored in Chavins, and the people they were elaborating the name. And also fancy clothing and luxurious houses were a symbol of status. I think we could say that. Were admired, were striven for, were strived for, were desired, were tried to be achieved. That's good. And fancy clothing and luxurious houses were tried to be achieved. And there was also, I want to name it also, King Ashurbanipal's. King Ashurbanipal's palace was filled with books and plants from all over the world. And there was, for example, one King Ashurbanipal, and he had his palace filled with books and plants from all over the world. And we were also doing skillful stone carvings. Okay, now we have all the information together, and now we want to do as a presentation, not waste time with this Toulouse, and I want to have information further. But let's look what we had. We had that 4,000 years ago, the Amorites came to the region Assyria, and when under these Amorites, under multiple of these kings, Assyria grew to be a rich country, grew to be a huge empire. Then 400 years later, was 6 centuries later, and then it lasted 6 centuries, and then 300 years against late. Where's 400? We want to go for 400. 600, and then the 400, and then the other 400. 4,000 years ago, and then 3,400 or 600 years later, when it broke down through attacks of the Mitannians, horsemen. But then through King Tiglath-Pileser the first, who made conquesting, it was rebuilt and the new Assyrian Empire was created. And it reached then its peak. No, we don't want to say that even. It's not really important. It reached its peak under Tiglath-Pileser the third, 300 years later. But just 400 years after it was established, the new Assyrian Empire also broke down through attacks of the Medes and the Babylonians. While the new Assyrian Empire existed, there were many good roads built so that the army could move fast from place to place. And these warriors, they had iron swords and spears and bows and chariots. And the people, they were doing sometimes, it doesn't really fit. The people were doing skillful stone carvings, and also was a desire to wear fancy clothes and luxuriant houses. And there was, for example, another thing, King Ashurbanipal, he had in his palace lots of books and plants from all over the world. Okay, Ashurbanipal. It's Manipal. Ashurbanipal. That was the history part. So if you were here for history, for Assyria, then you can go to the next part of history, which then try to do all the knowledge which we just said in the presentation. For our personal video, but we have information as we just said. So if you're here for history, go to the next part of history or history Assyria. You might want to do something else in history first, which you for me, for example. So go to history. If you stay and participate in the short impingement training, then this will let you know. Good step and stance, and we're doing shoulder circles. We're going back, up, and front, and down. And again back, front, and down, and not backwards. And now, long arms, strong fists, and go as far back as you can with the shoulders, as high up as possible, in front, and down, and again, back, up, and front, and down, and backwards, up, and back, down, front, up, back, and down. And now, the accelerating motorcyclist, legs wide apart, into the knees, inch forward with a straight neck, let the arms hang, pinch the shoulders together, shoulder blades. Big fist, lift the arms up and pinch the scapula together. Lift the arms down, the shoulders. Another pinch the scapula together. Make fists and lift the arms up instead. Pinch the skippers. The arms up. Next exercise, the ski jumper. Into the knees, hinge forward, with the jump back, with the arms in, neck fists, turn the arms to the inside, arms high up and together, straighten up, shoulders down, together. So the arms high up and together, shoulders down and together. And release. And another round. Into the knees, hinge forward, with a round back, let the arms in, neck fists, arms to the inside, arms high up and together, straighten up, shoulders down and together. And release. The next exercise, just the arms. If this or any other exercise hurts, then don't do it. And last one. The arms to the side and now in front. Just observe what the skeptics are doing. And do the next exercise. We will lift a good and stable stance, long arms, strong fist, shoulders down and together with effort, and turn the arms to the inside. Now the arms to the outside, the shoulders are staying down and together. Arms to the inside, shoulders down and together. Arms to the outside, shoulders down and together. And release. Now the arms to the side, a bit in front, turn the arms in front, shoulders down and together. Arms back and shoulders also up and in front. And arms in front, shoulders down, hands together. Arms back, shoulders up and in front. And release. And now we shrug. Arms up and shrug the shoulders up and all down. Again, all up. Shoulders up and down. And now time the arms up. Shoulders up and down. And now take one. Now, first with sunlight. You can use whatever you want. Have it with a long arm at the outside. Let it fall down and try to catch it again. And on the other side. And now stretching. Take one arm, bring it in front, shoulders back, just down. Pull the arm in and have fingers, try to relax the arm. Turn the palm of the left to the sky. And come with the shoulder a bit back. And the other arm around. Pull the arm in, hands down. Pull the arm in. The shoulder is back and down. Pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm. Go a bit back with the shoulder and turn the palm a bit up to the sky. That was a short presentation. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today Assyria, and after we've done that we're going to do shoulder impingement training, and if you participate in a shoulder impingement training, then it's valid your own risk. Now this is part 4 something of Assyria, so we are pretty fine into that subject. Assyria. The Assyrians came originally from the upper Tigris Valley around the cities of Ashur, Nineveh and Abela. I don't think we're going to mention that. Okay. 4,000 years ago, the Amorites came to the region Assyria. Is this the region Assyria? I'm going to say that to understand that. To the region Assyria. And then a huge empire was built up under multiple Amorite kings. 4,000 years ago. Then 3,400 years ago, or after lasting for 600 years, the old Assyrian Empire broke down through attacks of the Mitannian horsemen. But then, 3,000 years ago, did King Tiglath-Pileser, Mitannian, Tiglath-Pileser, King Tiglath-Pileser, 3,000 years ago, did conquesting and created the new Assyrian Empire. And then it reached its peak under King Tiglath-Pileser III 300 years later, but then broke again down 2,600 years ago. So the new Assyrian Empire lasted for 400 years. It broke down through attacks of the Medes and the Babylonians. It were the Amorites coming to Assyria, and when it... Did we have Samaria? No, we had no one there. No king mentioned here. Here's one written. King Adadirania I called himself king of everything, but do not mention it here now. On the other hand, he's probably a very important king of the Assyrian Empire. King Adad-Nirari. Adad-Nirari the first. Adad-Nirari. There was, for example, the king Adad-Nirari the first. He called himself king of everything. Adad-Nirari. Adad-Nirari. And when 3,400 years ago, it broke down the empire through attacks of Mitannian horsemen. But 3,000 years ago, under King Tiglath-Pileser I, it was recreated now as the new Assyrian Empire, because this King Tiglath-Pileser I didn't do conquesting. And then 300 years later, it reached its peak again with the new Assyrian Empire under King Tiglath-Pileser III. But when a century later, so all over 2,600 years ago, through attacks of the Medes and Babylonians, it broke down again. But during the time while the Assyrian empires existed, there were many good roads built to bring warriors all over the empire to quell troubles, or to, quell troubles. Or to move warriors from part to part, and these warriors they had iron swords and spears and chariots and bows. And they also built huge, magnificent cities out, for example, Korshabat and Nimrud. Adad-Nirara. Do we know what's that? Adad-Nirari. King Adad-Nirari I. And so, for example, Nimrud and Korshabat. Korshabat, Nimrud, King Adad-Nirari, the Mitannian horsemen, Medes and Babylonians were attacks, and it was King Tiglath-Pileser. And it was Nimrud and Korshabat. Nimrud and Korshabat. And the people, when we were living with the Assyrians, they took great regard on fancy clothing and on luxuriant houses as a symbol of a great status. And there was, for example, King Ashurbanipal, and he had a palace filled with books and plants from all over the world. And we were also doing skillful stone carvings. Okay, we have a story, I think. 4,000 years, then 3,400 years, lasting 600 years, the old Assyrian Empire, and then 300 years later, so 3,100 years ago, King Tiglath-Pileser I, then recreation lasting for around 500 years until 600, and then it broke down Babylon's and Medes attacks. These are the dates, and the persons are Babylon's and Medes the attacks, and King Tiglath-Pileser I, the conquesting, and the third one at the peak, 700 before Christ. And it was also King Adad-Nirari I, who called himself king of everything. Adad-Nirari I, and it was, I forgot the one of his palace. And the Mitannian horsemen. Now, and who was it now? King Korshabanipal. Ashurbanipal. It was Korshabat and Nimrud. And Ashurbanipal. Tiglath-Pileser, Nimrud, Korshabat, Ashurbanipal, Adad-Nirari. That's right, Adad-Nirari. Ashurbanipal. Let's try it. I have a second camera to understand now. Hari Ashurbanipal, Koshaban. Let's try. If it's actually Assyria, the title. The Assyrians came from Upper Tigris, Oceania and Arbela, and Assyria was invaded by the Amiens. Now the Assyrian had started earlier than 4,000 years ago, because there were already the Assyrians. Assyria. 4,000 years ago, Assyria was invaded by the Amorites. And under these Amorites, this old Assyrian Empire was built great out. And there was, for example, King Adad-nirari I. He called himself king of everything. Then 600 years later, after this old Assyrian Empire had lasted for 6 centuries, it broke down through attacks of the Mitannian horsemen. But then, 3,100 years ago, there was then King Tiglath-Pileser I, and he did conquesting, and he created through that the new Assyrian Empire, which lasted until 600 before Christ, so for around 400-500 years. And it reached its peak under King Tiglath-Pileser III, then 700 before Christ. It broke then down 600 before Christ after lasting for 400-500 years because of attacks of the Medes and the Babylonians. And while this new Assyrian Empire then lasted, there were many good roads built to bring the warriors and soldiers from one part of the other of the empire, and these warriors were fighting with iron swords and spears and chariots and bows. And the people, they took great regard on their fancy looks while they lived in these magnificent cities, for example, Nimrud and Khoshabat, and also on luxuriant houses, and they were doing skillful stone carvings. And there was, for example, King Ashurbanipal. He had a palace with plants and books from all over the world. And that is according to Miles Kell's World History, page 90 and 91. I think I forgot something, but I don't know what it was. And then I wanted to go back. What did I not? I mentioned King Adad-nirari I at the beginning, and at the end Ashurbanipal. And I think I did the rest. That means we have our video. I'm going to stop the camera. And that was history, Assyria. If you were here for history, you can already be the next part of history. Because we will do now the shoulder impingement training. If you stay and participate in the shoulder impingement training, then it's that your arm is good and still set. And we go back with the shoulders, and up, the front and down, and we're repeating this circle a couple of times. And backwards. And now, long arms, strong fists, and go as far back as you can with the shoulders. High up, and front, and down, and again back. Up, and front, and down, and now backwards. Higher up, and back, down, front, up, down, and back. And now we're doing the accelerating motorcycles. We go into the knees, legs wide apart, hinge forward with a straight back, let the arms sink, make fists, and pinch the scapulars. Down back fist, pinch the scapulars together. Now back fist, the arms up and pinch the scapulars. Release the arms, then the shoulders. The second round, pinch the scapulars with effort. Make fists, lift the arms up and still pinch the scapulars together. Arms down, shoulders down. And now the sheet jumper. Into the knees, hinge forward with a round back, let the arms hang, make fists, turn the arms to the inside, lift the arms high up, bring them together, straighten up, bring the shoulders down, together. And release. And the second round. Into the knees, hinge forward with a round back, let the arms hang, make fists, turn the arms to the inside, lift the arms high up, bring them together, straighten up, bring the shoulders down and together. That means the arms high up and together, the shoulders down and together. Now just lift the arms up. If this exercise causes pain, then don't do it. Or if any other exercise causes pain, then don't do it, then this will not. Another time. And now the arms to the side and in front. And now reverse lift the long arms, strong fists, shoulders back and together. Turn the arms to the inside and the shoulders down, hands together with the effort. And the arms to the outside, the shoulders are staying down and together. And arms to the inside, shoulders down and together. Arms to the outside, shoulders down. Next exercise, arms actually to the outside, to tee up, in front, and turn in the front, shoulders down, hands together. And change, arms back, and this time also the shoulders changing up and in front. And arms in front, shoulders down. Arms back, shoulders up and in front. And raise. Now shrug. Lift the arms up. And shrug, shoulders up. And go down. Again, in the arms up. Shoulders up. And go down. Arms up. Shoulders up. And go down. And now the sunlight. I'm using a sock. You can use something else. Have it with the long arm at the outside. Let it fall down and try to catch it with a straight arm again. And on the other side. And last exercise, stretching exercise. One arm in front, the elephant trunk. Shoulder back and down. Pull the arm in, have fat fingers, try to relax the arm. Go over back with the shoulder, turn the fist up to the sky. The palm of the hand. And we're changing. The other arm in front, shoulders back, shoulder back, and down. Pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm. Go with back of the shoulder and then the palm of the sky. That was the short impingement training. Thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, Oceania. And after we've done it, we're gonna do shoulder impingement training. And if you participate in the shoulder impingement training, then it's not at your own risk. This is about the history of Oceania. Oceania. The people of the Pacific Oceania may have been the greatest seafarers of the ancient world. Okay, we don't have a map here, but it's here. They say the whole Pacific, do we know? Say the region of, it's here, of Southern Asia to Australia, that region. Now, and it is believed or said that these were the greatest seafarers in the ancient world, the people of Oceania. Up until 5,000 years ago, the sea level was lower, and Tasmania, Australia, and New Guinea were all part of one big continent. Now, I don't know where Tasmania is, or if Tasmania has different names in different languages, but Australia is down here, and New Guinea would be higher up here. But all is southeast of Asia, so Australia, that region. So the sea level was lower, and these regions from Australia to New Guinea, I'm going to take a look at it. I don't know when the text is, but where's Papua New Guinea? So it must be around here. I don't know if there's no distance. Where's New Zealand? I'm going to look for a moment to find Tasmania. That region where the sea levels were lower and people were able to, just way lower. But it was also at other regions. I read that also the Channel Tunnel between Britain and France was crossable 5,000 years ago. So the sea levels were lower 5,000 years ago. About 50,000 years ago, bold seafaring people crossed the ocean from Southeast Asia and settled in Australia. So not the whole region from Asia, from India or something, to Australia was ground, just the smaller region north of Australia somewhere. Okay, 50,000 years ago, did people drive on little small boats over to Australia from Southeastern Asia. Most early sites are now lost offshore under the sea, which rose to cut off New Guinea and Australia around 5,000 before Christ. Okay, 5,000 years ago, the sea levels started to rise, and many of sites where the people of Oceania lived are underwater, under the sea. Maybe you should do a little research. I will know more about it. The Australian Aborigines are descendants of these original inhabitants. So 50,000 years ago, there were people coming on small boats from South Asia to Australia, and they are the descendants of the Aborigines living in Australia. The oldest settlements in New Guinea is 40,000 years old. Do they have a name for it? Because I want to look it up. The oldest settlement, 40,000. I heard the oldest town would be Damascus with around 10,000 years. These are 40,000. This is, I don't even know if it's part of Stone Age as far as it goes back. 40,000. About 4,000 before Christ, so 6,000 years ago, domesticated plants and animals reached New Guinea from Asia, and farmers drained fields around an area called Cook Swamp. Many people, however, remained hunters. Okay. 6,000 years ago, there was still New Guinea one way over the land to Australia and Tasmania. There were coming plants and animals, also with ships probably, to New Guinea. Some people started to do farming and also to hold domesticated animals. And that area is called Cook Swamp. I don't know what language now. But many people remained to be hunter. But 4,000 years ago, people sailed in canoes from Indonesia to colonize Melanesia. It's not Malaysia, it's Melanesia and Micronesia. The islands of the Western Pacific, such as Vanuatu. Let's take a look at the map. Vanuatu is on here. Where's Vanuatu? Where's Australia? There's Vanuatu. Here's Indonesia. Where's Malaysia? So we find out one. No, not here. People sailing canoes from Indonesia to colonize Melanesia, maybe it's Malaysia, but it's connected. Melanesia and Micronesia, and also islands like Vanuatu. Early Melanesians are known by their Lepita pottery, which originated in the Molucca Islands of Indonesia. Okay, there's Indonesia, I just showed it, so there's Indonesia and then Malaysia, so Indonesia north of Australia. And there are the Molucca Islands somewhere near Indonesia, and there had people done these Lepita pottery, so plates, vases, whatever, cups out of pottery. I don't know, probably stuff. It's not the stuff. Rowing canoes shown in a 50,000-year-old cave painting in Australia match those that can be seen all over the Pacific region and in caves in South America's Amazon jungle. So now we're having some more details with it. Okay, rowing canoes, and here's a little picture of a bunch of people in such a canoe. Now, these boats, they have a second thing here next to them, and with them they're holding balance. There's one person having what's called veranda, and making the direction, the other one's here paddling. Or rowing. The rowing canoes shown in a 50,000-year-old cave painting in Australia Okay, that is something clear. They found, and we're saying something precisely with detail, they found in somewhere a painting which is 50,000 years old, where people were depicted on stone walls drawing canoes. And these match those that can be seen all over the Pacific region. This painting over canoes used. And in caves in South American Amazon jungle. Rowing canoes shown in a 50,000-year-old cave painting in Australia match those that can be seen all over the Pacific region and in caves in South America's Amazon jungle. Now, I'm still about the first part, 50,000 years old. So 50,000 years old, we had there canoes and paintings of them, and probably were the same people or similar, or people more or less related with each other, or from the same culture, using the same boats and probably the same paintings in different places 50,000 years ago. So to say that the oldest settlement in New Guinea is 40,000 years old makes no sense. If they had in different places of the earth, same canoes of same culture, same people, whatever, 50,000 years ago, then it makes sense that they had settlements 40,000 years ago. And in our second part of the sentence, and these paintings of canoes, of the same types of canoes, with, I think what I mean is the second type of finger next to it, like almost like a, I don't know what's called, a camera, whatever. We have here, I can't see it from up here. Here and here, such a thing, a wooden thing. And these type of canoes, I think that is what I mean. Not that common. No, and they found them also in South America. And you probably know what's happening. But let's look at the map. So where do we have it? So we go here. We know that we're here in Australia. I think it's here, but maybe with somebody else. We know we were in Vanuatu. And now we went over here to that side, so it's not that far. Here, but it is far. But it's not that far. Maybe it's shorter because the globe is rounded. We're in South America. How far is it? It's pretty far. Okay, the people of Oceania crossed the oceans in canoes like these tens of thousands of years before the great European explorers. So during the end of medieval times, around 1500, there are many people exploring in Europe with sailing ships. Some were driving around Africa to Asia, some people to Northern America and so on. They were exploring with their ships where they could go. But also other parts of the world already, a couple of 10,000 years earlier, people were in such like canoes, I think. I don't know. But it must be these type of canoes where you have the paintings. Were also driving quite far away. Okay, that is here what we have to Oceania. We will come back in another part, and when we try to look more precise for what is actually written here in facts, and when we try to make a presentation about them so that we have all this information for this. Now we're late on time. If you were here for history in Oceania, you can go directly to the next part of history, or history Oceania. We will do now the short impingement training. If you stay and participate in the short impingement training, then it's good and stable stance, and we're doing, I think, shoulder circuits. We're coming back, up, and front, and down. And then backwards. Now long arms, strong fists, think I was far back as you can with the shoulders. Higher up, under, front, down, and back. Up, and in front, and down, and now backwards. Higher up, and back, down, front, up, back, down. And now we're doing the accelerating motorcyclist. Aim to the knees, hinge forward to the straight back, as your arms sink, and pinch the scapulas with it. Big fists, lift the arms up and still pinch the scapulas. Lift the arms down, shoulders in and around. Pinch the scapulas together with it. Big fists, lift the arms up and still pinch the scapulas. Lift the arms down, shoulders. And now the sheet jumper into the knees, hinge forward with the round back, lift the arms in, make fists, turn the arms to the inside, lift the arms out, bring them together. Straighten up, bring your shoulders down, together. Arms high up, heads together, shoulders down, together. And the second round, into the knees, hinge forward with the round back, with the arms hanging, make fists, turn the arms to the inside, arms high up and together. Straighten up, shoulders down and back. Arms high up and together, shoulders down and together. And now, just lift the arms up and observe what the scapulars are doing. If this exercise causes pain, then don't do it. And the next exercise, now the arms to the side, and again just observe what the scapulars are doing. We should go now to the outside of the rib cage and now back together, more or less. And that was the last time. And now we'll lift our long arms, strong fist, shoulders down and together. Turn the arms to the inside, shoulders down and together. Arms to the outside, shoulders down, together. Arms to the inside, shoulders down, together. Arms to the outside, shoulders down, together. Next exercise, arms to the outside, a bit in front. Take the arms into pronation, and shoulders down and together. Arms in front, shoulders down and together. And change. Arms back, shoulders up and to the front. And change. Arms in front, shoulders down together. Change. Arms back, shoulders up. And next exercise, shrug. Lift the arms up and shrug the shoulders up and release all down. Another round. The arms up and the shoulders up and release all down. And the last round. Arms up, shoulders up, and all down. Now the sundial. You can use a sock or something, have it with a long arm at your outside. Let it fall down and try to catch it again. On the other side. Now stretching. We bring one arm front. Shoulder is back, down, pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm, go a bit back with the shoulder, turn the palm up to the sky. A bit. The other arm in front, shoulder is back and down, pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm, go a bit back with the shoulder, turn the palm up to the sky. That was the short Wristtraining. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today Oceania, and after we've done it, we're going to do shoulder impingement training, and if you participate in the shoulder impingement training, then it's with your own risk. This is part 2. Now we're here and we want to make a presentation. So the first things written here are that the people of the Pacific, which is Oceania, may have been the greatest seafarers of the ancient world. Okay, first Oceania. We want to make a little presentation with the title Ancient History of Oceania. Oceania, that is a part of Australia, North. They say the Pacific. This would technically go into Africa, I think. But it's no, here's Pacific. That is the Indian Ocean. That is Pacific. Okay, the Pacific. Northern Australia, Southern Asia, the Pacific. Northern Australia, Southern Asia, the Pacific. We're going to say it like that. Oceania. The people of the Pacific. 50,000 years ago, there were people coming from South Asia with boats and they settled in Australia. That's the first thing. 50,000 years ago, people came with boats from Southern Asia. The next thing is, and the oldest settlement is in New Guinea, which is 40,000 years old. but many sites are lost under the sea because they were lying at the coast. Most early sites are now lost offshore under the sea, which rose to cut off New Guinea and Australia around 5,000 years ago. But many of these early sites are lost under the sea, offshore under the sea, because the sea level has risen, and because the sea level has risen after the end of the Ice Age. Maybe good admit. Let's admit. Which when separated, after the sea level has risen, which when 5,000 years ago settled Tasmania, Australia and New Guinea. Up until 5,000 years ago, the sea level was lower in Tasmania, Australia and New Guinea were all part of one big continent. Okay, 50,000 years ago, people were coming from Southern Asia with boats to Australia, and the oldest settlements are in New Guinea, which are 40,000 years old, but most of the sites where people lived are now underground, and when underground, because the sea level has risen, and which led them to that, which was the leading cause of that I can't get it really correct, which was the cause for the separation of the Tasmanian, Australian and Papua New Guinea land, which was until then connected. It's really complicated. Had risen, which this rising of the sea level had been caused that Tasmania, Papua New Guinea, the Tasmania, New Guinea and Australia were separated. With this earlier, for 6,000 years earlier. 6,000 years ago, they had plants and animals reached New Guinea from Asia. Plants and animals had come over from Asia and people were doing farming. They drained fields. Draining means they took the water out, I think. Draining. On an area called Cooksville. I don't know what we should do with this information. Is that an important information? What would we go to edit there? And with the people, for example, the people in Cooksville were draining also fields. Most of the people living there stayed hunters. 4,000 years ago, there were many people driving or sailing around in canoes. And they made it up onto Southern America. And we know it because it is 50,000 years old. The cave painting itself is 50,000 years old. Okay, then I would not mention that the people were sailing around 4,000 years ago from Indonesia to Melanesia and Micronesia. It's a little complicated. But we would say that 50,000 years old. And there is a 50, it's a bit like that. Round canoes shown in a 50,000-year-old cave painting in Australia. Match those that can be seen all over the Pacific region. And in caves in South American Amazon jungles. The painting is in Australia, okay. But it matches the canoes seen everywhere. But not the other paintings. That's a little problem. But we want to mention at least the other thing. There is the lapita pottery. There's the style of pottery which is called lapita and that originated on the Maluka island of Indonesia. And the early Melanesians are known for it. Wait, there are too many words to remember. And we will do, let's say that. And there's also art and culture, art remaining, There's, for example, a 50,000-year-old painting in a cave in Australia, on which canoes are depicted, which have the same appearance as the canoes found. No. And in caves in South American Amazon jungles. They haven't found the canoes in South American caves. They have the paintings. And they found paintings in caves 50,000 years old, which are the same in Australia, and they match the same in the Amazon jungle in South America and all of the Pacific. That indicates that the people were sailing a lot in their canoes, and we know, for example, that they spread also from Australia over to Melanesia, Micronesia, and Vanuatu. I really wanted to do a presentation now. I'm totally unconcentrated. No, I don't really know how we should continue. That means we're going to continue the short impingement training. We come back with a plan. That means if you were here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history. We will do what we wanted to do now. We will do now the short impingement training. If you stay and participate in the short impingement training, then it's better your own risk. Go to stable stance, and we're doing short circles around back, up and front and down. And now backwards. And now we are having long arms, strong fists, and we're going as far back as we can with the shoulders. High up and in front and down and again back, up and in front and down and again backwards, up, back, down, again in front, up, back and down. Now we're going on with the next exercise, which is accelerating motorcyclists. Go to stable stance, we're going into the knees, we're hinging forward with a straight back, we're letting the arms hang and we're pinching the scapulars together with it. And now make fists, lift the arms up and still pinch the scapulars together. Lift the arms down and the shoulders. And then around. Pinch the scapulars together. Now make fists, lift the arms up and still pinch the scapulars together. Lift the arms down. And to the next exercise of cheetah. Into the knees, hinge forward, round back, lift the arms hang, make fists, turn the arms to the inside, lift the arms high up, bring them together, straighten up, bring shoulders down, together. Arms high up, and together, shoulders down, and together. And release. And the second round. Into the knees, hinge forward, lift the round back, lift the arms hang, make fists, turn the arms to the inside, lift the arms high up, bring them together. Straighten up, bring the shoulders down and together. And release. Now just lift the arms up and let go down. And again, if this exercise causes pain, then don't do it. And arms at the sides and in front and again back. And now to the next exercise. Go to stable stance, shoulders down and together, long arms, strong fists, turn the arms to the inside. Shoulders down and together with effort. Arms to the outside, shoulders down and together. Change again, arms to the inside, shoulders down and together. One more to the outside, shoulders down and together. Another next exercise. Arms up to a T, hands on the fists, lift in front, turn the arms in front, shoulders down and together. Now the arms back, shoulders up and in front. And the arms again in front, shoulders down, hands together. And change again, arms back, shoulders up and in front. And release for next exercise. You shrug with the arms up. And shrug with up. And release all down again. Again the arms up. Shoulders up. And release all down. Last time. And down. And now the pretzel curl arms together. And remember down to the outside. And again to the inside. And last time. And now we're going to do a sundial. You can also use the tennis ball or something else. Have a little longer with your outside, a little further down. If you flex the wrist a bit down, it's easier to keep your arms straight, which is a better training for sure. And the outside. And now to the stretching. Take one arm in front, shoulder back and down. Pull the arm in, have flat fingers, try to relax the arm. Go with back of the shoulder, and then the palm a bit up to the sky. And the other arm. The arm in front, shoulder back, down. Pull the arm and have flat fingers, try to relax the arm. Go with back of the shoulder, and turn the palm up to the sky. And that was the shoulder training. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I am trying to learn history. Today the Treaty of Amiens. And after we've done that, we're gonna do Neckstretching. And if you participate in the Neckstretching, then it's but at your own risk. And we're talking about a war, and this is part 10 or whatever. Now, the breakdown of this Treaty of Amiens, which made for 1 year a pause in the fighting in Europe between France and its allies, and mostly Britain and its allies. Bonaparte also took advantage during the treaty, the treaty is lasting. Bonaparte also took advantage of the loosening of a British blockade of French ports to organize and dispatch a naval expedition to regain control over revolutionary Haiti and to occupy French Louisiana. Napoleon's goal of a North American empire collapsed with the failure of his army in Haiti, so he gave it up and sold the Louisiana territory to the United States. Napoleon used the interlude, so this treaty right now is now lasting, used the interlude for major internal reforms such as the promulgation of a new legal system under the Napoleonic Code, making peace with the Vatican by the Concordat, and issuing a new constitution that gave him lifetime control. France made territorial gains in Switzerland and Italy. However, Napoleon's goal of a North American empire collapsed with the failure of his army in Haiti, so he gave it up and sold the Louisiana territory to the United States. Bonaparte took advantage of the loosening of a British blockade of French ports to organize and dispatch a naval expedition to regain control over revolutionary Haiti and to occupy French Louisiana. Those moves were not in violation of the treaty, were perceived by the British as a willingness by Bonaparte to threaten them on a global stage. Britain refused to remove troops from Egypt or Malta, as agreed upon in the treaty. Bonaparte formally protested the continuing British occupation and, in January 1803, published a report by Horace Sebastini that included observations on the ease with which France might capture Egypt, alarming most of the European powers. Okay, Napoleon led through Horace Sebastien an observation or a report bring out in which it was stated how easy it would be for France to capture Egypt from Britain, I think. And that alarmed many European powers. In an interview in February 1803 with Lord Whitworth, Britain's French ambassador, Bonaparte threatened war if Malta was not evacuated, and implied that he could have already retaken Egypt. The ambassador of Britain for France was interviewing Lord Whitworth. and that's very strange. And where Lord Wilford is a British name. Lord Wilford is a British ambassador for France. It's just written with comma, not with brackets. In an interview in February 1803 with Lord Wilford, Britain's French ambassador, Bonaparte threatened war if Malta was not evacuated and implied that he could have already retaken Egypt. The exchange left Whitworth feeling he was given an ultimatum. In a public meeting with a group of diplomats the following month, Bonaparte again pressed Whitworth, implying that the British wanted war since they were not upholding their treaty obligations. The Russian ambassador, Arkady Ivanovich Morkov, reported the encounter back to St. Petersburg in stark terms. The implicit and explicit threats contained in the exchange may have played a role in Russia's eventual entry into the Third Coalition. I'm so confused with line breaks, I can't keep my eyes straight. I can't pay attention, I don't know what to read. Markov also reported rumors that Bonaparte would seize Hamburg as well as Hanover if war was renewed. Although Alexander wanted to avoid war, that news apparently forced his hand. He began collecting troops on the Baltic coast in late March. The Russian foreign minister wrote of the situation, the intention already expressed by the First Council of striking blows against England where he can, and under this pretext of sending his troops into Hanover and Northern Germany, entirely transforms the nature of his war as it relates to our interests and obligations. When France moved to occupy Switzerland, the British had issued orders to not return Cape Colony to the Batavian Republic as stipulated in the Treaty of Amiens, only to countermand them when the Swiss failed to resist. In March 1803, the Addington Ministry received notice that Cape Colony had been reoccupied by the military, and it promptly ordered military preparations to guard against possible French retaliation for the breach of a treaty. They claimed that hostile French preparations had forced France, had forced them into that action and that they were engaged in serious negotiations. The ministry then issued a sudden ultimatum to France demanding an evacuation of Holland and Switzerland and British control of Malta for 10 years. The exchange prompted an exodus of foreigners from France, and Bonaparte quickly sold Louisiana to the United States to prevent its capture by Britain. Bonaparte made every concession that could be considered as demanded or even imposed by the British government, by offering to guarantee the integrity of the Ottoman Empire, place Malta in the hands of a neutral third party, and form a convention to satisfy Britain on other issues. His rejection of a British offer involving a 10-year lease of Malta prompted the reactivation of a British blockade of the French coast. Bonaparte, who was not fully prepared to resume the war, made moves designed to show renewed preparations for a French invasion of Britain. Matters reached a diplomatic crisis point when the British rejected the idea of mediation by Tsar Alexander, and on the 10th of May ordered Whitworth to withdraw from Paris if the French did not accede to their demands in 36 hours. Last-minute attempts at negotiation by Talleyrand failed, and Whitworth left France on the 30th of May. Britain declared war on France the 18th, thus starting the Napoleonic Wars, which would rage in Europe for the following 12 years. Britain gave its official reason for resuming hostilities as France's imperialist policies in the West Indies, Italy, and Switzerland. I don't know why I keep looking on the clock. I'm perfectly well in time. Now, I said in the last part of Treaty of Amiens that we're just going to read it to the end, and we're going to read it all in detail. So if you have not understood what I just said, it's not so much a problem. We're going to repeat it all more closely in detail. We just wanted to read through it and to know more broadly what of this is opinion and what is more or less fact, because these are the reasons why the war resumed, and a part of the official reasoning given by these countries. What were the motives now exactly? What were the thinking? That's not so clear. So we wanted to go a little over and look how it's all written, and then now with the knowledge of what it all is, if you were able to understand it, we're going to go back and read it now all in detail. But now we're actually at the end of our time. It means in the next part we're going to start with this one long page written of a breakdown, minor details sentence by sentence. Let's try to really understand every single sentence. If you were here for history, I have a treaty of Amiens. You can go directly to the next part. History, the treaty of Amiens probably. We will do now the Neckstretching. If you still participate in the Neckstretching, then it's better the arm risk. Go to stable stance and we do the hydro tower. Breathe in and reach with the fingertips as far as you can. And again down and reach as far as you can with the fingertips. And reach as far as you can and again down. Reach as far as you can. And now we're reaching in front and doing circles again. And reach as far as you can. Make it reach as far back as you can. Down. And again. Reach as far as you can. Make it reach as far as you can. To the next exercise for buzzards. The feet are standing together. Arms up to a T. And we're pretending to fly like a buzzard. And on with the next exercise, which is the police officer. We're breathing in with the arms up. And we're breathing out, opening the arms to the side. Breathing in. And out, open to the other side. Breathing in. And out the arms down. And now the feet shoulders wide apart, good and stable. And tall up, shoulders back, we're breathing in. And we're breathing out, we're going with the head over to one side. Breathing in. And out, chin down to the ground. Breathing in. And out, head up and over to the other side. Breathing in. And out, chin down to the ground. Breathing in. And out, lift the gaze and bring it back into the middle. And again out to one side. And breathing in. And breathe halfway out. And then bring the head in a circulatory movement over to the other side. Breathing in. And breathe halfway out. And then circle the head over to the other side. And back. Now we'll fly. We are bringing the palms together, the elbows together, and bring the hands up. As far as you can bring it with moderate force. And release again. And let's do it again. And now for pressure-based laser machine exercise. Hands together, breathe in, and out, press in front, and bring also the head down. Again in the middle, and out, again in front, head down, in, and down. And the next exercise. Hands shoulder, no, feet standing together, in front of the fingers, we do the cashew. Tall up, shoulders back, breathe in. And breathe out, head over to one side. And the chin down to the cloak. Breathe again in. And breathe out and reach with the hands down to the ground. Again in. Head up and over to the other side. Breathe again in. And out, chin down to the clavicle. Breathe again in. And out and pull with the hands down to the ground. In this case, and bring the head back into the middle. Now stretch your fingers. And just find the fingers behind the back, bring them over to one side, tall up, shoulders back, breathe in. And breathe out, head over to one side, or to the side with the hands, chin down to the clavicle, breathe in. And out, pull the arm in, and the shoulder down. Again, head up, over to the other side, also the hands over to the other side, shoulders back, breathe in. And out, chin down to the cloaker, and pull the arm in and the shoulder down. Again, lift the gaze, and the head back. And we're going on with the next exercise. One hand behind the back, the other one up. And we're taking the head tall up, and we're bringing it over. Don't pull, just bring it up. Breathe again in. And out, look up to the hand on top. And again up. The other hand behind the back, and up, tall up, and bring the head over, don't pull. Breathe again in. And out, look up to the head. And head up. Now the skyhugger, breathe in, lift the arms up. And without lean back, long arms. Again. And out and lean back. Again. Out the arms down and doing the eagle swings. Reach out the arms up. And out the arms down. Healing the arms down. And out and down. Now we're ending with a cactus collecting its stings. Bring the palms to touch the lower hands down to heart center. That was the Neckstretching. If you were here for stretching, that was the stretching. That was the Neckstretching. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today Oceania, and after we've done that, we're gonna do stretching. And if you participate in the stretching, then it's mit der Augenmuskeln. This is part 3, I think. The people of Oceania, the region of the Pacific, Northern Australia, Southern Asia, are known for being great seafarers of the ancient world. And up until 5,000 years ago, Tasmania, Australia, and New Guinea were connected as one big continent because the sea levels were lower. And then, 50,000 years, there came people from Southeast Asia over, settling in Australia. With boats as we come over. Many of the sites which we lived and I want to have a chronology. 50,000 years ago, they came over. We're going to start with it. Then, and the oldest settlements are found in New Guinea, the oldest settlement is in New Guinea, and that is 40,000 years old. And there would be more old settlements, but 5,000 years ago, the sea levels had risen so far that Tasmania, New Guinea, and Australia were no longer connected over land, and so many of the sites are today underwater. That's the first part, and then we're having 6,000 years ago. That's what I think was 7,000 years ago. With a connecting land bridge. 6,000 years ago came many domesticated plants and animals over to New Guinea. And people were doing farming, and for example, the fields in the area of Cook Swamp drained. Many people remained farmers, many people. Cook Swamp, K-U-K. 6,000 years ago came many domesticated plants and also animals over from Southern Asia to New Guinea. And farming was done, and also the swamps drained in Cook Swamp, for example. And just as I said, how do we possibly continue since? And when it is also no, that doesn't really make sense. Many people stay to be hunters. 4,000 years ago, people sailed in canoes from Indonesia to colonize Malaysia and Micronesia, the islands of the Western Pacific such as Vanuatu. We're going to mention it later. Okay, now that place we're going to mention it. People have found in 50,000 a 50,000 year old painting in a cave in Australia, and it matches other paintings of canoes which are shown on the picture on this painting of canoes, and these depictions of canoes are measuring other ones which are found all over the Pacific, even in the Amazon jungle, indicating that people of the same culture sailed in such like canoes from one place to the other. And also to other one. And we now also, for example, did 4,000 years ago, the people from Indonesia sailed over to Melanesia and Micronesia, and also to Vanuatu in the Pacific. Melanesia, Micronesia, Vanuatu. And for example, 4,000 years ago, the people sailed from Indonesia to Malaysia, Melanesia, to Melanesia, Micronesia, and Vanuatu. Melanesia. Melanesia, Micronesia. But they were also doing other things, pottery for example, and the people of the Maluka Islands of Indonesia. But they were also doing other things, pottery for example, the people of the Maluka Islands were doing were known early Melanesians. Other things, the early Melanesians are known for. There were other things. In the Maluka Islands originated a type of pottery and called the lapita, and that is called lapita. That is according to Metzger's World History. Okay. First region, when 50,000 years ago, the settling over. Then 7,000, when the oldest thing out of settlement 40,000 New Guinea. Then 7,000 years ago, crossing of the land bridge, and that's the reason why most of the sites in New Guinea are underwater. Most of the sites all over underwater. And then 6,000 years ago, domesticated plants and animals, Cook Swamp. And then cave paintings, 50,000 in Australia, other ones found in the South American Amazon jungle, showing canoes, indicating that people were sailing a lot with sailing canoes, and for example, do we know that people from Indonesia sailed over to Melanesia and Micronesia and Vanuatu, but we also know something else. Pottery on the Maluku Islands, Molucca Islands, where originated from, that it started some type of pottery known as the Lapita pottery, which is the early Melanesians are famous for. Let's try it. Have I seen camera? I remember this time. Let's try it. The history of Oceania. Oceania is a region of northern Australia, South Asia, and that region. 50,000 years ago, there were people coming with boats over from southern Asia over to Australia. And the oldest settlements are the oldest settlement is 40,000 years old, and it is found on New Guinea. Our settlements are not to be found anymore because 5,000 years ago, the connecting big continent land bridge, which connected New Guinea, Tasmania, and Australia, was underwater because the sea level had risen at the point 7,000 years ago. 6,000 years ago, there were coming domesticated plants and animals over from southern Asia to Australia, and people were doing then a bit farming and also trained a region called Cook Swamp, but many people stayed hunter. And in a 50,000-year-old cave painting in Australia was found a picture of canoes, and such like the picturings of canoes were found in other regions all over the Pacific, also in the South American Amazon jungle. And that indicates that the people actually from the same culture stay basically all over the world. And we know also that people from Indonesia sailed over to Melanesia and Micronesia and Vanuatu. But we're also known for something else. On the Molucca Islands, there originated a form of pottery known as tapi, and the early Melanesians are famous for it. And this is according to Metzger's World History, page 92. It's Lapita. I think we're going to do it next again. I'm going to not start the camera, we're going to do it next again. The history of Oceania. Oceania is the region of northern Australia, southern Asia, that region. And 50,000 years ago, there were people coming with boats over from southern Asia. And the oldest settlement found is 40,000 years old, that is on New Guinea. There are more settlements, but they are underwater now because 7,000 years ago, the sea levels had risen so far that New Guinea and Australia were cut off, and as it was previous, Tasmania, New Guinea and Australia were connected as one big continent, wasn't anymore because the sea level had risen. 6,000 years ago, domesticated plants and animals came over from southern Asia to New Guinea, and some people were doing farming, and also the Cook Swamp were drained, but many people stayed hunter. In Australia was in a cave painting found, which is 50,000 years old, and on that there are canoes depicted, and all over the Pacific, and also in the Southern American Amazon jungle, there there are found paintings like that of canoes, indicating that the same people from the same culture sailed all around the world. We know also that people from Indonesia sailed over to Melanesia and Micronesia and Vanuatu, but we also know for something else. There's, for example, the Maluku Island, and there was some pottery done, Lapita pottery, and the early Melanesian people are known for it. And that is according to Might Scales World History, page 92. I think we had. I'm going to set the camera. And that was the Oceania part. If you are here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history. We're going to do no more stretching. If you stay and participate in the stretching, then it's at your own risk. Go to separate stance, we're breathing in from the arms up. Then breathe out, we go out to one side. Breathe in into the middle. Out over to the other side. Breathe in into the middle. Out the arms down. Breathe again in. Out one hand slides down the leg, the other shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. And out one arm. Breathe in the rib cage. Out back into the middle. Breathe again in. Out one hand slides down the leg, the other shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. Out one arm. Breathe in open rib cage. Out into the middle. And the next side. Go to separate stance. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And breathe out one arm half down. Breathe again in. Now lift the arm completely down. Breathe out. Then look up to the head. And breathe in, arm again up. And out to the other side down. Breathe again in. Out the arm down. And the other side up. And back into the middle. Leave the arms down. Shoulder circuits. Go to 7 cents and take it going forward. Shoulder circuits. And backwards. And down. Breathe in the shoulders up. Out it fall down. And in. No, shoulders down. Okay. No, shoulders down. Now we have a plug up. Breathe in the arms up. And reach always with one arm at a time up. Pretend to take an apple hanging high on an apple branch. Turn it a bit around and then to plug it out. And now, next exercise, we shift our arms up to a T. We're breathing in. And out we go now to one side. Breathing in. Out into the middle. And out. Breathe again in into the middle. And out to the other side. Again in. And out. Again in. And out, we're leaning onto the knees, but Buffalo fighting its hangover exercise. Breathe in. Out one shoulder in front. Again in. And out the other one in front. In and shoulder back. And out the other one in front. In. And out. In and shoulder back. And out we hang down the Niagara Falls. Just keep breathing normally in and out. Again in and out over to one leg. Breathe again in. Out over to the other leg. Breathe again in and out into the middle. Breathe again in. And out and close the feet on the side of Angelo. Just keep standing normal breathing with feet crossed now. Breathe in. And out. Again in. And out. Again in. Now we're coming Alright, slowly lift the arm back up and again lift up the backwards shoulder. The garden pose. Toss up onto the outside, roll the limbs between the heels. Breathing in, lifting the arms up and sinking down. We're placing the elbows against the inside of the knees. We're breathing in and straightening up. And out, we're coming with the back up. Get in. And out again. Get in. And last time in. Out, we're coming slowly in one straight line upwards. And we're bringing also hands down. And we're ending with a trunk igniter. We're breathing in, ground down. And we're out. Get in. Out. Last drop in. Out. Out. Merge with cross legs. And we're out. That was Wristtraining. I thank you very much and until the next time. Hi and welcome. I am trying to learn history today by Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And after we've done it, we're going to do stretching. And if you participate in the stretching, this if you count this. And this is part 3 or something. Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Okay, the first interesting thing here is for us. We're preparing our presentation about it. Eventually, Babylonia was defeated by the rival empire of Assyria. But in 626 before Christ, an alliance between the Chaldeans of southern Babylonia and the Medes of Persia defeated Assyria, and the Chaldean ruler Nabopolassar made himself king of Babylon. In the year 626, the ruler of the Medes, not Chaldeans, the Chaldeans of the southern part of Babylonia. In 626 before Christ, the Medes, Chaldeans. The Chaldeans of southern part of Babylonia, led or ruled by Nabopolassar, had with an allegiance, together with the Medes of Persia, defeated Assyria, and now Nabopolassar became the ruler of Babylon. And while Nabopolassar was reigning, he let the city build out to make it fortified. He built out the city to be fortified. He let build walls. A wall around the city, for example. And his son, Nebuchadnezzar II, continued in his work. He made fortresses and strong points along the wall. Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Hanging Gardens of Babylon. We're going to mention this just. And he also built a bridge over the river Euphrates and a royal palace over the city, a fortified royal palace. And at the bank of the river Euphrates, there he let build the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And that was happening because his wife Semiramis was missing Persian homelands, and she disliked the flatland of Babylon, and she missed the mountains of Persia. And so he let build terraces of gardens stacked on top of each other, which were then 100 meters high. And he let them again surrounded by a wall, 7 meters thick. And all these terraces were surrounded by stone flower beds. What was the exact word? Stone flower beds leaned with lead. And wait, it's leaned with lead. Lead is on the outside of stone flower bed. But I don't really know what the door is, what lead is and so on. And I don't understand what lean. Is it lined? Maybe that's my whole thing. I just mispronounce it. And so I never find out what it is. Lined with lead. Okay, whatever. The terraces and at the outside, at the borders of his terraces, there were stone flower beds, and in them were exotic trees. What was the word? Profusion. A profusion of exotic trees. I don't really know what profusion is. And there were exotic trees and shrubs and creepers and flowers. And all these terraces were connected over marble staircases, over roofed by arcing rows, by stone arcs, by rows of stone arcs. And now there were then slaves working and pumping from the river Euphrates with Archimedean screws, probably were then used. They were doing water up to cisterns on the top terrace, and that water then was very used to feed the waterfalls and the fountains and the flowers on top. And streams. Okay. And the next thing would be Yes, let's mention it also. And the whole thing was architectural and hydraulic engineering masterpiece. Equally, they must have been a prodigious feat of architecture and hydraulic engineering. Was an architecture and hydraulic was an astonishing work of, or great work, astonishing, a fabulous, awesome, an admirable piece of architecture, hydraulic engineering, to make these hanging gardens possible. Now, 22 years after Nebuchadnezzar II had died, the Persian Emperor Cyrus the Great entered the city without great struggle, nevertheless all the building of fortified walls. And there's not so much known about the hanging gardens of Babylon, but they probably survived a little bit longer, 3 centuries later after Cyrus the Great had entered the city and Nebuchadnezzar II had died. There was still reported by Colossus, the Babylonian priest. But today there's nothing substantial left of an worship, I must say. But today there's just a well and one or two, what is the answer? One or two. Okay, the Babylonian priest Colossus described them 300 centuries later, but today there's more or less absolutely nothing left. There's basically nothing left. Maybe a well and an ark. And that we will be then according. Oh, that thing is part of it. Below, a lion finely modeled in relief, once decorated the magnificent glazed brick walls of a throne room in Nebuchadnezzar's splendid palace in Babylon. Okay, and for example, that's all part of hanging gardens. We have our own title for our presentation, hanging gardens of Babylon. I'm still using it, I don't know what else. Where is this lion? I'm going to show you in a moment. And that is inside of his royal palace, which shows over the city of Babylon, fortified with more. No, it was fortified, but you don't know if it was more. And there is this relief, a decorated relief. Now I'm showing it even more than I'm ready to. What is that? A lion finally modeled in relief. This relief that is from the side, that's what relief. In relief, once decorated with a magnificent glazed brick wall. So that thing is standing today. A lion finely modeled in relief, once decorated with magnificent glazed brick walls of a throne room in Nebuchadnezzar's splendid palace in Babylon. I would just claim that that thing is standing today. I understand it that way. But that doesn't look new. If it would be a painting or something, then it would look new. Someone would have made it like this imagination. So this is a photograph, and if it's a photograph and standing today, that's still standing today. There's, for example, when we go to the palace, there's, for example, a finely modeled relief of a lion in the throne room of the palace. There's a relief of a finely modeled lion in the throne room of the palace. Whether we were, according to Leonard Galaxies, what is it? I think wonders of it. First, wonders of it. No, the problem is we're 8 minutes in. It means we don't have time for a presentation. We're going to do a presentation next time. That means if you were here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history, where we will, or the next part of history, hanging gardens of Babylon. If you go there, you can go there. If you stay here and participate in the stretching, then it's very honest. Good and simple stance, and the breathing and the outside. And breathe out outside. Breathe again in. And out over to the other side. Okay. Out the arms down. Breathe in. Outer hand slides down the leg, and the other shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. And now to take one up. Breathing in. And out back. Again in. And out, one hand slides down leg, the other shoulder stays down. Breathe in. And out and one arm over. Down the ribcage. And out, down. And now have feet same together, the aeronautic aerobatic aeroplane. Breathe in, lift the arms up. Then breathe out, one hand down. Within the reach. And out, head up. Again in. Out, one hand down. In and reach. Out and up. And hands down. Legs shoulder wide apart, and we are doing shoulder circles. Come front, up, and down. And now breathe in and lift the shoulders up. And breathe out, lift the foot down. Again in. And out. Again in. And out. Now we have a plug up, breathe in, lift the arms up. And now reach all this with one arm high up. Pretend to take an apple, hanging high with apple plunge. Turn it a bit around and pretend to harvest it. And over to a shifter. Legs wide apart, arms up to a T, breathe in. And out and go over to the side. In. And out and over to the other side. In. And out. And out, we're leaning onto the knees. The buffalo fighting its hangover. We're breathing in. And out, one shoulder front. In the shoulder back. Out the other one in front. In the shoulder back. Out the other one in front. In the shoulder back. Out the other one in front. In and back. And out, if you're doing the Niagara Falls, just hang down. And breathing in. And out. Again in. And out. Again in. And out and over to one leg. Breathing in. And out and over to the other leg. Breathing in. And out and over. And now close the feet and doing the salto angelo. Breathing in. And out. And in. And out comes slowly the throat back up and make it to top backwards. Shoulder shrug. Now we can't pause. The toes are pointing to the outside, having an ulnar length space between the heels. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And breathe out and sink down. Place your elbows against the inside of the rib cage. Now breathe in and straighten up. And breathe out and come back up. Breathing in. And out and go down. Breathe in and straighten up. And out again down. Again in. And out and down. Now breathe in and straighten up. And breathe out and come to the crown of the head first. And we're ending. Legs wide apart, we're breathing in. Breathing in. And out. In. Out. Out. And then we're in the close the legs. And breathe again out. That was Wristtraining. Thank you very much. Until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And after we've done it, we're going to do stretching. And if you participate in the stretching, then it's relatively honest. Now, I had a little idea how we call our presentation Babylon and the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Okay, maybe. Okay, what is the story? The story is that 626 before Christ, an alliance between the Chavins of southern Babylon, ruled by Nabopolassar, and the Medes of Persia, defeated Assyria, and now Nabopolassar, the mentioned ruler of Chavins of southern Babylonia, became the ruler, king of Babylon. And he started Nabopolassar to build a wall, and when his son and Babylon regained its glory as the old Babylonia had, we could mention it, but we don't have much information about it. It was defeated by Assyria, gained glory again, and he let build a wall. And now his son Nebuchadnezzar II continued this work. He fortified the wall and built fortresses, and he built also a fortified royal palace. And in that palace there is a finely modeled relief of a magnificent glazed a lion finely modeled in relief once decorated a magnificent glazed brick walls of a throne room in Nebuchadnezzar's splendid palace in Babylon. And there is, for example, in the throne room in the palace, a finely modeled relief of a lion, of a golden lion. Never written where this is going. Let this go. And he also let build a bridge over the river Euphrates, and now at the banks of the river Euphrates, he let build the hanging gardens of Babylon. He was married to Semiramis, he was the mountain of Persian homeland. The hanging gardens of Babylon were built, terraced 100 meters high, surrounded by stone floor beds and in them the soil, and then there were, what is this now? A profusion of exotic trees. There was a profusion of exotic trees growing and shrubs and creepers and flowers. And there were marble staircases leading from one of these terraces to the other one, and also over these marble staircases there were stone arcs. Slaves were pumping through Archimedean screws the water up to cisterns on the topmost terrace, and from them the fountains, the wells and the streams were fed. And the whole thing, so that it was not undermined by the water, must have been an architectural masterwork. Just 22 years, and it was surrounded by centimeters before, just 22 years later, after the death of Nebuchadnezzar II, is it somehow savable, grammatically? Just 22 years later, if I have not mentioned afterward, later, that the speaking is of, it's spoken of later, meaning here Nebuchadnezzar II's death. Babylon fell to the Cyprus the Great, the Assyrian Emperor Cyrus is an island in the Mediterranean Sea. Cyrus the Great to the Persian Empire, Cyrus the Great again. He ended the fourth struggle city. But the hangings of Babylon continued for most probably 300 years, for at least 300 years, because they were described by Berossus. The name of them is Berossus. Berossus, a Babylonian priest, Berossus. That is according to one of the word by Leonard Galaxy. Okay, I'm going to stop the camera. We have time for around 3 or 4 takes. Babylon and the hanging gardens of Babylon. 626 before Christ, there were the Assyrians overtoppled by an allegiance of the Chaldeans of southern Babylon and the Medes of Persia. And the ruler of the Chaldeans of southern Babylonia, Nabopolassar, became the king of Babylon. And Babylon reached its old glory which it had as the old Babylonian Empire previously, which was defeated by Assyria earlier. And he, Nabopolassar, the king, built a fortified wall and fortified the city, and his son Nebuchadnezzar II continued this work. He built fortresses and strong points along the wall, and also did he build or let build a royal palace. And in that royal palace, for example, there was in the throne room a relief finely made of a golden lion. He built also a bridge over the river Euphrates, which was flying through Babylon, And also at the banks of the river Euphrates where the Hanging Gardens of Babylon were built. Nebuchadnezzar II was married to Semiramis. Semiramis was missing the mountains of her Persian homeland, and she disliked the flatness of Babylon. And so these Hanging Gardens of Babylon were built, and these were terraces stacked on top of each other, 100 meters high, surrounded by a 7-meter thick wall. And we have a marble staircase leading from one of these terraces to the other one. And over these marble staircases there were stone arcs. And they were all lined at the borders with stone flower beds with soil in them, and there was a profusion of exotic trees, shrubs, creepers, and flowers growing in them. And when the Achaemenians closed, did slaves pump up water to the topmost terrace. There were cisterns, and from these cisterns the waterfalls, streams, and fountains were fed with water. But all was a masterwork of architecture that not the water was undermining the whole structure. Now, just 22 years after Nebuchadnezzar II had died, Babylon was again conquered by the Assyrian king Cyrus the Great. But the Hanging Gardens of Babylon existed for at least 300 years longer because Berossus, a Babylonian priest, described them once and mentioned them. And that is according to Leonel Galaxi's Wonders of the World, page 15 and 60. I think I second one. So I'm going to set the camera. And we are done with the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. That means if you still interested in history, you can go to the next part of history. We will do now the stretching. If you stay and participate in the stretching, that is better at your own risk. Go to a second stance and we're breathing in and lifting the arms up. Now breathe out and go over to one side. Breathe again in. And out back into the middle. Breathe again in. And out over to the other side. Breathe again in. And out into the middle and the arms down. And now, you're breathing in. And out and one hand slides down the leg and the other shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. And out and you're taking one arm over. Breathe in and down the ribcage. And out back into the middle. Breathe again in. And out. Now one sees the upper exercise to the other side. The shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. And out and we're taking one arm over. Breathe in and out the ribcage. And breathe out into the middle. Now the feet standing together. The aeronautical airplane. Breathe in. Lift the arms up. And breathe out and one hand comes down. Breathe in and reach. And breathe out, handing it up. Again. Out one hand down. Breathe in and reach. Out one hand up and down. And now shoulder circuits. Go to stable stance. And we're doing forward shoulder circuits. Come back. And backwards. And now breathe in and lift the shoulders up. And breathe out, let them fall down. Again in. And shoulders down. Last time in. And out and the shoulders down. And now we have a pucker. Breathe in. Arms up, and now reach always with one arm high up. Pretend to take an apple, hanging high on an apple branch, to turn a little bit around, and then to live it away. And also last time, we're going under the shifter. Arms up to a T, legs wide apart, we breathe in. And breathe out, shift just with the upper part of the body over to one side. Again. Now and over to the other side. Again. And out over to the other side. Out. And out, we're leaning into the knees. The buffalo finding its hangover, we breathe in. And out one shoulder in front. Again, in the shoulder back. And out the shoulder in front. In, shoulder back. And out, shoulder front. In, back. Out the other one in front. In. And out and hanging down. And we're doing many agar folds. So just keep breathing deep in into the chest. And out from love. Like that in. And out. Like it in. And out over to one leg. Breathe again in. And out over to the other leg. Breathe again in. And out of the leg. And below the Santo Angelo. Close the feet, but we keep on hanging down and deep breathing. Breathe in. And out. Like it in. And out. Again in. And out we come slowly in the foot and back up and making it top and backwards. Double garden pause. The toes are pointing to the outside, having an ulnar limb space between the heels. Breathe in as the arms up. And breathe out and we're sinking down and place the elbows against the inside of the knees. Breathe again in. Straighten up. And breathe out and come with the back up. Breathe again in. And out again down. Again in. And out again down. Again in. Again in. And out coming on straight line upwards. And the arms up. And we're ending with a truncator legs. Legs out to the outside, breathe in. Breathe in. And out. And in. Out. Out. Breathe in, close the legs. And out. It was the session. Thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today Polynesia, and after we've done that, we're gonna do median plane training. And if you participate in the median plane training, that is very bonus. Polynesia or Polynesians people. And the Polynesians are the people who live on the many islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, from Hawaii to Easter Island and New Zealand. The people living on many islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, Hawaii to Easter Island and New Zealand. Hawaii is around there, and New Zealand is beside Australia. Now let's take the map and look if we find something. Now Easter Island I'm not on, but we have in Hawaii. There. There's noch weiter, where is Hawaii? And New Zealand is where? In the middle of the Pacific. Okay, that is Polynesia. Or the Polynesian people are living there. In the middle of the Pacific. Hawaii to Easter Island and New Zealand. There are 10,000 islands in Polynesia. And the rest of the Eastern Pacific, with hundreds of different cultures and languages, which each with its own history. There are 10,000 islands in Polynesia and in the Eastern Pacific. And there are hundreds of different cultures and languages, and all of them have their own history. Okay, Polynesia seems to be far spread, hundreds, maybe thousands of islands, and there are different cultures, people with different cultures and languages living on these islands, oftentimes. Polynesia, the region of Hawaii to Easter Islands to New Zealand, with over the thousands of islands, more than 10,000, and different people live there. Many Polynesian islands may well have been first settled 40,000 years ago by people from Southeast Asia. Okay, people from Southeast Asia. Makes sense. started to survey. A second wave of migrants moved east from Fiji, Samoa and Tonga to the Marquesas Islands 2,000 years ago. Marcus. No, Marcus. So we have here Fiji, Samoa and Tonga. Fiji there, Samoa and Tonga. Now Fiji was there. Again, next to Australia, there's New Zealand, there's Fiji. Here will be Southern Asia, and there's somewhere Samoa and Tonga somewhere as well. Now they moved east, so that means they moved to here. Let's look if there is Polynesia. French Polynesia. Marquesas Islands, French. Okay, they moved east. Now here from Southern Asia, it came the first, and went to New Zealand where it starts, and from Fiji then eastwards, so to here, and Samoa and Tonga eastwards. There's Polynesia. Yes, South America. Polynesia. Okay. There are over 10,000 islands in the Eastern Pacific, in Polynesia and Eastern Pacific. And there are the Polynesians living, the Polynesian people, and they are having on many different islands, many different languages, cultures and histories. And we came there 40,000 years ago from Southern Asia, but also 2,000 years ago from Fiji, Samoa and Tonga eastwards. In the canoes, the settlers took crops, coconuts, gems, taros and breadfruit and livestock, pigs and chickens. Okay, and the settlers coming from the Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, Marcus Islands eastwards, they had with them crops, coconuts, gems, I don't know what gems are, taros, I don't know what it is, and breadfruit and also animals, pigs and chickens. Every island developed its own style of wood carving. So they were living more or less on these islands. I don't know how much they know saved from one to another, but they lived there and they had their own language, culture, history, and also developed their own style of wood carving. So basically of culture and art. About 400 after Christ, the new Polynesians moved onto Hawaii and Easter Islands. So there's 40,000 years they came from Southern Asia, and then 2,000 years more people from Fiji, Tonga and Samoa eastwards, and then 1,600 years more eastwards to Hawaii, and then the Easter Islands must be somewhere as well. Easter Islanders created strange stone statues called moais. Okay, they are called moais, these ones. Carved with stone tools because they had no metal. Again, they had no metal. We had it about the Olmecs. The Olmecs also had no metal. Okay, and they moved eastwards, and then the people living on the Eastern Islands, they are made statues out of stone tools, because they had no metal, and these statues are called moais. The settlers crossed the ocean in small double canoes. Here's this picture. And boats called outriggers. They're called outriggers. We're coming to that in a moment. Okay, the people traveling from the Fiji, Samoa and so on eastwards to Polynesia and then eastwards to Hawaii and Eastern Islands were paddling in outriggers and in double canoes. There are about 600 huge stone Maori statues on Easter Island, on platforms called ahus. Okay, that thing which we're standing on seems to be called ahus. So there are 600 of them standing on Easter Island, made with stone, stone material. And they are standing on ahus, this platform on which they are standing, and they are called moais on Eastern Island. Moais, 600. Moai statues on Eastern Island on platforms called ahus. No one knows what they were used for. Okay. Outriggers, not a boat. Outriggers are traditional boats of Polynesia and are named after rigging that sticks out to the side or to the sides to aid stability. Outriggers. Now I don't know what riggers are, but it seems to be the thing to be outside. named after rigging that sticks out to the side to aid stability. Easy to push ashore because we have good stability. Easy to pull ashore, and perfect for shallow waters. They are ideal for island life. It would be interesting if the outriggers are further down than the boat, if it is for that possible to even draw the boat onto land, but the thing at the bottom of the ship of the boat is not damaged because the riggers are on the ground further down. And perfect for shallow waters, because we were canoes and we were very stable because of these riggers, and that's why we're called outriggers. Fascinating fact, the biggest Maui statues on Easter Island are up to 12 meters high and weigh 90 tons. 12 meters, 90 tons. Okay, we are through with what we have here. We will come back in the future part to Polynesia, and where we will do at least one big presentation about what we learned here. Maybe even a separate one about the Maoris, or about the outriggers. Maybe we're going to do three videos about this. But for now, this is enough. That means that was the history part. If you are here for history, Polynesia, you can go directly to the next part of history. Maybe Polynesia. We will do now the, I think it's medium plane training. Medium plane training. If you participate in the medium plane training, that is with the arms. We're bringing one leg up and pointing with a foot down. And the other leg up. Then point with a foot down. And now to the side. Torso pointing forward. And to the other side. And now from side to side. And now are we bringing one leg up? Flex foot, inline hips, taller with the back. Taller with the back, and straight back, and we're pressing from the top against the knee. A little bit, there you go. And we are leg up. Leg up, right angle with the leg, flex foot, even hips taller with the back. Press from the top against the knee and have a little bend in there. And the other leg again up. Now we're pressing from the inside. And the other leg up. And again, pressing from the inside. And again, the next leg up. And now is the knee pressing up and to the side. Up to the side. And the other leg up, and pressing it up to the side, leg. Last exercise, the heavy swing on leg up, press from the outside and outside. And classic side. And away. And the final time. And cross again. And with the other leg up. Press from the outside. more time. And down, now walk a little, walker, and legs wide apart, and breathe again. Last one, 8. Breathe across the legs. And breathe again out. It was a medium victory. Thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today Polynesia, and after we've done that, we're going to do leg injury prevention training. And if you participate in the leg injury prevention training, this was at your own risk. This is part 2 of Polynesia. Now, what do we want to say? First, the region, I think we did 2 parts on the middle. We did one about maritime studies, where we focused on the Olmecs, on the ship, on the boat, and we did another one about sculpture studies, and then we made the part about the Maoris, as I mentioned at the end of the history part from later. Now, we're going to mention the thing about the outrigger boats, how they are built, that they have sticks to the outsides, and then these floating objects to make them more stable, to make them easier to pull on the shore, and to use them in shallow water. And for Maoris, they are standing with a status called ahus. 600 of them, and some of them are 12 meters high and weighing 90 tons. Down with stone tools, because they had no metal. Okay. Polynesians are the people who live on many islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. From Hawaii, so Hawaii is also Polynesia, or people of Polynesia. The new Polynesians moved onto Hawaii and East Islands. Okay, from Hawaii to Eastern Islands and New Zealand. Hawaii, Easter Island, and New Zealand. There are 10,000 islands in Polynesia, and the rest of the Eastern Pacific, and there are total over 10,000 islands. And there are hundreds of different cultures and languages. Each of these islands has their own history, or the cultures and languages, sense. And okay, there are 10,000 and hundreds of languages and cultures with their own history. It makes sense if someone develops their own culture and language with their own history. There are hundreds of different cultures and languages, and each of them have their distinct or individual history of their own. And the whole Polynesia and the besettling and the settling onto the Polynesian islands started probably 40,000 years ago, when people came from Southeast Asia. And then around 2,000 years ago, more people moved eastwards from the Fiji, Samoa, and Tonga Islands, they were already eastwards of New Zealand, to the Marcus Islands. And they brought with them seeds, or crops, coconut, jam, taros, and breadfruit. I haven't paid a second attention to coconut. Coconut is not cacao, but it's coconut. These are the things on the palms, these heavy brown fruits with the heart thing with these 3 eyes or whatever they are. These are not cacao, these are coconuts. Do we here say that on all of the Polynesian islands no coconuts were growing until the people from Southeast Asia brought them there? 2,000 years ago. Coconuts, gems, I don't know what gems are. Taros and breadfruit, I don't know more. Gems, taros, and breadfruit. Coconut, gems, taros, and breadfruit. But also animals like chickens and pig. They developed their own style of wood carving. And we're going to do it together. They developed art, they did different types of wood carving, and the people on the Eastern Islands, they then moved on 400 after Christ to Hawaii and Eastern Island. They then did on the Eastern Islands these Maoris. And these are Maoris, these are these stones, 12 meters, 90 tons, 600 of them standing on ahus with stone, because we had no metal tools. And then they set in with small rubber canoes and outriggers. So we have all information here. They brought coconuts and breadfruit and taros and gems. How should someone pronounce that letter? Gems at the beginning of the word. Gems. Coconuts, gems, taros, and breadfruit. The dates are 40,000 And then 2000 to the marks, I wanted to look it up in the volume. And then 400 for the rest. Okay, let's take a look where the Marquis Island, Marks, but let's see a little bit more. Okay, they are north of Polynesia, French Polynesia. Okay, where are they? Okay, I have a singular version of study. Let's take a little more for the structure again. So Polynesia, the region, and the move with 10,000 islands, bringing these things weighted when these statues were used outriggers. And they still use them. Okay, let's just try it if we can just repeat it with the new structure. Polynesia, the whole region of Polynesia, let's look at that for a moment. Polynesians are the people who live on the main islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, from Hawaii to Easter Islands in New Zealand. There are 10,000 islands in Polynesia, and the rest of the Eastern Pacific. If we say Polynesia, maybe that is a country and that is clear, just these islands, and not Hawaii, not these. Let's just say it. Polynesia is a region with over 10,000 islands from New Zealand next to Australia up to Hawaii in the center of the Pacific Ocean, and also, what also further? These islands. Polynesia is basically in the center of the Pacific Ocean, and it ranges from Hawaii, basically in the middle between Asia and Northern America, to the eastern islands a bit more south, up to New Zealand and east of Australia. And there are over 10,000 islands, and there are hundreds of different languages and cultures, and with their own history, many of them. And these people moved there probably 40,000 years ago, started to come the first people from Southeast Asia onwards, and then they started to settle then on these islands, and then 2,000 years ago they started to go from Fiji and Samoa and Tonga, already east of New Zealand, out more eastward. And then 400 after Christ, they got even more eastward to Hawaii and the Eastern Islands. And they did that in double canoes and in outriggers. Outriggers, these are boats with sticks to the outside and then another floating object on both sides, so that they have more stability and that they can be easier pulled on shore, and they are perfectly to drive them in shallow water. Now, and they developed art. They were doing on many different islands woodworks, but maybe the thing which I have the most to say about is that on the eastern islands the people waited the Maoris, and these Maoris, they are statues, 600 are there of them, some are up to 12 meters high and weighing 90 tons, they are out of stone, done with stone tools because they had no metal, and they're just standing there around, and the platform on which they're standing is called a hoos. And when they came over, they brought coconuts, seeds, and they brought taurus and gems and breadfruit, and also animals like pigs and chickens. And that is according to Miles Kell's World History, page 96 and 97. It was a bit chaotic. What did we do wrong? A second wave of migrants moved east from Fiji, Samoa, and Tonga to the Marcus Island. Ice stayed broad there. I didn't specify exactly when and what happened, so I don't think we said it wrong. And maybe it's even easier to say it just and then all the time. I think that the way I said it was not wrong. I noticed that I forgot it and paid attention to it. I think we're going to take it. We're going to do so many more presentations and learn from it at what degree chaotism is a problem and becomes an actual problem, and to what degree it might be helpful to learn the things, because just facts to learn down is very difficult, but maybe with a little broader a few explanations in the middle, maybe a bit degree of chaotism is maybe good. So I'm going to stop with the second camera. And that was the history part to Polynesia. If you were here for history Polynesia, you can go to the next part of history, and we'll do the next thing. We will do now the leg injury prevention training. If you stay and participate in the leg injury prevention training, it's at your own risk. We have starting direct. One leg up in the air, both legs forward and for swinging it in front and side. And the other leg to side. And now, again with the legs foot in front and back. And with the other foot in front and back. And next exercise, pineapple curl. One leg up, breathe in. Breathe out, leg to the side. Breathe again in. Out into the middle and down. Another time, breathe in, leg up. Out to the side. Again in. Out into the middle and down. Now the other leg up. Out to the side. Again in. Out into the middle. And again, leg up, out to the side, again in, out into the middle, and down. And now, the direction buoy, leg up, is the hands out, and bring the hands out to the side. And out to the other side. And now the confused direction buoy. Hands over and also the leg this time over. And change both to the outside, leg and hands. To the middle and with the other leg. Leg up. To the outside in front of the hands and go with the hands over to one side. To the middle and over to the other side. And to the middle, and now both to the outside, across, and change both directly to the outside. And to the middle, and to the top. And now, next exercise, good standing leg, and one leg up, and turn over towards the standing leg as far as it goes. Then go down a bit into the knee. This exercise can go a bit into the knee. So do it at your arms. Over to the other side. And up again. Down. Another one. Stand over the leg. Turn over as fast as you can. Go a bit down. The other side over. Up again. With the other leg. Turn towards the standing leg. Go a bit down. Over to the other side. And another one, out to the side of the leg, and down, go to the other side, another clock, good standing leg, and bring the leg with the heel in front, water in front, to the inside, and to the other side, all directions. And over the line, to the inside, and now the same with the leg. Front, the inside, and over, the outside, back, and quarter in, and outside. And now the pipette. One leg points with the toes to the outside, other leg with the heel onto the ground, and lift the heel off the ground and place it again on the ground. And with the other heel. And now the stamp, leg up and down. And the other leg. One last exercise for horse. The leg in and out. And in and the other leg, in. And we're ending with a trunk igniter. Legs wide apart, breathe in, breathe out. And breathe out. Out. Breathe in, close the legs. And breathe out. Back to pause. Leg intervention training. Thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today Persia, and after we've done that, we're gonna do martial arts basic training. And if you participate in the martial arts basic training, then it's what I get on with. Persia. Iran is named after the Aryan people who began settling there around 15,000 before Christ. Two Aryan tribes, the Medes and Persians, became soon dominant. Okay, so Iran, the country, is named after the Iranian people. And there are two Iranian tribes, the Medes and the Persians. And they started to settle there 15,000 years ago. 2,670 years ago, the Medes under King Cyaxares joined forces with the Babylonians and finally overthrew the Assyrians. We had it in the history parts of Babylon and in Mesopotamia, I think, a bit. In the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Okay, the Medes joined together under the king Cyaxares, together with the Babylonians, and together they overthrew the Assyrians. And the Medes are one of the two Aryan tribes next to a part of the Persians who became dominant in Iran 15,000 years ago. Now, 2,500 years ago, the Medes themselves were overthrown by the Persians. The Persian king Cyrus. We had it in the Hangings of Babylon, but Cyrus was then conquering around, I don't know when it was, it must have been around 600, Babylon. 20 years after Nebuchadnezzar II stopped ruling in Babylon, who had built the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. So, 2,500 years ago, the Medes themselves were overthrown by the Persians. The Persian king Cyrus II was the grandson of the king of the Medes, Astyages. Okay. Cyrus II was the king of the Persians who overthrew the Medes, and he was the grandson of the king of the Medes, Astyages. Okay. 15,000 years ago, the Medes and the Persians started to settle in the region of Iran. These are the Aryan people. And that is what Iran is named after. And 2,600 years, 2,700 years ago, there the Medes and the Babylonians overthrew the Assyrians. 2,500 years ago, did the Medes overthrew the Persians. No, the Persians overthrew the Medes. And the Persian king was Cyrus II, the grandson of Astyages. Cyrus II, so the Persian king who overthrew all the Medes. Cyrus II had an army of horsemen and very skilled archers. He went on to establish a great Persian empire after conquering Lydia and Babylon. Okay, Cyrus II, who was the king, the grandson of Astyages, who had overthrown the Medes, now started to conquering furthermore with his horsemen, so people on horses, I think, in this case, and archers, so people shooting with archers, with arrows. And he also then conquered with Lydia and Babylon, and that created the Persian Empire. The Persian Empire was ruled by the Achaemenid family until it was destroyed by Alexander the Great in 340 before Christ. Okay, the Persian Empire, founded more or less by Cyrus II, who had overthrown the Medes, and when Lydia and Babylon conquered, was then ruled by the Achaemenid family for around 300 years until it was by Alexander the Great overthrown. Under the rule of Darius I, the Persian Empire reached its greatest extent. Darius the Great ruled Persia from 520 until 480. Okay, 200 years before Alexander the Great overthrew the Achaemenid family. So, and under the rule of Darius I, the Persian Empire reached its greatest extent. Darius, who called himself Shashanshat, Shahanshah, which means King of Kings, introduced gold and silver coins and also brought chickens to the Middle East. Okay, Darius was first. Under him, the Persian Empire grew to its largest extent. It was founded by it was created through Cyrus II's conquering, who had overthrown the Medes, conquered with his horsemen and archers Babylon and Lydia around 600 before Christ, and around 500 before Christ it was Darius the Great who introduced chickens and called himself Shahanshah, which means King of Kings, and under him the Persian Empire reached its greatest extent. Okay. Darius built a famous road system and split his empire into 20 satrapies, which means regions, each ruled by a satrap. Okay, Darius had this large Persian empire. It reached its extent under his rule, and he split it into 20 regions, and they were all led by a satrap, and these regions were called satrapies. King's ears were officials who traveled around the empire and reported any trouble back to the king. He had not only satraps who were ruling the satrapies, he had also king's ears, who were going around as journalists around the country and looking for new things which are happening. And they were going around the empire and reported any trouble back to the king. The Persians built luxurious cities and palaces, first at Susa, when in Darius' reign at Persepolis. Okay, Darius, under whom the Persian Empire reached its greatest extent, 500 before Christ, built Rhodes. He introduced gold and silver coins, brought in chickens, and split the country in 20 satrapies, ruled by satraps. He had king's ears who were traveling around the country and looking for news. And also the cities and palaces built who were luxuriant. And that happened firstly at Susa and then also at Persepolis. Persian priests, or magi, were known for their magic skills and gave us the word magic. Okay, they had priests, they were known under the name magi, and that is where the word magic comes from. A famous magus, that is the singular form, but magus magi. The singular form, so one of his magi was the magus Zarathustra. Let's see it first. A famous magus called Zarathustra unusually worshipped a single god, Ahura Mazda. And his god's evil enemy was Angra Mainyu. Was Angra Mainyu the evil enemy of Ahura Mazda or of Zarathustra? Okay, there were priests, they were called magis, plural magi, one is magus, one of his magus was Zarathustra. And he was unusually worshipping a single god named Ahura Mazda. And someone had a god's evil enemy called Angra Mainyu. Rich carvings adorned the walls at Persepolis, the great city and palace of Darius' reign. Okay, there was Darius, one under whom the empire grew so big, had a palace, and there was the thing, for example, with his carvings. Rich carvings adorned the walls at Persepolis. Persepolis was one of the luxuriant cities and palaces built. The other one was Susa, and the great city and palace of Darius' reign. That was Persia. If you were here for Persia or history, you can go directly to the next part of history, Persia. We will do now the martial arts basic training. If you stay and participate in the martial arts basic training, then it's at your own risk. We're bringing one foot up, and the body movement foot down. Bring one leg, and yeah, no, that's so. Every foot up and down, and also the leg, and into the other direction. And the other leg up, foot up and down, up and down, up and down, and circle it, Lunge flexion, and now take the leg at the back, yes. Make a straight back, point of the knee down to the ground. The other leg, take it to the ankle, straight back, the knee down to the ground. And we go out to the side. Torso pointing forward, just stretching the inner side of the leg. Over to the other side. And momentous, go from side to side. And a bit lunges, fall in front, ankle back, again front, back, a bit slow, go with the knee deeper down this time. Back. And one last round. Now the shoulders not down, knee up and to the outside. 3 steps every and up to the outside. So knee up to the outside. 1, 2, 3. Knee up to the outside. One last time. And now stretch kicks. Hand out, kick against. 3 steps, other hand out and kick against. And now the frog, knee up, back, up, and other leg up, back, up, and in, up, and in, up, back, up, and in. Now Christian kicks, leg up and back, and up, and in, up, and back, up, and in. Last round. And now, lunge kicks. On front with one leg, lunge, and bring the leg up, and back down. Other leg in front, lunge, and kick up, and back down. And right leg in front, and kick up, and back. Other leg in front, lunge, and back. And that was it. And now, side lunge. Side lunge, and up. Over side lunge. Over, side lunge, over, side lunge, over, and that was it. And now squat kick. So, squat and kick. Squat and kick. Last 2. And now, swing kicks. In front and over. 1, 2, 3. In front. Last time. And now 12 push-ups. And elbow screws to the rib cage. And that was the first one. Second one. And the first one. Third. Fourth one. And number 5. And 6. And number 7. And 8, and 9, and 10, now 11, and 12. And now stretching. Hiker sit-up stretch. 1 heel to the ground, pull the toes in. Toes to the left, pull the toes in. Foot to the right and pull the toes in. The middle and then the leg from left to right. Other side. Heel to the ground, pull the toes in. Foot to the right, pull the toes in. Foot to the left, pull the toes in. The middle, move the leg from left to right. And now, legs wide apart. Breathe in. Out. Breathe in, close the legs. And out. That was martial arts basic training. I thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history, today Persia, and after we've done it, we're going to do lunge training, and if you participate in the lunge training, then it's better Jahrhundert. This is part 2 of Persia. Now we're trying to do a presentation, or preparing it. We're going to say first where Iran is, And then we say that it is named after the Iranian people who started to settle there 17,000 years ago. And there were two main tribes, the Medes and the Persians. 670 before Christ. The Medes, together with the Babylonians, the Medes ruled by Xerxes overthrew the Assyrians. 550 did the Persians overthrow the Medes. The leader of the Persians was Cyrus II. He was the grandson of Astyages. Do we have to mention it? Astyages. This is about Persia. So do we have to name it? Astyages. He was the grandson of it. It just confuses people. Let's not say that. It's too much information. We're going to mention the thing earlier. Xerxes. We mentioned even Xerxes. The Medes overthrew the Babylonians. The Medes were led by King Xerxes. And then they were overthrown by the Persians by Cyrus II. He was the grandson of the Medes king Astyages. Cyrus II had a great army, horsemen and archers. He conquered Lydia and Babylon. We did a video in Bible theology about Darius I, so many of his information is everywhere. He overthrew them, Lydia and Babylon, conquered them, and then was, and Persian Empire itself existed until was ruled by the Achaemenid family. Then destroyed, until it was destroyed by Alexander the Great, 330. When do we name that at the best point? But has to be strategically placed at a good point. At some place, we have to mention that it was ruled by the Achaemenid family until it was when Alexander the Great in 330 ended the ruling of the empire. And when Darius I was previously ruling under him, the empire reached its greatest extent. 521-486 did he rule before Christ. He called himself Shah, king of kings. He introduced gold and silver coins and brought also chickens to the Middle East. He built a Rhodes system. That did I forgot to mention in the Darius presentation. He split the empire into 20 satrapies, ruled by a satrap. He had king's ears. They were officials by the king, traveling around the country, reporting what was going on. They built luxurious cities and palaces, for example at Susa, and also during Darius' reign at Persepolis. For example, the palace and the city walls of Persepolis have great adorning relics, so it's called great adorning carvings at ward. And also during the time they had priests. They were called magi, one is magus, and they were known for the magic skills, and that is also the origin of the word magic. We did that in etymology. And there was one famous magus, his name was Zarathustra. I'm a bit thinking about making about Zarathustra an episode in Musology. Problem is, and I think it's just be funny, just to say what is written here. A famous magus called Zarathustra unusually worshipped a single god, Ahura Mazda. His god's evil enemy was Angra Mainyu. Just without any musical context, just Zarathustra. Now whatever. There was one magus who was called Zarathustra, and he was, so we mentioned that to the Persian Empire. Is a story leading up to something? There was one magus. He was called, or his name was Zarathustra, and he was worshipping Ahura Mazda. Suso, Persepolis, Shahanshad. Oh, there were more names. Xerxes and Astyages. So the same. Darius I. Zarathustra, Ahura Mazda. He was worshipping Ahura Mazda. But there was also an evil god I don't know who will know his God's evil. The evil enemy of Ahura Mazda, or in general, or of him personally, or whatever. Angra Mainyu, 521, 486. Xyraxes, Astyages. It's actually Astyages. It's so easy. Astyages, Xyraxes, Xyraxeres, Astyages. Susa. That's it, Susa. Zarathustra, Auro Mazda. It's actually Mazda. I'm pretty sure the car company is named after. It can't be real. Angra Mainyu. I haven't had that. Angra Mainyu. Astyages. Just Astyages. 630, 550. Mind you, actually, it's too early to do a presentation. Angra Mainyu. Menu. Let's try. Yes, it won't work out. Who were the tribes? The Persian and the Medes? Persia. There is Europe and there's Asia, and then the south of them there's the Middle East, and there is today's Iran. And there were 17,000 years ago the Aryan people, two main tribes, the Medes and the Persians. And then 670 did the Medes overthrow who? With the Babylonians, the Assyrians. Persia. There's Europe and there's Asia, then there's the Middle East with Iran there. And at the region where today Iran is, there were 17,000 years ago, the Aryan tribes, two main tribes, the Medes and the Persians. When 670 before Christ, did the Medes together with the Babylonians overthrow the Assyrians, but then in 550 before Christ, the Medes were themselves overthrown by the Persians. Cyaxares was the leader of the Medes by 670, and now the overthrown king of the Persians was Cyrus II. Now, he was himself a grandson of Astyages, who was a leader of the Medes. Now, and Cyrus II, now 550, he came to power, and he built out the Persian Empire. He overthrew Lydia and Babylon, and he had good archers and horsemen, and he built up now the Persian Empire. When Darius I, he was ruling from 521 until 486, came to rule, he called himself Shahanshah, which means King of Kings. He brought chickens to the Middle East and introduced also gold and silver coins. And under him, the Persian Empire reached its greatest extent. He splitted the Persian Empire into satrapies, regions, 20 satrapies ruled by a satrap. And he had king's ears, called king's ears, persons, officials, they were traveling around the country and reporting back to him what was going on in the country. And cities were built during that time, luxurious cities with palaces, for example, Susa and Persepolis. And in Persepolis was also the palace of Darius I. And there were rich and adorning carvings at the walls of Persepolis and also at the temple. And there were priests, they were called one magus, or multiple magi, and that is also the origin of the word magic. And it was said about them that they could have magic skills, or that they had magic skills, and one of them was Zarathustra, and he was worshipping unusually one single god, Azuzu Mazda, and there was an evil one, Ahura Mazda. You don't have time left, but I'm not sure if it's really that helpful if I say it all that fast. Ahura Mazda, Angra Mainyu. Now, how about that? We're doing a lunge training. We have actually time for one more take. But let's just learn it completely again to the point where we can do a presentation, which will stick very better in the brain over a longer time if we are a second time later on at the point where we can say it all down in one presentation. That means, so far into the presentation, I'm going to stop the second camera. And we will do another part of history. These are so many things we have here over Persia. Let's just do it again, and then maybe a bit slower. And we'll also mention the thing with Alexander and Ahura Mazda. And there was an evil god, and he's called Angra Mainyu. Angra Mainyu. Now I think that will be off at our lunch. Now, if you were here for history, you can go to the next part of history. We will do another lunch training. If you say participate in the lunch training, then it's better if you just 1 foot up, point the foot down, and bring the leg up. Bring the foot up, and down, and up, and down. And the other leg up. Now bring the foot up and down. And now, take the leg at the ankle. Make a straight leg, and bring your knee down to the ground. And the other leg. Take the ankle and the hand. Take the ankle with the hand, and make a straight back and point the knee down to the ground. And next exercise. The first exercise. We're going into 90-90 lunge. Both legs are having 90-90 degrees. We're taller than the back, and the person will be outside against the knee. Now over to the other side. Again 90-90. Taller than the back, and the person will be outside against the knee. Out to the other side. 90-115 degree lunge. Taller than the back, and pull at the leg up. And again out on the other side. 90-130 degree or whatever lunge. Taller than the back, and pull my leg up. Out on the other side. And now 90-150 degree lunge, taller than the back, and pull a little bit underneath the knee at the top of the shin bone. And out on the other side. 90-150 degree lunge, taller than the back, and pull at the top of the shin bone. Out to the other side, and already the last exercise. The rock jumper. Going into full lunge or runner's lunge. And now pull again with a toe back at the top of her shin bone. And on to the other side. Full lunge. Turn up with the back. And pull at the top of her shin bone. And the other side. Now do the walker in the middle. And bring one leg up and point the foot down. The other leg up and point the foot down. And Vikas hilltop stretch. Heel onto the ground and pull the toes in. Put to the left and pull the toes in. Put to the right and pull the toes in. In the middle, pull the toes down. Other heel onto the ground and pull the toes in. Put to the right, pull the toes in. To the left, pull the toes in. In the middle and turn leg from left to right. Now leg shoulder wide apart, breathe in as the arms up. Breathe out, lean back, draw the shoulder blades together. In and up. Out, lean back. In and up. Take the feet together, breathe out, lean to the side. In into the middle. Out to the other side. Breathe in into the middle. Out, lean back. Into the middle. Out, the hands down. Legs wide apart, breathe in. Close the legs. And breathe out. That was the lunge training. I thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I am trying to learn history, today Persia, and after we've done it, we're going to do a leg injury prevention training, and if you participate in the leg injury prevention training, it's going to be hours. With about 5 or so. And we're very short before we're making our presentation, but there are some things we have to have still in mind. Now the dates were 670, that was the first battle, that was the Medes together with the Babylonians against the Assyrians. That was the king Cyrexus. Medes and Babylonians overthrew the Assyrians, and the two tribes were the Medes and the Persians. But the Medes paired up with it, made an allegiance with the Babylonians and throughout the Assyrians. But when were the Medes overthrown by the Persians? Cyrus II, 550. Then Darius was first ruled from 521 to 486, and these are the dates. And when we're having the important things to tell, these are 17,000 years ago, but also there were the Medes and the Persians in the region of today, Iran, the Iranian tribes, and that gives Iran the name. Iran is named after the Aryan people. Okay, and then we had Alexander the Great, that the Achaemenid family ruled the Persian Empire until its end through Alexander the Great, 330 before Christ. So Alexander the Great, 330 before Christ. Now the names. First were the Medes and Persians, the Aryan tribe, and then it was the ruler of the Medes was Cyaxares. Cyaxares. The Medes had a ruler called Cyaxares, and he made a team with the Babylonians and overthrew the Assyrians in 670 before Christ. Cyaxares. And when we have the next name, Cyrus II, that it was the Persian king who went top of the Medes. And he was a grandson of the Medes of the king of the Medes, Astyages. Here we have another name. Cyaxares was the first name of the Medes, and the second name of the Medes which we have is Astyages. When we're having Cyrus II, he conquers Lydia and Babylonian. When Alexander the Great, 330. When we're having Darius I, also his name Shahanshah, king of kings. Satrapies and satraps, regions and the rulers of them. King's ears. Susa and Persepolis are cities. Susa and Persepolis. The priests known as Magus, plural Magi, word origin of magic. And one was called Zarathustra, and he was worshipping a single god, Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda. And his, I'm just saying his means his, so Zarathustra's evil's god enemy, was Angra Mainyu. Angra Mainyu. That is a complex name. I think we have it. Cyrus II. Cyaxares was the one of the Medes, 670. Cyaxares. What was the family called? Achaemenid. 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 Astyages, Cyaxares, Achaemenid, Romazda, and Angra Mainyu. 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 Let's try it. I will start second camera. Persia. Persia was existing around 2,500 years ago in the region of today's Iran. So here's Europe, here's Asia, and then here the Middle East of Iran. Now, there were two Iranian tribes, that is what Iran is named after. The Medes and the Persians. 17,000 years ago. 17,000 years started later Saturday. Now, in 670 before Christ, there was King Cyaxares, and he made a team together with the Babylonians, and they overthrew the Assyrians. In 550 before Christ, the Medes themselves were overthrown by the Persians. And the Persians were ruled by Cyrus II, and he was a grandson himself of the Medes king Astyages. And then the Persian Empire was ruled by the Achaemenid family until 330 before Christ, when it was overthrown by Alexander the Great. Now, Cyrus II, he built out this empire, and he established the Persian Empire. He overthrew or conquered Lydia and Babylonia with his horsemen and archers. Now and then there was the ruler under which the Persian Empire reached its greatest extent. That was Darius I. He was ruling from 521 until 486 before Christ. And while he was ruling, he introduced gold coins and silver coins and also brought chicken to the Middle East. Now he had also the name Shah-Shah, which means King of Kings. And under his rule, the empire was split into 20 different regions called satrapi, and they were ruled by a satrap. And he built a road system, and he had people called king's ears, and they were traveling around the country to gather information and bring them back to him where trouble was happening or whatever. Now, and also cities and palaces were built during the time. For example, Susa, and then during Darius I's reign, there was then Persepolis built. And there are adorning and rich carvings at the walls of Persepolis and also at the palace itself in Persepolis. And there were people, singular is magus, plural magi, and of priests. Of them was said that they had magic skills, and this is the origin of the word magic. So they were called magus, magi. They were priests, and it was said about them that they had magic skills. So that's the origin of the word magic. There was one priest, and he was unusually adorning or praying to just one god, Ahura Mazda, the god. And he had an evil god enemy that was Angra Mainyu, and the name of the priest we're talking about is Zarathustra. And that is according to Miles Kelly's World History, page 100 and 101. I think that is enough. I'm going to stop saying that. And that was the history part to Persia. If you were here for history Persia, you can go directly to the next part of history. We will do now the leg injury prevention training. If you stay and participate in the leg injury prevention training, then it's at your own risk. And we're starting with having one leg and the other flex foot and the swinging it in the front and the side. And the other leg, swinging in the front and to the side. And other leg in the front and the back. And the other leg in the front and the back. And now bring one leg up, pine pilcrow, breathe in. Bring out leg to the side. Leg in. Out into the middle. Down. Other leg up, breathe in. Out to the side. Again in. Out into the middle and down. And now the direction wheel. Leg up, breathe in. Hands out and bring the hands over to one side. Now over to the other side. To the middle, and now we confuse the direction where the knee comes also over to one side. To the other side, switch to the other side. And now change both to the other side. And then the middle and the other leg up. Hands out and go with the hands over to one side first. And to the other side. And the middle, and now both crossing from the line of the body to the outside. Knee. And both to the outside. The middle and down. Now one leg up and first leg. And we're pressing with the knee up to the side. And the other knee up and press with the knee up to the side. And now the clock first. Have one again and bring it in front to 12 o'clock and 1.5 o'clock, 3 o'clock and back to 4.5 and completely back, goes with the knee a bit down. And now 9 o'clock and now front 10.5 and to Now we have a leg and front to 12 of the middle line at the 3 o'clock, and now you're from 10.5 and 9. Come up back 7.5 and back 6. Also to the other side 4.5 and 3. And now one exercise, this can go a bit under the knee as well. Have one knee up, breathe in. And turn over to the side where the standing leg is. Then go down into the knee, turn over to the other side. Come up again. And again. Good standing leg, turn over to the standing leg, go into the knee, turn over to the other side, come up again. Now with the other leg. Over to the leg, down into the knee, and over to the other side, up, down to the knee. Up again and turn over to the leg, go down, turn over, and up. And now get one heel onto the ground, lift the heel off the ground and place it again off the ground. Warum movement comes out of it. And that was with the other and with the other leg, now the same thing. And that was it. And now the stem, leg up and down. Flex foot so that you don't have to touch the ground. And with the other. Now the whole. One leg up and bring it back. Up and back. And over the other leg. One leg in and out. Just stay on the bed. Now the camel. You can do the horse or the stand if you like to. So the camel is a bit more complex, so now you come up and down the whole body. And now leg switch. And one last exercise you can do for the stand, the horse or the camel. Instead, one leg and bring it back. The standing leg is tall up. Try not to fall in the abdomen. The foot is flexed, the swinging leg. The upper part of the body comes in the moment down, which is swinging the leg comes up. And now, same with the other leg. Tall up with the standing leg. Try not to fall in the abdomen. Flexed foot is the swinging leg. The upper part of the body comes in the moment down, which is swinging the leg comes up. And the last one. Now, and kick like that. Legs wide apart, and breathe in. And out. Out. And breathe in, close the legs. And breathe out. That was the leg injury prevention training. Thank you very much, and next time. Hi, welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Trojan Wars. And after we've done that, we're going to do arm strength training. And if you participate in the arm strength training, then it's at your own risk. From 1600 until 1100 before Christ, mainland Greek was dominated by tough warrior people called the Mycenaeans. Okay, for 500 years, starting 3,600 years ago, Greek, which is in southeastern Europe, was dominated by the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans fought with long bronze swords, long leather shields, and bronze armor. Okay, it was the bronze time. They had bronze swords and armor, and they had shields out of long leather. Mycenaeans lived in small kingdoms, each with its own fortified hilltop city called an Acropolis. Okay. The Mycenaeans, they were dominating Greek, but the Greek was then split up in multiple kingdoms. And there the people were living in fortified hilltops, and they were called Acropolis. A typical Mycenaean noble was like a Viking chieftain. In the middle of his palace was a great hall with a central fireplace where warriors would sit around telling tales of heroic deeds. Okay. Maybe you couldn't say something of it, but maybe just gonna all say it a little bit. Okay, maybe I need to find the words how to start to tell what it is, but I could say it, and then there were a great hall with a central fireplace, and people were sitting around it and talking with each other. After 1500 before Christ, so 100 years into the domination of Greek through the Macedonians, Mycenaeans. Mycenaean kings were buried in a beehive-shaped tomb called the Pholos, with a long, corridor-shaped entrance. Okay. They mean with bee-shaped, the way bees are having, but they're completely different types of bees. I'm wondering, are 5 or 6 things? I don't know right now. I think there are 5. Or whatever. They were in beehive, or hive, the nest of bees, shaped tombs, and they were called the Pholos. And there were kings buried. They had a long and a corridor-shaped entrance. The Greek poet Homer tells how a city called Troy was destroyed by the Mycenaeans after a 10-year siege. Yes, we're talking about a war, we're talking about a war. The Trojan War. Historians once thought this was just a story, but now that Troy's remains have been discovered, they think there may be some truth in it. What they're saying is, Homer was a poet, someone who wrote stories, and he wrote a big book about the Trojan Wars. And over a long time it was thought that maybe it's completely an invention, but then people found more evidence that at least Troy existed, probably, and also some proof of wars left about Troy. And now it could be that the stories written by Homer don't have at least a bit truth in it. Troy fell when the Greek pretended to give up and go home, leaving behind a huge wooden horse. The jubilant Trojans dragged this into the city, only to discover Greeks hiding inside them. That is a very famous story of a Trojan horse, told by Homer. If it's completely true or not. The story goes that, what is basically written here, they left, the besieging army left with the boats, and left the wooden horse there, and the people believed, and that's the story, that it was a gift of the gods, and so they dragged the horse into the town, because they thought the besieging people had left, and now we have that gift of the gods, and brought in the city. But the story tells that when in the night, the hidden soldiers inside of the Trojan horse climbed out of them, and opened the gates, and the army was returning with the ships, and they won against the Trojan. The Trojan War lasted for 10 bloody years. Many lives were lost during battles, even though the soldiers wore I was prepared to read that sentence. Many lives were lost during battles, even though the soldiers wore protective armor. Achilles and Hector would have worn crested helmets like those shown here. Some type of helmet with something on top of it, that seems to be called crested helmet, whatever. To make them look more frightening and impressive. A bronze breastplate would have protected the upper body, while bronze leg guards were worn to protect the lower legs. Okay, armor. Bronze breastplate, and also the legs for the bronze. The Trojan War in Homer's tale is caused by the beautiful Helen of Sparta. She married Menelaus, brother of King Agamemnon of Mycenae, but she fell in love with Prince Paris of Troy. Helen and Paris eloped to Troy. No, I still don't know what the word elope means. I read text about someone being eloped with someone. No, I don't know what it means, so I'm not sure if they're telling the same story about the Trojan War as I know it. Helen and Paris eloped to Troy, and Agamemnon and other Greeks laid siege to Troy to take her back. So, Helen was married or promised to Agamemnon, but she went together with Paris, the prince of Troy, to Troy, and that enraged Agamemnon, with whom she was married or whatever. And now Agamemnon, the leader of the Mecanians, whatever, started to besiege Troy, where Helen and Paris and the other. Helen and Paris eloped to Troy, and Agamemnon and other Greeks laid siege to Troy to take her back. The battle featured many heroes, such as Hector, Achilles, and Odysseus. In Homer's story told, there are different characters, and one of them is, for example, Hector. Hector is a fighter of Troy, or Achilles, he is a fighter of a besieging army, or Odysseus. He is also a person of a besieging army. And we have it in the previous part, Odysseus and the Odyssey. It goes on with Odysseus, with its travel back from after the Trojan Wars had ended, where he encounters lots of adventures while he travels back. The Greeks finally captured Troy when Greek soldiers hidden inside a wooden horse found their way into the city. Okay, now I haven't thought about it. I did this part because it's mentioned in the next part. I saw it in the Aeneid. The Aeneid is an epic poem that follows the adventures of a Trojan prince. I wanted to do this 2 pages to come up to date with what is certain in that book here. So we're technically able to do a presentation right now about what we learned here, but we're over time and we're going to do it later, I think. I think we're going to do it later. So that means we're going to do a second part to the Trojan Wars, where we try to make a presentation and tell basically what we learned about the Trojan Wars in this book here. And later on we will then do a part about the Aeneid and a part about the Odysseus and the Odyssey. But for now, if you were here for history, for the Trojan Wars, you can go directly to the next part of history of the Trojan Wars. We will do now. Maybe we're going to do the Odysseus, not in history. And also the Aeneid, not. Whatever, we're going to do the Trojan Wars in history. If you were here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history. If you are here for the extensor copy on our strength training, then you can participate. But if you participate in this video, and this is not extensor copy on our strength training, this is arm strength training. So we're doing what? No more we're starting directly. No, but a few of the rules are important. The first one is if there's pain, stop immediately. The second rule is go only as fast as you can go with a little bit of effort, in this case a bit more because it's strength training. And meant this with exercise if the angle is bad. So no pain, and go only as fast as it goes with a little bit of effort, and don't overdo it. We want not to exhaust strength, not completely exhaust. And very important, if you feel pain at the fingers, then stop immediately. And first exercise, we're doing the prop. So turn up and press the fingertips together. And again, if there's any pain at the wrists or the fingers, then stop immediately. And if you participate in this video, honest. And have a little bend in the elbows. And if there's pain, but it's basically all. So the stars. And we're going on with the next exercise. Now it's pro. Long arms and stretch your fingers and press your fingers against each other, but not completely straight arms. Have a little bend in the elbow. And if you have pain at the elbows, then rather do the star again. So if there's pain anywhere, then no, stop, don't do the star, stop. And to the next exercise. Now press with the 4 fingers into the finals, into the finale and the hypophinar, like that. And press. And then give slowly. No, if your ankle causes pain or something, stop. And on the other side. Press. And give slowly. The arm on top is stronger. And another time, press. Give slowly in. And again, press. And give slowly. And another time with each arm. Press. And give slowly in. And again. Press. And give slowly in. And to the next exercise. Now press from the top. Give again slowly in. And on the other side. Press. And give slowly. And again. Press. And give slowly. Again. And the last time of each arm. Press. And give slowly. Again. And for last exercise, arm out, press again into the fingers, and give slowly. On the other side, press, and give slowly. Again. And again. And the last time of each arm. And the other one. And now the Amiens, ending with just stretching, arms to the side with flattening arms, circle in front and circle back. And now long arms. Stretch the fingers a bit to the side, to the ends, and that was. And now go with moderate pressure over the middle part of the lower arm, the below. And on the other side. And now, move the arms up. Forward, and in. Out, and last time again. And out. Now, that was the arm strength training. I thank you very much, and next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today the Trojan Wars, and after we've done it, we're gonna do median plane training. And if you participate in the median plane training, then it's very on risk. And we're talking here about war. Now the Trojan Wars. This is part 2 of the Trojan Wars now, which we're doing here now. And we try now to get the information here together in one presentation, so that I will be able in 5-6 minutes to make a presentation about it. First, we want to say a bit about the time of Greek. So 1600 until 1100 before Christ, there were the Mycenaeans living in Greek. Mycenaeans living in Greek, that is in the Mediterranean Sea. And they were fighting with long bronze swords. They had long leather shields and bronze armor. They had armor and weapon out of bronze, but also leather shields. Mycenaeans lived in small kingdoms, each with its own fortified hilltop city called an acropolis. And these Mycenaeans were many different kingdoms, many smaller kingdoms, and all these kingdoms had one hilltop, one hill with a hilltop on it, and that hilltop was called acropolis. A typical Mycenaean noble was like a Viking chieftain. In the middle of his palace was a great hall with a central fireplace, where warriors would sit around telling tales of heroic deeds. The political life during the time was oftentimes discussed at fireplaces which were built in the middle of palaces. So after 1500 before Christ, Mycenaean kings were buried in beehive-shaped tombs called photos with a long corridor-shaped entrance. Okay, that's the last thing to the overview of what we have to Greek overall. I don't even know where Troy is now exactly. It must be somewhere on Greek or the Greek islands, if it existed. We're coming to it in a moment. Okay. we're just going to say 1600, 1100. We could say after 1500, I think, with the Colossus. And when we're going to say these four things, we're going to say that the warrior, it was during the bronze time, they had bronzes and arms out of bronze, but also long leather shields. The Mycenaeans, they had small kingdoms with a hilltop called Acropolis, and the political life was discussed with firesides in the palace of such a smaller kingdom. And when important people died, the Mycenaean kings, then they were buried in beehive-shaped tombs. And they were called photos, and they had long and corridor-shaped entrance. So long corridor-shaped entrance, and then a beehive-shaped tomb called photos. Now, the Greek poet Homer tells how a city called Troy was destroyed by the Mycenaeans after a 10-year siege. Historians once thought this was just a story, but now that Troy's remains have been discovered, they think there may be some truth in it. Okay, when we're going to tell, there was the Greek poet Homer. Was he a Mycenaean? There was a Greek poet Homer, and he wrote a story. Now, what do we write about it? And we want to say one first thing about the story of a 10 years war against Troy. It was thought that it might be just a story, but then there are some clearer speculations. How far do we go? I had different things about it, so I don't want to say just what they say. But it had become over time more likely that Troy actually existed. Troy fell when the Greeks pretended to give up and go home, leaving behind a huge wooden horse. The Jubilean Trojans dragged this into the city, only to discover Greeks hiding inside it. We're going to say it at the end. We're going to say a little bit about the Trojan Wars. The Trojan War lasted for 10 bloody years. Many lives were lost during the battles, even though the soldiers wore protective armor. Achilles and Hector would have worn crested helmets, like those shown here, to make them look more frightening and impressive. A bronze breastplate would have protected the upper body, while bronze leg guards were worn to protect the lower legs. Okay, we put it all together. And during the time that was a bronze time, so they had swords and armor out of bronze. They had bronze leg shields, bronze leg guards, bronze leg shields, bronze breastplates, so bronze armor. They had swords out of bronze and long leather shields, so you see here. Bronze armor, and they also had crests at the helmet. It is called crests. I don't know what it is, I don't know what the word means, but it's called crest. They had crests at the helmet to make them look more. Maybe it was just for fashion, but it makes them maybe a bit more. I've never seen that, but it would be technically possible to make these crests in different sizes at the helmets, to make the people more uniform, to have them all have a different body height. But I don't think that was made for that. The Trojan War in Homer's tale is caused by the beautiful Helen of Sparta, or the cause about her. She married Menelaus. Okay, we have to have it word. She married Menelaus, brother of King Agamemnon of Mycene. But she fell in love with Prince Paris of Troy. Helen and Paris eloped Troy, and Agamemnon and other Greeks laid siege to Troy to take her back. That is part of Homer's story. Now, how much of that is true, it is not that clear. The battle featured many heroes, such as Hector, Achilles, and Odysseus. The Greeks finally captured Troy. Then Greek soldiers hidden inside a wooden horse found their way into the city. Okay, what do we say about the Trojan Wars? Well, I'm going to say that about Homer, that he wrote Troy there, and he tells in his story about Troy that there was Helen, and she was married to Menelaus. Menelaus was the brother of a Mycenaean king, Agamemnon. And but she went then with Paris to Troy. Paris was the prince of Troy. Okay, she was married to Agamemnon, and she was married to Menelaus, the brother of King Agamemnon, but she went then with Paris to Troy. And now the Mycenaeans started to besiege Troy to get her back. During the battle there were many people. There were, for example, Princess Paris, who was now together with Helen there. I'm not that familiar with the story, but I'm thinking about maybe we should add 2 or 3 things. but she consented to go over with Paris to Troy. So Homer's tale is caused by the beautiful Helen because she goes over in a way. And there were Hector also fighting on the Trojan side, and there were but also important figures fighting on the Mecanian side, a part of Agamemnon and Menelaus, and Hector and also Odysseus. Hector was fighting on the Trojan side, and Odysseus went later back, and also Achilles, a legendary fighter whose only problem was the Achilles tendon. Okay, let's try to say it. It is follows the hilltop, the beehive shaped with corridor tomb, 1,600 1,100, and the Acropolis, Bucanians. Let's look how far we can go over time. If we don't can make it, then we just take it as our practice, and we're going to do a second part later. The Trojan Wars. So during the time 1600 before Christ and 1100 before Christ, in Greek there were the Mecanians, and they had smaller kingdoms, and all these smaller kingdoms had a hilltop called Acropolis, and in these societies there was then often the political world discussed at the fireside. And it was also at the time usual that the kings of the Mecanians were buried in beehive-shaped tombs with a corridor entrance, and they were called Pholos. Now, there lived Homer. He was a poet, an author, and he wrote a story about the Trojan Wars. It was thought that was maybe just an invention by Homer, just a story written, but over time it became more and more likely that actually the city Troy existed, and that at least some truth is in the stories told by Homer in his book about the Trojan Wars. Now, there is not told in this book that there was Helen, and she was married to Menelaus, the brother of the Mecanian king Agamemnon. But she went then with the Trojan prince Paris to Troy. And now the Mecanians, with Menelaus and Agamemnon, they started to besiege Troy with Paris, Helen, there to get her back. There were important figures. There's, for example, Odysseus fighting on the Mecanian side. He went later back and lived through his Odysseus. And there were also then Achilles fighting on the Mecanian side, on the besieging side. He had only the problem with his Achilles tendon, but he's a legendary warrior. And then inside of Troy, there was also Hector fighting, the brother of Paris, fighting from inside Troy. Now, with how Trojan War ended then with the Trojan horse. It told in Homer's story. The Mecanians who besieged Troy left then on the beach a wooden horse, a big giant wooden horse, according to the story. And now the people of Troy thought it was a gift of the gods, and that they had left the Mecanians, and the gods had left them that gift there, that wooden horse, a giant wooden horse, pulled it into the city, celebrated, and thought now the war was over, and that wooden horse was a gift. But the story tells that actually there were warriors of the Mecanians hidden inside of a big wooden horse, and in the night they climbed out and opened the gate, and the Mecanians returned. It was just a trap, and they won the Trojan Wars. And during the time, it was a bronze time, so they had swords out of bronze, and also leg guards out of bronze, and breastplates out of bronze, and so on. And also at the helmets they had crescent, probably to make them look more impressive warriors. And that is according to Miles Kell's World History book, page 110 and 111. I'm going to stop the camera. And that was the history part. If you were here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history, where we will continue with something, maybe with your Odysseus or the Aeneas, but maybe we're not going to do it in history. That's something else. But we will continue somewhere in history. So if you want to continue with history, you can go directly to history. If you stay here and participate in the medium plane training, then it's very harmless. We're warming a little bit up. We're bringing one leg up and we're pointing with the foot down. Pull the leg up, point with the toes down, and try to relax the leg. Yeah, leg up. Pull the leg up, point with the toes down, and relax the leg. And to the next exercise. Go over to the side. The toes are pointing in front and we're stretching the inner side of the leg. And to the other side. Long leg out, torso pointing to the outside, and we're stitching the inner side of the leg. And back into the middle. And then next actually, first exercise, one leg up into a right angle with a flexed foot, even line tips all the time, so don't be too high, even line tips, tall up with the back, and press from the top against the knee with a little bend in the elbow. You can do it quite forcefully or more relaxed. And now to the other leg, we don't have that much time left. And pressing it from the top. And to the first leg again, the leg up. Now press from the inside. Have a little bend in there. And with the other leg, and pressing it from the inside. And now again the first leg up. Now press with the leg up and to the side. Up and to the side. Again, your own strength. And with the other leg, the leg up, and press up and to the side. And the last exercise, here we swing though, leg up, same setup, press from the outside, and up, again at the outside. Close again, and the same time, open again. Close again. And with the other leg up, press on the outside, and open, sorry. And close again. And open again. And close again. And we're ending. Take one leg at the ankle, make a straight leg, and point with the knee down to the ground. And the other leg. Make a straight back, and point with the knee down to the ground. And legs apart, breathe in and down. And breathe out. Breathe again in, cross the legs. And breathe again out. Now, that was for those here maintaining. I thank you very much, and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, the search for Troy, and after we've done that, we're gonna do stretching. And if you participate in the stretching, then it's at your home. The search for Troy, we had in the previous part the Trojan Wars, and there was written that the Greek poet Homer tells how a city called Troy was destroyed by the Mycenaeans after a 10-year siege. Historians once thought this was just a story, but now that Troy's remains have been discovered, they think there may be some truth in it. So that was 2,500 years ago something, someone living in Greek with the name Homer, and he wrote a story about the Trojan Wars. And he wrote there of things. He wrote basically the main story, that there was Helen, and she was in love with Agamemnon, but when with Menelaus, she was married to Menelaus, but when she went with Paris to Troy, to that city, and now Menelaus was angry, and he and his brother Menelaus, Agamemnon, attacked now Troy, where now Helena was, and Paris, and also Hector. And now the Mycenaeans, Agamemnon, Menelaus, and also the warrior Achilles and Odysseus attacked Troy. And now the question is, how much of that has Homer just invented? Because there's some stories in it which are maybe not completely clearly explainable with archaeological foundings, and also with other stories. I don't know who has written it. So some stories are not really provable with archaeological evidence. So basically nothing of it. But when the city Troy was more or less discovered, was written, and now people think there might be at least a truth in it, that at least Troy existed and the war about Troy. I could find it again. Troy, I found it. Now, Troy is the city in the ancient Greek poet Homer's famous epic, the Iliad. There we have it. So that thing is called the Iliad. It was once thought to be entirely mythical. Okay, Homer wrote a book called Iliad, and in Iliad he writes about the city Troy, where this war was happening, with Helena and with Paris, Hector, Achilles, Agamemnon, and Menelaus. And it was thought that Homer was an invention. No. In 1822, the British scholar Charles Maclaren suggested that Homer's Troy might be in Turkey. I don't have it. That is very much at the southeast of Europe and more than half actually in Asia already. North of Arabia, southeast of Europe. Now, maybe Troy is in Turkey. That would make sense. Turkey is east of Greek. Isn't even north. So there's Greek and a bit further east is Turkey. And he pinpointed a mound called Hersalik near the Dardanelles, a narrow sea linking the Black Sea and the Aegean. Is a mountain a mountain? Now there is a little passage between the Black Sea, where Turkey has been around, and also I don't know which countries are there in the south. There's the Crimea and there's the Black Sea, and now to the other side there is the Aegean Sea with Greek. There's a narrow passage through Istanbul. And there Charles Maclaren in 1822 said that there is the mountain. I'm going to just assume it is a mountain. It's not very hilly there in Istanbul, a little bit, but not very. And there's a mountain called Hersalik, and that is near the Dardanelles, that seem to be the mountains. Whatever, there might be Troy. No, there was someone, he was a German archaeologist, his name was Heinrich Schliemann, and he began digging at Hersalik Mount in 1871. I have a good job, I don't know what I said. No, in 1871 there was one Heinrich Schliemann, and he went to this Turkey, Istanbul, that area, and he was then searching in the ground as archaeological work for the remains of Troy in 1871. Now in 1873, Schliemann uncovered fortifications and remains of a very ancient city which he believed to be Troy. Okay, so after 2 years of archaeological working, he found remains of an ancient city, and then Heinrich Schliemann thought it might have been Troy in Istanbul, in Turkey. Now, Heinrich Schliemann also found a treasure of gold and silver, which he called Priam's treasure, after the Trojan king Priam, mentioned in the Iliad. He smuggled this out of Turkey to take to Europe. Now, the first thing, Priam. Priam is the Greek king, the Trojan king. So there was in Troy then Priam, the king, and then the two princes, Hector and Paris went together with Helena, who was married to Menelaus, the Mycenaean, important person who was the brother of Agamemnon, the Mycenaean king. Now, and he found a treasure, and he called it Priam's treasure because he thought it was one of the king of Troy, and he took it smuggling out of Turkey, Western Europe. In 1876, Heinrich Schliemann was digging at Mycenae in Greek. I don't know where it is, but it is. I think I know where it is. It's completely at the coast. It's east of Greek. It's in the middle of East Greek. I think, whatever. Mycenae in Greek. And he came across what he thought was the tomb of Agamemnon, king of the Trojans, enemies in Homer's Iliad. So Iliad is told from the perspective of the Trojans. Okay, now he first found in 1873, or at that time, he found in 1873 ancient remains, and he thought it was Troy. Then at some time he found a treasure, and he thought it was a treasure of Priam, the king of Troy. When in 1876 he found a tomb, and he thought it was one of Agamemnon, who was the king of an army besieging Troy. In the 1890s, there was William Lawfield, and he showed that Hersalik Mount is made of 9 layers of city remains. And this is because the city was destroyed by fire or earthquake 9 times. Each time the survivors built on the rubble. Okay, so 20 years later, there was one someone else, and his name was William Dorfield. And he was from there, and he found out here's a city, but if you look a little deeper, we found there again a city. So we're finding here a kitchen, we find here some spoons or whatever. And when we're digging a little deeper, and there are again spoons and plates and so on. And they are from a different period. And people can look what the times are they from, and they're seeing they are 200 years later. And they now know that is a new layer of city. And they dig deeper and deeper and deeper, and we found that 9 times 9 kitchen over on top of each other, basically. And that led to the conclusion there was a city, and it was completely destroyed, and then people came back, maybe 200 years later, that's a lot of time, 2,000-3,000 years, 100, 200 years later, and built another city on top of it. Schliemann, so Heinrich Schliemann thought Homer's Troy was Troy the second layer from the bottom. Dorfield thought it was Troy the sixth. So it makes sense from the bottom, because we're saying, how can the topmost one be Troy 1? That was the last built one. So the first one, which was the first built, is the first one. So Troy 1, Troy 2, and Heinrich Schliemann thought Troy 2 is Troy. And William Dorfield thought it is number 6. And that all the way by Istanbul in Greek somewhere, in Turkey somewhere. Troy 1 to 5 are now thought to date from the early Bronze Age, 3000 to 1900 before Christ. So 5,000 years old. So the first 5 Troys do we think are around 5,000 years old. 5, 4, 3,000 years old. Experts now think Homer's Troy may be Troy 7a, a layer of a 7th city dating from about 1250 before Christ. Now it would be helpful to know when Homer lived, because that would be basically the only indicator that it best Troy, a part of maybe founding some things, because with the Trojan horse they went into Troy, according to Homer, and then destroyed the city completely. Okay, at least some people who know something about it think now that Troy 7a, so the 7th layer of Troy, is the one about Homer tells in the story. And I guess we found a bit more, otherwise we wouldn't assume it. We found probably also that it was probably burned down or something, so that it was happening in an act of war. And maybe we found 2 or 3 things more. And the first thing is, if they already digged at that place where in Greek, at the Hirsalik Mount and by the Dardanelles, they probably had something in Homer's story which said, there's it. Or why should not Homer tell it someplace where this Troy's living, Troy is, where the mountains are, whatever. And if you find at that place multiple layers of a city which was multiple times destroyed, and dating a city layer which dates 3,250 years ago back, which was destroyed through an act of war, then it makes it more or less probably there was actually a city at that place as it is described in that book, which was destroyed at that time. That means there could be actually at least some truth in the story. That was the history part. If you were here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history. If you stay here and participate in stretching, I expect the hours. Having the legs standing around, shoulder width wide apart, we're breathing in and lifting the arms up. And breathe out, go over to the side. Breathe in back into the middle. And out over to the other side. In into the middle. And out over to the other side. In into the middle. And out over to the other side. Again in. And out down. Breathe again in. And out with one hand slides down the leg and the other shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. And out and take one arm over. Breathe in and out, rib cage. And breathe out back into the middle. Breathe again in. And out, one hand slides down the leg. Breathe again in. And out, take one arm over. Breathe in and out, rib cage. And breathe out back. Now if feet standing together. Breathe in and lift the arms up. And breathe out, let one arm down. Breathe in and reach. And breathe again out and come up. In, reach high. And out, one hand down. In and reach. Out and up and hands down. Now we're like standing again, shoulder wide apart, and we're doing shoulder circles. Go back, up, and front, and down. Back, and front, and down. Front, up, back. And now breathe in the shoulders up. And breathe out, let them fall down. Again in. Out and down. Breathe in, lift the arms up. And reach always with one hand high up. Pretend to take an apple hanging high on an apple branch, to turn it a bit around, and then to drag it out. And to the next exercise. Legs wide apart, arms wide apart, breathe in. And out and go over to one side. Just with the upper part of the body. Again in. Out and over to the upper body. Again in. And out, lean down onto the knees. The buffalo fighting is hangover exercise. Breathe again in. And out, bring my shoulder in front. In and back. Out, we are open in front. In and back. Out, we are open in front. In and back. Out, we are open in front. In and back. And out and hang down. Just breathe in from the mouth. And out from the mouth. Again in. And out, go over to one leg. Breathe in. Out over to the other leg. Breathe in. Out into the middle. Close the feet, but keep on hanging for a bit longer down. Breathe in. And out. Again in. And out comes the loading with your jump back up. And back into the top, backwards, shoulder. Legs wide apart, breathing down. And breathing out. Okay, up. Down. Another round, breathe in. Up. Out. And breathe in, close the legs. And breathe in out. Now, that was the stretching. I think we very much at next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, the Battle of Blenheim. And after 1704, and after we've done it, we're gonna do stretching. And if you participate in the stretching, then it's at your own risk. And we're talking here about war. And it's just a little dictionary reference. Battle of Blenheim in the year 704 was it. It was a spectacular victory won by John Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough, over the forces of Louis XIV in France during the War of the Spanish Succession. I don't know what the War of the Spanish Succession is, but I think succession means who becomes the next on the throne. So I think these wars were then in Spain about who becomes the next king on the throne. But I think Duke of Marlborough would be in England, and also John Churchill sounds British or English. Louis XIV was France, and then War of Spanish Succession must have been in Spain, but it could be that it had an interference into France and maybe even Britain. On August 13th, 1704, the British and Austrian armies of Marlborough and Eugene of Savoy, with a combined strength of 52,000 men, met a 60,000 strong French and Bavarian force at Blenheim. It is now Blenheim in West Germany. West Germany. That book's from 1978, I think. I have your 1978. Now, very in history, most people know it, but after the Second World War, Nazi Germany was defeated by the Soviet forces mainly and by the Allied forces. The Soviet forces had conquered the eastern part of Germany, and the Allied forces the western and southern part. And now basically these conquering forces, they held now Germany for a few years when Germany was founded as a republic, Federal Republic of Germany, as a republic in 1949, I think, and when Germany was Western Germany and Eastern Germany. The western part was Western Germany and the eastern part Eastern Germany. The eastern part lived as part of the Soviet Union and the western part is a country. Both were countries, it's said. And now in the year 1978, both parts were still their own sovereign countries, Eastern Germany and West Germany. Until 1990. In 1990, then the Soviet Union, it started 1-2 years earlier, the Soviet Union basically transitioned to be Russia, and now Eastern Germany started to become basically its own country, and it was then again brought together, I don't know what it's called in English, together in one country, and it is now completely one Germany. And now in the year 1978, when this book was written, it was still two countries, but now it's one country, the Federal Republic of Germany. So and this Bavarian forces, that battle was at Blenheim, and Blenheim has today the title of that town, Blenheim. It is in Western Germany. That would make sense if it would be in Bavaria, but I don't know. The French commander, Marshal Tallard, was captured and half his men killed. So the one of Louis XIV, the French. Wounded or captured, half of them were put out of combat. The defeat was the first decisive check to Louis XIV's ambition to dominate Europe. Okay, Louis XIV, the King of France, had the ambition to conquer a lot of Europe, is here written now. But that didn't work out because in the Battle of Blenheim in the year 704, his army and also the Bavarian forces were defeated, and of 60,000, half of them were killed, wounded, or captured. Okay, we have informations together, and maybe I'm able to say them already now as a presentation. Let's at least prepare it. Okay, the Battle of Blenheim, which is in met a 60,000 strong French and Bavarian force at Blenheim, now Blenheim in West Germany. Okay, in Blenheim, Battle of Blenheim 74 in Germany. And it was the win of the Duke of I say British, it is not written here, but it must, yes, British. Of a British John Churchill, the Duke of Marlborough, and together with the Austrian armies of Eugene of Savoy. I think I heard that there is somewhere in Austria a place called Savoy, but I'm not sure. On August 13, 1704, the British and Austrian armies of Marlborough and Eugene of Savoy, so it must be in Eugene of Savoy in Austria, had a strength of 52,000 men, and they won against the 60,000 French and Bavarian force. So it were the British, together with the Austrian, against the Bavarian and the French. So it was John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, who was the 14th of France, and 52,000 the British Austrian, 60,000 the French Bavarian, and the French commander, Marshal Tallard, was captured, and half of the commanded soldiers by him killed, wounded, or captured. And it was a defeat in the ambitions of Louis XIV to dominate Europe. And how it was during the War of the Spanish Succession. I'm going to start that book aside. But we have another problem. I want to say who's written it, and that is history. Mankind. And it's sadly just written in that book, but I already have a solution. It's part 10. Part 210. And written is it by O.J. Braddock, Department of Psychology, University of Cambridge, which is in England, in southern Britain. B.M. Foss, M.A., Professor of Psychology, Bedford College, University of London, which is also in Britain. Christopher Fowler, Bedford College, University of London. So the Bedford College is in London. Michael Gregson, Bedford College, University of London, and N.S. Sutherland, M.A.D., P.H.M.D., Professor of Experimental Psychology, University of Sussex. Why was the history part so much written by... That was the human mind, which were the wrong people. That was the human mind, and that was written by a lot of psychologists. We have a history of mankind. So, T.F.C. Black, M.A., Institute of Archaeology, University of London. Harold Blackmore, B.A. Ph.D. F.R. Hist. S. Secretary, Institute of Latin American Studies and Reader in Latin American History, University of London. Let's see the thing again. Secretary, Institute of Latin American Studies and Reader in Latin American History. In London University. Neil Grant, M.A., Robert Lacey, M.A., John O'Byrne Randolph, M.A., Jonathan Stumpton, B.A., sometimes Fellow of Magdalen College, Oxford, which is also in Britain, Julie Winch, M.A., Asmund Wright, M.A., and Director, Institute of United States Studies, University of London. Institute of United States Studies, University of London. Okay, that book is probably British. Now we have that together. And how fully do I know study information to the Battle of Blenheim? I'm going to set the camera. The date was the 30th of August. John Churchill and Marshal Tallard, Duke of Marlborough, Eugene of Savoy. With a lot of places. The Battle of Blenheim was on the 13th of August. The Battle of Blenheim was on the 13th of August 1704. It was fought in Blenheim, which is in Germany. And there were 52,000 British and Austrian forces of Marlborough, of the Duke of Marlborough, John Churchill, and the Austrian forces of Eugene of Savoy, together fighting against the French, which was the whole country ruled in by Louis XIV and commanded now by Marshal Tallard, and these fought against 60,000 French and Bavarian troops against the British 52,000 and Austrian 52,000 in Blenheim. And they won. The British and Austrian forces won. Marshal Tallard was captured, and half of his army of 60,000 people died, was wounded or captured. And that all happened through the Wars of Succession that all happened during the Spanish Wars of Succession during the time, and it also put a big stop or a big pause or big little thing against Louis XIV's ambitions to dominate Europe of the French king. So, 30th of August 1704, Battle of Blenheim in Germany. The Bavarian and French troop, 60,000 lost against the British of the Duke of Marlborough, John Churchill, and the Eugene of Savoy, Austrian troops. That is according to part 2, page 598 of the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge book by T.F.C. Black, Harold Blackmore, Neil Grant, Robert Lacey, John O'Byrne Randall, Jonathan Sumton, Julie Winch, and Asmund Wright. Was it Marshal Tallard? Let's have at least review information. I'm going to make an asterisk into it. It was Marshal Tallard. I'm going to stop the camera. And that was the history part. If you were here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history. Where we're going to talk probably about research of Troy. If you stay here and participate in the stretching, then it's better to on risk. And we're starting with a routing tree. We're having the feet sitting together. We're opening one foot and then the other foot. We're here and here. Foot and foot. Here and here. As far as you can go. One more. And now again in, but you stay with the head in the same position. So you stay down, you go into the knees. Toes in, heel in, stay with the head down, go into the knees. And up again. Now the legs shoulder width wide apart, breathe in, lift the arms up. And breathe out, go out, one leg, back, one side. Breathe in, come up. And out over to the other side. In into the middle. And arms down. Breathe again in. And out with one hand slides down the leg. And one shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. And out one arm over. Breathe in and out rib cage. And out back into the middle. Breathe again in. And out one hand slides down the leg. Breathe again in. And out and take the elbow. Breathe in and down the ribcage. And out back into the middle. And now the feet sink together. The aeronautic, aerobatic, aeroplane exercise. Breathe in with the arms up. And breathe out one hand down. Breathe in and reach. And out one hand down. In and reach high. And out the other hand down. In and reach. And out the other hand up. And both. Now again, shoulder width wide apart. And we're doing shoulder circles. Go back, up, and front, and down. And in front. Back, and down. Up, back, and down. And now breathe in, lift your shoulders up. And out, let them fall down. And then up again. And out and down. In and up. Out and down. Breathe in with the arms up. And we're doing the apple plucker. Reach high with one hand. Pretend to take an apple hanging high on an apple branch. To turn it a bit around. And then put it down. And now. Legs wide apart, arms up to a T, breathe in. And breathe out and shift just with the upper part of the body over to one side. In into the middle. And out over to the other side. In into the middle. Out over to the other side. In into the middle. Out over the other. In into the middle. And out we go down onto the knees. Breathe again in. And out one shoulder shrug. In and back. Out the other front. In and back. Out by the front. In and back. Out by the front. In and back. And out and hanging down. Breathe again in. And out go over to one leg. Breathe in. Out over to the other one. Breathe in. Out into the middle. Breathe in. And out come slowly with the shoulder back up and make it to the backwards. Shoulder, shoulder. And have the feet sink together. Breathe in the arms up. Out and down. In the arms up. Bring the hands to touch, allow the hands down to heart center. That was the stretching. I thank you very much and until next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history today, the Mali Empire, and after we've done it, we're gonna do shoulder impingement training. And if you participate in the shoulder impingement training, then it's better you always get. The Mali Empire, and they have just a dictionary entrance. So, the Mali Empire, the most powerful state in Africa in the 13th and 14th century. Okay, I don't know exactly where it is. It's pretty much in the middle western part of Africa, I think. Mali. The Mali Empire, the most powerful state in Africa during the 13th and 14th century. Okay. Its people, the Mandingos, first, I'm not familiar with the name, so I'm using the name now. Mandingos first conquered Ghana. Yes, Ghana, that is at the west coast of Africa. And the small Niger kingdoms, about 1235. Niger is also in the western part, a bit more to the end, I think. So they conquered Ghana and Niger in 1235. And by the 14th century, their empire stretched from Ghana eastwards. I thought Ghana is at the coast. Eastwards is the land. Yes, to the land. So Ghana is, I think, at the western coast, so you can go to the east. So their empire, the Mali Empire, stretched from Ghana eastwards for 1,600 kilometers to the middle Niger. Yes, so if I think right, pretty much in the middle of Africa, basically across Ghana, and Mali is, I think, a bit more south, but it's also pretty much in the middle, and then Niger is more in the middle then. It's pretty much north, I think, so it's just 2,000 kilometers or so south of Morocco and Libya. Under their ruler Mansa Musa, the Mandingos controlled trade in the Sahara and the Sudan until the empire gradually declined and collapsed by 1588 under Moroccan Tuareg attacks. Okay, if I understand it correctly, so there's the Sahara in the northern part of Africa, and at the northeast there is Morocco, and the Moroccan Tuareg, they attacked them and won in 1588 over the Mali Empire. And the Sahara is in the middle, and Sudan is south of, it is east of Chad, I think. It is south of Egypt, I think. Sudan. It could be that there's another. No, it is south of Libya. I think it's south of Libya. So south in the north coast, south of the Mediterranean Sea, with Italy in it. And then there is Egypt and Libya, and south of Libya there's Sudan. And south of Spain, but on the African continent, there's Morocco. And the Sahara is here in the middle between all that. And what was that? And then Ghana and Niger are a bit to the right now. Ghana, Niger. And there was the Mali Empire. And Mali is, I think, a bit more south. But okay. Okay, what are the informations? The Mali Empire was the most powerful state country in Africa in the 13th and 14th century. And in 2235, they had conquered Ghana and the Niger kingdoms. And during the 14th, or by the 14th century, they had stretched from Ghana eastwards for 1,600 kilometers to the middle Niger. Is it a river? Because I think I know that there is a river with the name Niger, but whatever. Under the ruler, Mansa Musa, okay, we have here the dimensions. It is powerful 13th, 14th century, and it stretches from Ghana. It first conquered Ghana and the small Niger kingdoms. Ghana and small Niger kingdoms, 235, and by the 14th century went up to Ghana. What now? From Ghana, 1,600 kilometers eastwards. So Ghana, the Niger kingdoms, and 1,600 kilometers. One ruler, it exists over 200 years, was Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa. And they had controlled the trade in the Sahara and the Sudan. Now that makes sense. So from Ghana, that is larger. But maybe, I think Sudan is south of Libya and not of Egypt. And that makes also sense because when the river Nile is not flowing through it. So Sudan is south of Libya. That makes more sense. So it's more to the land inner part. And then 1,600 kilometers could fit to the coast, to Ghana. Okay, they were controlling trade from the Sahara, in the Sahara and Sudan. In the Sahara and Sudan, until the empire slowly declined. Then finally through the 1588 to the Moroccan Tuareg attacks. Okay, I'm going to start the camera there, and we have time for 2-3 takes looking if something is missing. The Mali Empire. It was the most powerful state in the 13th and 14th century in Africa. And by 1235, the people, the Mandingos, called in this book here, had conquered Ghana and then also the smaller kingdoms of Niger. And now by 1400, they had conquered 1,600 kilometers land inwards. And they were controlling now, their king was Mansa Musa, his name. They were controlling the trade in the Sahara and to Sudan. And the empire slowly declined and then finally in 1588 through the attacks of the Moroccan Tuaregs. And that is according to History of Mankind on the page 615 of the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, Book 2, Chapter 11, written by T.F.C. Black, Harold Blackmon, Neil Grant, Robert Lacey, John O'Byrne, Jonathan Sumption, Julie Winch, Esmond Wright, and Esmond Wright. I want to start the camera. And it was the history part. If you were here for history, for the Mali Empire, then you can go directly to the next part of we were in Baby, finally, after the Battle of Blenheim, the last part, the search for Troy. If you stay here and participate in the shadow impingement training, then it's at your own risk. We're having a good and stable set, and we're doing shoulder circuits. We're going back with the shoulders, up and front and down. Again, back, up and front and down and backwards. And now, long arms, strong fists. Go as far back with the shoulders as you can. High up, front and down. Back, up and front and down. Up, back, down, front, up, back, down. And now, long. Into the knees a bit, hinge forward, with a straight back as the arms hang, and pinch the shoulder blades together. Make fists, lift the arms up and step, pinch the shoulder blades together. A bit down also, down to the back, down and together. Release. And now, stand tall. And you can move with hand, flat fingers or hands, with long hands. And you turn the arms to the inside, high up and together. You bring the shoulders down and together. So, arms high up and together, shoulders down and together. And try to bring the shoulders down into the rib cage. Together the shoulder blades, then down into the rib cage, arms high up. Turn the arms to the inside. And gradually release. And now for word lift. No, first lift just the arms up. If this or any other exercise causes pain, then don't do it. Arms up and down. Arms to the side and front. And now, long arms, strong fists, shoulders down and together, and turn the arms to the inside. So shoulders down into the rib cage and together, arms to the inside. Arms to the outside, shoulders down and together. To the inside again, shoulders down and together. And outside, shoulders down and together. And gradually release. Arms to the side, a bit in front, arms in front. Shoulders down and together and into the rib cage. Arms back, shoulders up and in front. Arms in front, shoulders down into the rib cage and together. Arms back, shoulders up and in front. And gradually. Lift the arms up. Shrug the shoulders up. And release it all slowly down. Again, up with the arms. Shoulders up and down. And now, the pretzel, arms together, down, together. The sun dial. You can use the circles of fingers. Have it with the long arm to the outside. Let it fall down and try to catch it again. And on the other side. Now the elephant trunk stretching. One arm in front, shoulder back, down. Pull the arm in, have flat fingers. Try to release your arm. Go a bit back with shoulder until the palm up to the sky. The arm in front. Go with the shoulder back and down. Pull the arm in, have flat fingers. Go a bit back with the shoulder. Relax the arm. Turn the palm up to the sky. And that was the shoulder impingement training. I thank you very much and to next time. Hi and welcome. I'm trying to learn history. Today, the search for Troy. And after we've done that, we're going to do stretching. And if you participate in the stretching, then it's at your own risk. This is part 2 of the search for Troy. And now we want to go over all these informations, gather them together, and try to make a presentation out of them. The search for Troy. Troy is the city in the ancient Greek poet Homer's famous epic, the Iliad. It was once thought to be entirely mythical. Okay, Troy is a major city named in the book Iliad by the author Homer. And this Homer person lived around 2,500 years ago in Greek, in southeastern Europe. In 1822, British scholar Charles McLaren suggested that Homer's Troy might be in Turkey, which is in southeastern Europe. He pinpointed a mound called Hirsalik near the Dardanelles, a narrow sea linking the Black Sea and the Aegean. I think now the Dardanelles is the sea. And the Dardanelles would link the Black Sea with the Aegean Sea. Then it must be the little strait of water in the middle of Istanbul. Because that is the only, as far as I know, entrance point to the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea with the Aegean Sea in it. I'm going to take it like that. If it's wrong, then I'm going to find out. Now we have made my position so clear. I see. Okay, Troy, it was thought to be just an invention by Homer in the Iliad book, but then in 1822 there was Charles McLaren. Okay, we have to have that name, Charles McLaren, and he then had the idea that it might be at the Mount Hirsalik, which is near the Dardanelles, which is the strait of water between, in the middle for Turkey, through Istanbul, which is a strait, which is the sea between the narrow sea between the Black Sea and the Aegean Sea. Charles McLaren, 1822. Then there was the German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann, and he began digging at Hirsalik Mountain in 1871. In 1873, did then Heinrich Schliemann uncover fortifications and remains of a very ancient city which he believed to be Troy. Okay, 1822, Charles McLaren had the suggestion that it might be Troy by Hirsalik, by the Mount Hirsalik, in the vicinity of, near the Dardanelles, which is a narrow sea linking the Black Sea with the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. And then in 1871, there was now Heinrich Schliemann, and he was there archaeologically digging. And then in 1873, after 2 years, he found fortifications and remains of a very ancient city. Schliemann also found a treasure of gold and silver, which he called Priam's treasure, after the Trojan king Priam mentioned in the Iliad. He smuggled this out of Turkey to take to Europe. Maybe we're going to say it, let's make it clear as we would say it. And he found a treasure which he called Priam's treasure in the story of Homer's Iliad, where Priam is the king of Troy, and he then smuggled it to Europe. In 1876, Schliemann was digging at Mycenae, Greek. So now another place. He came across what he thought was the tomb of Agamemnon, king of the Trojans, enemies in Homer's Iliad. In 1876, then, so 3 years after that, 1871, 1873, and 1876 now, where did Schliemann in Mycenae, in Greek, found a tomb, and he believed to be the tomb of Agamemnon, who was in Homer's Iliad, the king of the people who besieged Troy. In the 1890s, there was William Dorfield. So we're having Charles McLaren, Charles McLaren, and Heinrich Schliemann, and now William Dorfield. He showed that Hirsalik Mount is made of 9 layers of city remains. This is because the city was destroyed by fire or earthquakes 9 times. Each time the survivors built on the rubble. And in the 1890s, then there was William Dorfield, and he showed that this Mount Hirsalik near the Dardanelles in Turkey was 9 layers of cities on top of each other. And it was a couple of times so destroyed and now rebuilt on top of the other one. Heinrich Schliemann thought Homer's Troy was Troy the second layer from the bottom. Dorfield thought it was Troy the 6th. We don't know, but let's go to it. Troy 1 to 5 are now thought to date from the early Bronze, 3000 to 1900 before Christ. Experts now think Homer's Troy may be Troy 7 or 7a, a layer of a seventh city dating from about 1250 before Christ. Okay. Now the first thing to the Schliemann found the tomb of Agamemnon. But the gold mask he found was actually 300 years earlier than Agamemnon lived. So the tomb was not the real one, but the remains of Troy seem to be the real one at Hirsalik. But the tomb was probably, the treasures of but the gold mask found in the tomb was 300 years earlier, so it was probably not of Agamemnon. Okay, Troy 1 to 5 are from the Bronze Age, 5,000 to 4,000 years ago. And now the idea is that the Troy mentioned in Homer's Iliad is Troy 7, around 3,250 years ago. Charles McLaren, that is McLaren, it was in 1822, Hirsalik, with quite a lot of information. I'm going to start the camera. And he found the treasure twice. Okay, twice a treasure. One treasure there in Hirsalik, Dardanelles, so Europe, and then 1876 at Amiens in Greek, which was 300 years older. William Dorpfield. I'm actually not that sure how many information of, but let's try it at least. The search for Troy. Troy, the city Troy is mentioned in the book called Iliad, written by Homer 3,000 years ago. And it was long believed that Troy was just an invention of this author, Homer, about that story. But then people thought maybe there's some truth in it. Now, in the year 1822, there was Charles McLaren, and he had the idea that Troy might be at the Mount Hirsalik, near the Dardanelles, which is a narrow sea link between the Black Sea and the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. So there at Hirsalik. And in 1871, there went then Heinrich Schliemann, and he started to dig there after the city in Hirsalik. And actually in 1873, he found remains of an ancient city and fortifications, remains of fortifications. He also found that treasure, and he called it Priam's treasure. He smuggled it to Europe, from Turkey to Europe, and he called it Priam's treasure because he thought it was the one of the king of the Trojans, and that was Priam, so Priam's treasure. But in 1876, he was digging at Mykenae in Greek, and there he found also a treasure, and he found a tomb with treasures inside, and he thought it was Agamemnon's tomb, but the gold mask in it found dates 300 years earlier, so it was probably not Agamemnon's tomb. Then there was William Dorpfield, and in the 1890s was he then again in Turkey at Hirsalik, at the Dardanelles, and he then, I have no idea what he did. This was all the thing with the 9 layers. He found out that there were 9 layers on top of each other. And 1 to 5 are from 5,000, 4,000 bronze, and Troy is 7, 3,250. The search for Troy. Troy is the name of a city mentioned in the book Iliad, written by Homer, a Greek poet who lived 3,200 years ago in Greek. Now, and it was believed that Troy was completely fictional, just an invention for the story. But then in 1822 there was Charles McLaren, and he suggested that it might be the Mount Hirsalik near the Dardanelles, which is a narrow sea linking the Black Sea to the Aegean Sea at the Mediterranean Sea, so there in Greek and Turkey. Hirsalik and Turkey. Now, and then in 1871 Heinrich Schliemann went there and he did archaeological work, and he found then in 1873 remains of an ancient city and fortifications. And he found also a treasure which he smuggled back to Europe, and he called that treasure Priam's treasure. Priam was in Homer's story the king of Troy, so Priam's treasure. Then was he sometime later in 1876. 1876. The search for Troy. Troy is the name of a city mentioned in the book Iliad, written by Homer 3,200 years ago, a Greek poet Homer. Now, in the end, it was believed that this city Troy was entirely fictional. But then in 1822, there was Charles McClarence, and he suggested that this Troy was at the Mount Herzalik in Turkey, near the Dardanelles, which is a narrow sea linking the Black Sea to the Aegean Sea, which is part of the Mediterranean Sea. And then in 1871, there was Heinrich Schliemann, and he went to Turkey, where Herzalik, that place there, at the Dardanelles, and he was digging there. And in 1873, he found remains of an ancient city and remains of fortifications. And he found also a treasure, which he called then Priam's treasure, because he thought it was one of the king of Troy, and his name was in the book Priam. He smuggled that treasure to Europe. Then in 1876 was Heinrich Schliemann digging in Mokain, which is in Greek, but it's close to Turkey. And there he found a tomb, and he thought that it was the tomb of Agamemnon, the king of a besieging army to Troy. But a gold mask found that it was actually 300 years older, so it was probably not Agamemnon's tomb. Then there was William Dorpfield, and in the 1890s he suggested that this Troy found there at Herzalik, if it is Troy, is a city made out of 9 layers. So Herzalik, there were found 9 layers of city on top of each other. Troy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And now it is now believed that Troy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were in Turkey at Mount Herzalik, near the Dardanelles, narrow link between the Black Sea and the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. There at Herzalik, 9 layers of Troy. 1 to 5, Troy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are from the Bronze Age, which was 5,000 to 4,000 years old, are these 5 layers. And that the Troy mentioned in Homer's Iliad is Troy 7 or 7a. So the idea is that actually there at Herzalik, there in Turkey, at the Dardanelles, Troy 7a is the Troy mentioned in Homer's Iliad. And that is according to Meiskel's World History on the page 126 and 127. And close to the camera. And that was the history part. If you go here for history, you can go directly to the next part of history. If you stay here and participate in our 2-minute stretching, then it's better to your own risk. We're having the feet standing together, and we're doing the routine 3. 1 foot to the outside, other one. Out, out. Now with the toes, heel, heel. A bit more. As far as you can go. And then in again. But stay with the head down. So don't come up. Go on to the knees. Now up. Legs shoulder wide apart. Breathe in. Up it comes. And breathe out over to one side. Breathe in into the middle. Out over to the other side. In into the middle. Then the arms down. Breathe again in. Out one hand slides down the leg. The other shoulder stays down. Breathe again in. Out one arm over. Again in. Out and back. Breathe again in. Out one hand slides down the leg. The other shoulder stays down. Breathe in. Out one arm over. Breathe in out the rib cage. And out and back. And now, we're ending, we don't have time left. We're breathing in, going down. And breathe again out. Again in. Out. One more time in. Out. In. Out. Breathe in and cross the legs. And breathe again out. It was a shortened stretching. I thank you very much, and until next time.